Chapter 12 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. The Sea Battle. The great Persian ship was on us. Strive as we would, we could not escape her. She raced upon our beam, not a spear's cast away. I stood upon the high poop of the Happy and saw it all, for the old Arab blood was on fire in me, as it had been when I charged in the battle where my father fell, and I would play no woman's part. Moreover, my spirit told me that I had not escaped from the hands of Tinnis, and out of the burning hell of Sidon to die there upon the sea. Standing thus upon the poop by the side of Philo the cunning captain, I noted this strange thing, that no arrow was shot and no spear thrown from the Persian's decks. She raced alongside of us, that was all. I looked at Philo, a question in my eyes, and he answered the question briefly between his set lips. They think the king and queen are aboard and would take us living. Hark, they shout to us to surrender. Again I looked at him, wondering what he would do. He issued an order, and presently our speed slackened so that we fell a little behind the Persian. He issued another order, and we leapt forward again under a changed helm. Now I saw that he was minded to ram the holy fire. The Persian saw it also and sheered off. We ran alongside of her, shipping our oars as we came on that side which was nearest to her. But the Persian had no time to ship hers. Our sharp prow caught her fivefold line of sweeps, smashing the most of them as though they were but twigs, and casting the rowers in a broken, tumbled heap within her deep hold. That was worthy of Philo, I said. But he, ever a humble man, as are all masters of their trade, shook his head and answered, "Nay, lady, I missed my mark, and now we must pay for it. Ah, I thought so." As he spoke, from sundry places on the holy fire, grapnels flew out which caught in the rails, ropes, and rowing benches of the Happy, binding the two ships together. "They were about to board us," said Philo. "Now, lady, pray to Mother Isis to give us aid." Then he blew 2 blasts upon his whistle. Instantly rose up upon our deck a band of men, nigh 100 of them perhaps, clad in armour and captained by the Greek Kallikrates. Also behind these I saw the crew of the royal barge, armed with such weapons as they could find, and the sailors of the Happy. The Persians thrust out boards or ladders from one ship to the other, across which their boarders, most of them Greeks, came on in swarms. The fighting began, and it was very fierce. Our men cut down many of the foe and drowned others by casting off the boards and ladders, so that those on them fell into the sea. Still a great number of them won on board of us, and oh, fierce was that fray. Always in the thickest of it I saw Kallikrates towering a head above the others, and who now would have dreamed that he was a priest of Isis? For he smote, and man after man went down before him, while as his sword rose and fell, he shouted out some old Greek battle cry, such as once his fathers used. On a space of deck ringed round with dead and dying, he came face to face with the captain of the boarders, a great and burly man, also, as I think, a Greek. They fought terribly, whilst others paused to watch that fray which Homer might have sung. Kallikrates was down, and my heart stood still. Nay, he was up again, but his bronze sword had broken on the foeman's mail. That foeman had an axe. He swung it up to make an end. Kallikrates, rushing beneath it, seized him in his arms, and they wrestled there upon the slippery deck. The ship lurched. Together they staggered to the bulwarks. The foeman loosened one arm and drew a dagger. With it he smote Kallikrates again and again. Kallikrates bent, and with his freed hand seized the man beneath the knee. By a mighty effort he lifted him to the bulwark's edge, and there they clung a while. Then Kallikrates with that same freed hand smote the other on the brow. Thrice he smote, and his blows were as those of a hammer falling on an anvil. The grip of the captain of the boarders loosened, and his head hung back. Once more Kallikrates smote, and behold, his foe rolled down and was crushed to powder between the swelling sides of the two great ships as they ground one against the other, while the servants of Isis cheered and the sullen Persian hordes gave back. I caught sight of Philo thrusting his way along the bulwarks. He held an axe in his hand, but he was not fighting. Nay, he avoided those who fought. Once, indeed, he stood still and gave an order, noting, as I had done, that of a sudden the wind had begun to blow. Certain sailors who heard this order ran to the mast, and I saw the great sail rising slowly. Meanwhile, Philo slipped along those bulwarks, taking cover beneath them like a jackal beneath a wall. But whenever he came to one of the grapnels, he stopped and smote with his axe, severing the rope that held it. 3 of them did he sever thus, so that the prows of the vessel swung apart. Now the great sail was up and filled. The Happy forged ahead, dragging round the stern of the holy fire by those grapnels that remained. The Persians understood and grew frightened. Those who were still alive upon our decks rushed to the planks and ladders, but few gained them, for Kallikrates and the men of Isis were on their heels. They were cut down, they fell from the sliding planks and ladders, or they leapt into the sea, and for the most part drowned there. Very soon not one of them was left upon our deck. The grapnels were torn away, or the ropes broke. We were free. Yet the Persian was not beaten, for she was full of men of whom those who had been killed were but a tithe. She, too, hoisted her sail and thrust out fresh sweeps to continue the pursuit. Her captain, standing on her prow, roared out, "Dogs of Egyptians, I'll hang you yet!" Philo heard and took up his bow. Now we were sweeping across the bow of the holy fire. Mayhap it was 100 paces away. Philo aimed a shot. So truly did he shoot that his arrow struck the Persian captain beneath his helm, and down he went. His fall seemed to bewilder the crew of the holy fire. They hung upon their oars, shouting at each other, as though they knew not what to do. Then their sail began to rise, and I saw that they were putting about. Philo at my side laughed, a hard little laugh. "Mother Isis is good to us," he said. "See, the hunter has become the hunted." Then he gave orders, and we came round so that our great sail, taken aback, flapped against the mast. "Down with the sail and row," he shouted. "Row as never ye rowed before." Those at the sweeps obeyed. Oh, it was splendid to see them bending their broad backs and tugging at the oars, till these also bent like bows in the water. Here was no slave work, for they were servants of Isis and free men, every one of them. Philo rushed to the steering gear, and with the aid of another man took charge of it himself. We leapt forward like a panther on its prey. The holy fire saw and strove to escape. Too late, too late, for presently the sharp prow of the Happy crashed into her side with such a shock that all who stood upon the deck were thrown down, I among them. I struggled to my feet again and heard Philo screaming, "Back, water, back, lest she take us with her!" We backed. Slowly the prow appeared again from where it was buried 3 paces deep in the foeman's flank. The holy fire reeled over. The water rushed in through the gap. Crippled and helpless she wallowed. She began to sink. From her swarming decks went up a yell of terror and dismay. Still the water rushed in with an ever-gathering flood, and still she sank and sank. Men threw up their arms, praying for mercy. Men sprang into the sea. Then suddenly the holy fire reared her glittering prow into the air and stern foremost vanished into the deep. It was finished. The Persians swam about us or clung to the wreckage, praying to be taken aboard. But we rowed on, coming to the wind again. I know not how it is in the world today, but then, in time of war, there was little mercy. Egypt alone was merciful because age had mellowed her, and because of her gentle worship of her gentle gods. But now Egypt was fighting for her life against the Persian, so we rowed on, and those barbarians were abandoned to drown, and in the world below seek the warmth of the fire they worshipped. Philo left the helm and came to where I stood. I noted that he was white and shaken, and called to one to bring him wine. He drank of it thankfully, not forgetting first to pour a libation at my feet, or rather at those of the goddess to whom I was so near. "Bravely done," I said. "You understand your trade, Philo." "Not so ill, lady, though it might have been better. Had I been at the helm, we should have rammed that swarking hulk before the boarding and saved some lives. Well, Set has her now, and Orcus lacks his finest ship." "It might have been far otherwise," I said. "Ay, lady, had I commanded the holy fire, it would have been otherwise. For she had 2 oars and 3 men to our 1, but her captain was wanting in seacraft, and when my arrow found him, there was none to take his place. They should have swept us with their boarders, but that tall Greek captain called Kallikrates, who they tell me was once a priest, handled his soldiers well. He is a gallant man, and I grieve that we are like to lose him." "Why?" I asked. "Oh, because in his fight with a fellow whom he flung over the bulwarks, he took a knife thrust in the vitals, which they think will be mortal. They are bearing him to my cabin," and he pointed to Kallikrates being carried forward by 4 men, a sight that stirred my heart. Then Philo was summoned away, for it seemed that when the Happy rammed, she sprang a leak, and the carpenters called Philo to consult with them as to how it might be stopped. When they had gone, I followed after Kallikrates, and found him laid in Philo's cabin. They had taken off his armour, and the leech, an Egyptian, was cleaning a cut in his thigh, whence the blood ran down his ivory skin. "Is it mortal?" I asked. "I know not, lady," answered the leech. "I cannot tell the depth of the thrust. Pray Isis for him, for he has lost much blood." Now I, who was skilled in medicine and in the treatment of wounds, which I had learned from a great master in my youth among the Arabs, helped that physician as best I might, staunching the blood flow and stitching up the cut with silk before we bandaged it. Moreover, taking from my hand a charmed and ancient amulet that gave health and had the power, so it was said, to cause the sick or wounded to recover, I set it on the finger of Kallikrates, that it might cure him. This amulet was a ring of brown stone, on which were graven certain hieroglyphics that meant "Royal Son of the Sun." He who gave it to me told me that it had been worn by that greatest of all healers and magicians, Counsel, the eldest son of the mighty Ramesses. Once only did I see this ring again, as shall be told. Then of it I lost sight and knowledge till, after more than 2,000 years, I beheld it on the hand of Holly in the caves of Kor. As I worked thus, the pain of the needle awoke Kallikrates from his swoon. He opened his eyes, looked up and saw me, then muttered in Greek so low that only I, who was bending over him, heard his words. They were, "I thank thee, beloved. I thank thee and the gods who have granted that, like my forefathers, I should die no priest, but a soldier and a man. Yea, I thank thee, O royal and beautiful Amenartus." Then he swooned again, and I left him quickly, having learned that it was of the Egyptian he dreamed, and doubtless that it was for the sake of this same Egyptian that he had changed his sacred robe for mail. Yes, the Egyptian Amenartas, for whom he had mistaken me, Ayesha, in the wanderings of his weakness. Well, why not? What had I to do with him or any man? Yet of a sudden I grew weary of the world, and almost wished that the holy fire had rammed the happy, and not the happy the holy fire. Yonder behind us, 1,000 men were now at peace beneath the sea. Being overwrought with all that I had endured and seen, almost I could have wished that I, too, was at peace beneath the sea, sleeping for ever, or perchance to wake again nursed in the holy arms of Isis. In the cabin sat my master, the prophet Noot, staring through the open doorway at the infinite blue of heaven above, as I knew that he had done during all that fearsome fight. He smiled when he saw me and asked, "Whence come you, daughter, and why do your eyes shine like stars?" "I come from the sight of the death of men, my father, and my eyes shine with the light of battle." "With other lights also, I think, daughter. O Ayesha, beauty is yours, wisdom is yours, and you are filled with spirit like a cup with wine. But what of the cup? What of the cup? I fear me that those fair feet of yours have far to travel before they reach their home." "What is their home, father? Do you not know it after these many years of learning? Hearken, I will tell you. Your home is God, not this God or that God called by 100 names, but the God beyond the gods. Doubtless you will love and you will hate, as you have loved and hated, and doubtless you are destined to draw up what you love and to come to peace with what you hate. Yet know that above all mortal loves there is another love, in which they must be both lost and found. God is the end of man, O Ayesha, God, or death. All sin, all stumble on the path, but only those who continue on that path, or who, having lost it with tears and broken hearts, seek it again, and, like the Sisyphus of fable, thrust before them their frozen load of fleshy error, till at length it melts in the light that shines above. Only those, I say, attain to the eternal peace." So solemnly did he speak, uttering the slow words one by one, and so deep and holy was the lesson that they hid, that I, Ayesha, grew afraid. "What have you seen, and what do you know, my father?" I asked humbly. "Daughter, I have seen you yonder in Sidon, rejoicing in vengeance for vengeance' sake. I, glad when the vile hound who would have gripped you gasped out his life before your eyes. You did not slay him, Ayesha, but it was your counsel that gave cunning to the thought that planned, and strength to the arm that dealt the blow." "It was so fated, O my father, and otherwise." "Yes, it was so fated. Yet you should not have rejoiced in the hour of your triumph. Nay, you should have sorrowed as the gods sorrow when they fulfill the decrees of destiny. Again I have seen you burning with the flame of battle, your heart filled with songs of victory, when Philo's skill and the Grecian courage of Kallikrates sent those mad brutes of Persians to their account. And lastly, unless I dream, what did you but now in Philo's cabin, daughter?" "I tended a wounded man, my father, as I have the skill to do. Also I gave him an amulet, which it is said has virtue to heal the sick." "Aye, that was right and kind, and the just reward of courage. Did he thank you, daughter? I thought that in the quiet I heard thanks come from his lips." "Nay," I answered sullenly. "His mind wandered, and he thanked another woman who was not there." Again Noot smiled a little and answered, "Was it so? Then let her name be. Yet remember that from such wanderings of a mind distraught, oft-times springs the truth, like water from a shattered rock. O daughter, daughter, if this man forgets his vows, must you do the same? For him there is excuse who is a soldier. Can we doubt it who have looked upon his deeds today? He became a priest for love's sake and the shed blood which it brought. But for you there is none, at least none upon the earth, he added hastily. I pray you, therefore, let this man be, for if you do not, my gift of wisdom tells me that you will bring much trouble on your head and his. Why will you seek after vanity? Is it because in the pride of your beauty you cannot bear that another should be preferred before you, and that a fruit which is not lawful for you to pluck should fall into some other woman's lap? I say to you, daughter, that this beauty is your curse, because to it you demand obedience night and day, although of it you should think nothing, remembering its end. You are too proud, you are too puffed up. Look upon the stars and learn to be humble, lest you should be humbled by that which is stronger. I am still a woman, father, a woman whose mission it is to love and to bear babes. Then learn to love that which is above, and let the babes you bear be those of wisdom and good works. Is it your part to suckle sinners like any hedge-side troll, you to whom the heavens stretch out their hands? Is it for you, in whose breast springs the tree of life, to root it up and in its place to sow the seed of a woman's common arts, that by their aid you may snatch her lover from a rival? Because he sins, if sin he does, should you cease from being holy? Where is your greatness? Where are your purity and pride? I pray to you, beloved daughter of my spirit, swear to me by heaven which we serve, that with this man you will have no more to do. Twice you have sinned, once in the sanctuary yonder at Philo, when his kiss met yours, and now again, not an hour upon this ship, when your heart was torn with jealous rage, because the name of another woman escaped from lips that you thought were about to shape your own. Twice have you sinned, and twice has the goddess turned her head and shut her eyes. But if for a third time you should walk into this pit dug of your own hands, then know that escape will be hard indeed. I tell you," here his face and his low voice hardened, "I tell you that from age to age shall you strive unceasingly to wash the stain of blood from off those hands, and that all your breath shall become a sigh, and your every heartbeat shall be an agony. Swear then, swear!" I looked at his eyes and saw that they were alight and unearthly, yes, that some spirit shining from within caused them to glow like alabaster lamps. I looked at the thin hand which he stretched out towards me and saw that it trembled in his passion. I looked and was moved to obey. Yet ere I did so, I asked, "Were you ever young, my father? Did you ever suffer from this eternal curse which nature lays on men and women, because she would not die? Did you ever take the bribe of sweet madness with which she baits her hook? Or, as once I think you told me in bygone years, were you always holy and apart?" He covered his eyes with those thin hands, then answered, "I was young. I suffered from that curse. Whatever I may have said to you in the past, when you were but a child, I gorged that bait, not once but many times, and I have paid the price. Because I have paid it to my ruin, I pray you whom I love not to empty your heart of its purest virgin gold and fill the void with pain and penitence. Easy it is to fall, daughter, but hard, very hard, to rise again. Will you not swear?" "Aye," I answered. "I swear by Isis and by your spirit, O purified." "You swear," he said, whispering, "but will you keep the oath?" "I wonder, I wonder greatly. Will you keep that oath, O high-hearted woman whose blood runs with so red and strong a seam?" Then, bending forward, he kissed me on the brow, and rising, left me. Kallikrates did not die. Under the care of that cunning leech, or of something above the leech, death was cheated of him, since it seemed that the knife thrust had not reached his vitals, or at least had not pierced them beyond repair. Still he was sick for a long while, for his whole body was drained of blood, so that had he been older or less vigorous, Osiris would have taken him. Or perchance not in vain had I set upon his finger that scarab talisman once charmed by Camus. I visited him no more, and thus it was not until we were passing up the Nile and drew near to Memphis that I saw him again. Then, very pale and wasted, yet to my fancy more pleasing than he had been, since now his face had grown spiritual, and his eyes were those of one that had looked close into those of death. He was carried in a bed onto the deck. There I spoke with him, thanking him in the name of our goddess for the great deeds that he had done. He smiled, and his white face took a little tinge of red as he answered, "I fear me, O mouth of Isis, that it was not of the goddess that I thought in that fray, but rather of the joy of battle which I, a priest, had never hoped to feel again. Nay, nor was it for the goddess that I smote as best I could, since in the extremities of war the gates of heaven, which are then in truth so near, seem very far away, but rather that after all which you had passed, you, with the rest of us, might not fall into the hands of the heathen fire-worshippers." Now I smiled back, for the words, if false, were courteous, and replied that doubtless also he, who was still young, desired to go on living. "Nay," he answered earnestly, "I think that I desire to die rather than to live, and to pass hence as often my forefathers have done, sword in hand and helm on head. Life is no boon to a shaven priest, lady, one who by his vows is cut off from all its joys." "What is a man's joy in life?" I asked. "Look at yourself in a mirror, lady, and you will learn," he answered. And there was that in his voice which caused me to wonder whether it was possible after all that the wrong name had come from his lips in the wanderings of his mind. For then I did not know that a man may love two women, and at the same time, one with his spirit and the other with his flesh, since through all things runs this war between the spirit and the flesh. The spirit of Kallikrates was always mine, having been given to me from the beginning. But with his flesh it was otherwise, and perchance while he is in the flesh it will so remain. Before we reached Memphis, a signal was made for us to anchor. Then a barge flying the standard of Pharaoh came off to us from the shore. On board of it was Nectanebes himself, and with him his daughter, the Princess of Egypt, the lady Armanatus. Also certain counsellors and Grecian captains in his service. The Pharaoh and the others came aboard to learn tidings of what had chanced at Sidon, and were received by Philo and by Noot. Presently they demanded to be led to me, and I met them on the deck outside my cabin, noting that the eyes of Nectanebes were troubled, and that his fat cheeks had fallen in. "So you are returned to us, Oracle of Isis," he said in a hesitating voice, scanning my form, for my face he could not see because it was veiled. "I am returned, O Pharaoh," I answered, bowing before his majesty. "It has pleased her whom I serve to deliver me out of the hands of King Tenes of Sidon, to whom Pharaoh offered me as a gift." I remember. It was at that feast when the water in the cup you held turned to blood. Well, if all I hear is true, there has been blood enough out yonder." "Yes, Pharaoh, the Sidonian seas run red with it. Tenes, Egypt's ally, surrendered the city to Ochus the Persian, thinking to find great advancement, which he won by death, whereon the Sidonians burned themselves in their houses with their wives and children. So it comes about that all Phoenicia is in the hands of Ochus, who advances upon Egypt with a mighty host. "The gods have deserted me," moaned Nectanebus, waving his arms. "Aye, Pharaoh," I answered in a cold voice, "for the gods are very jealous and seldom forgive those who forsake them and betray their servants into the hands of enemies that hate them." He understood and answered in a low, babbling voice. "Be not angry with me, oracle of Isis, for what else could I do? That Sidonian dog, whom may Set devour eternally, was mad for you. Always I mistrusted him, and I was sure that if I refused you to him, he would make his peace with Ochus and bite me in the back, as indeed he threatened at the feast. Also I knew well that Mother Isis would protect you from all the harm at his hands, which it seems that she has done." Now when I heard these words, rage filled me, and I answered, "Aye, Pharaoh, Mother Isis has done this and more. Have you heard how your poison worked? Nay, then I will tell you. Having sacrificed her only son to Dagon, Tenes would have put away Beltis, his queen, to give her to me. Mad with hate, Beltis led him into the arms of the Persian, and afterwards, when his treachery was accomplished, slew him with her own hand. For I saw the deed. And now, Pharaoh, Sidon has fallen, and with it all Phoenicia. And soon, Pharaoh, Egypt will follow Sidon. I, the oracle, tell you that because you were pleased to throw the high priestess of Isis into the arms of Tenes, as though she were some singing woman of whom you had wearied, these things have come about. Therefore, too soon there will be no longer a Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Persian will take the land of Nile and defile the altars of its gods." He heard. He trembled. He had naught to say. But there was another who heard also. As I had noted, the Princess Amynatus, when she came on to the ship, went straight to where Kallikrates lay upon a couch, beneath an awning on the deck, and there talked with him earnestly. What they said I could not hear, for they spoke together beneath their breath. But their faces I could see, and watching them I grew sure that the Greek had made no error of a mind distraught, when he spoke this royal lady's name as I tended his wounds, for those faces were the faces of lovers who met after long separation and the passing of great dangers. Leaving Kallikrates, this Amynatus had returned to her father, and stood at his side, listening to our talk. Now she broke in fiercely. "Surely, priestess, you were ever a bird of evil omen, croaking of disaster. You fly to Sidon, and lo, Sidon burns, yet you escape with wings unscorched. Now you flit back to Egypt, and again wail of woe like a night owl of the desert. How is it, O Isis come to earth, as it pleases you to call yourself, that you alone escape from Sidon and return here to curdle the blood of men with prophecies, such as those you uttered at the feast, when by a trick you turned the water into blood? Have you perchance made friends with Ochus?" "Ask it of Philo, the captain of this ship, lady," I answered in a quiet voice. "Or stay, ask it of yonder priest, which perchance will please you better, the Grecian who in the world was named Kallikrates. Ask them how I showed friendship to Ochus, by so working through the strength of Isis, and their skill and valour, that the Persian's finest ship of war, with a multitude of his sailors and fighting men, lies today at the bottom of the deep. Perchance because a captain was skilled, and a certain priest or soldier was brave, that ship is sunk with all she bore, but not, I think, through you or your prayers, O oracle. I say to you, Pharaoh my father, that if I held your sceptre, I would send this Isis come to earth to seek Isis in heaven, ere she bring more sorrows on us and Egypt." "Nay, nay," muttered Nectanebus, rolling his big eyes. "Speak not so madly, daughter, lest the mother should hear and once more smite me. Hearken. Last night I, who have skill, consulted my spirit, the demon who obeys me. He came, he spoke. I heard him with my ears. Yes, he spoke of this prophetess. He said that she drew near to Memphis on a ship. He said that she was great, almost a goddess, that she must be cherished, that to you and me she would be a shelter from the storm, that in her is the power of one who sits above. O oracle, O Isis come to earth, O wisdom's daughter, forgive the wild words of this royal child of mine, who is distraught with fear, and know that to the last, Pharaoh is your friend and your protector. As mayhap if this demon of yours speaks truth, before all is done I shall be the protector of Pharaoh and of the princess of Egypt, whom it pleases to revile me, I replied. Then bowing to him, I turned and sought my cabin. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. The Shame of Pharaoh. When Pharaoh and his daughter had gone, though I did not see them go, I bade farewell to Philo, thanking him much, and, in reward for all he had done, calling down on him the blessing of the goddess, which he received upon his bended knees. Moreover, when he had risen from them, he swore himself to my service, saying that while he lived, he would come even from the ends of the earth to do my will. Also he showed me how I might call him by certain secret ways. So we bade farewell for a while, nor did I let him go empty-handed, since from those jewels that Tenes had heaped upon me, which almost by accident I had preserved in my flight, I took certain of great value and gave them to him as a gift from the goddess. Thus we parted, though, as both of us were sure, not for the last time. So soon as our coming was known, the priests and priestesses of Isis flocked to the quay in solemn procession to receive Noot, their high priest, and me, their high priestess, which they did with sacred ceremony and holy chants. By them we were escorted through the streets of Memphis to the temple of Isis, accompanied by many of the crew of the Happi that were of our brotherhood. Among them I missed one. "Where is the priest Kallikrates?" I asked of Noot. He smiled and answered, "I think that he has been taken to the palace of Pharaoh to be nursed until he recovers from his wounds. Perchance for a while he is minded, or it is decreed that he should continue to play a warrior's part. Yet fear not, daughter, those upon whose brow Isis has laid her hands, in life or death, must return to her at last. They are hawks upon a string which, though it stretches, cannot be broken." "Aye," I answered, "in life or death," and asked no more of this Kallikrates. In the midst of the rejoicings of the city at our safe return, we came to the temple and made sacrifice. There it was that I set the jewels of Tenes, all save those that I had given to Philo, upon the alabaster statue of the goddess in her inmost shrine, that only I and Noot might enter. And there too, by signs and wonders she signified to me her acceptance of the offering. For here, while we stood alone before the effigy of the goddess in that holy place, a trance fell upon Noot, and in his trance he spoke to me with the voice of Isis, and out of her infinite heart. This was the divine message that came to me through the lips of Noot. "Daughter, I, thy mother, know of all that thou hast passed, and of all that thou must pass. Though the barbarian come, and the gods of Egypt are thrown down, and ruin smites the land, and thou seemest to be left alone, abide thou here till my word bids thee to depart. By myself, and that of which under the name of Isis I am a minister, I swear that no harm shall befall thee, or that place where thou art, or those of my servants who remain with thee. Therefore await my commands with patience, doing such things as I inspire thee to do, that thou mayest bring the vengeance of the gods upon those dogs who desecrate their shrines." Thus spoke Noot in his trance, not knowing what he had said until I told him afterward. He listened earnestly and bade me obey. "Even if I be taken from you for a while, as it comes to me will happen, perchance I learned it in my swoon, daughter, and you are left unfriended and alone, still I pray you to obey. If so, think not that I am dead, who do but return to my own place and land, but wait until my message comes. Then obey that also, though I know not what it will be." Thus he spoke solemnly, and I bowed my head and hid his words within my heart. The war began, Egypt's last war for life. Nectanebus, the Pharaoh, inspired by his evil demon, thrust aside his captains and declared himself general-in-chief of his armies, he who had scarce the wit or the courage to command the guard of a harem. At first that demon served him well, since at Barathra, as the gulfs are named, which make the Sirbonian bog, the Persians were trapped and lost many thousands of their men who sank through the sand into the marshes, and there were drowned or speared. But their numbers were uncountable, and the rest came on. Pelusium was besieged, and for a while held its own against the giant Nicostratus of Argos, a man as strong as Hercules, who, like Hercules, clothed himself in a lion's skin, and for a weapon bore a great club. The Grecian captain Cleinias of Kos, he who had been present at the feast when I was given over to Tennis, and whom in my vision at that feast I had seen dead, lying upon a heap of slain, attacked Nicostratus, and after a mighty fight was defeated, Cleinias and 5,000 men of those who were with him being slain. Thus was my vision fulfilled. Then his demon departed from Nectanebus, taking his heart with him, for of a sudden Pharaoh ceased to be a man, and, becoming a coward, fled back to Memphis, leaving his fleet, his cities, and their garrisons to their fate. Rumour ran fast. It told of the fall of city after city. Some stormed, some bribed to surrender. It told that Ochus had sworn to burn Memphis, and after it Thebes, also to seize Nectanebus and roast him living upon the altar in the great temple of Ptah here at Memphis, or otherwise to make him fight with the bull Apis, after the beast had been driven mad by fiery darts. It told that the Egyptians, enraged at the desertion of their armies by Pharaoh, would themselves seize him and give him up to Ochus as a peace offering. Crowds gathered and rushed through the streets of Memphis, calling imprecations on his name, or clustered like bees around the altars of the gods, praying for help in their despair, yes, round the neglected altars of the gods of Egypt. Then of a sudden came Amenartas, flying to the temple of Isis for sanctuary, since it was reported that Ochus had said that the shrines of Isis he would spare alone, because she was the mother of all things, and her throne was in the moon, and her husband was Osiris Ra, who was the father of fire which he worshipped. Also because a certain priestess of the goddess had done him great service in the war, words that caused me to wonder. So this royal princess came and put on the veil of a novice, that it might protect her should Ochus take the city. But though this veil changed her face and form to the eyes of men, her heart it did not change. A little later came Kallikrates from the war in the Delta, where I learned he had done great things, fighting bravely. Indeed, he told me himself that he had fought the giant Nicostratus in single combat and wounded him, though the matter was not pressed to an end, since others rushed up and separated them. He said that he was a very terrible man, and that when that huge club of his wavered above him, For the first time in his life he felt afraid. Notwithstanding, he ran in beneath the club and stabbed Nicostratus in the shoulder. Thus it happened that, all being lost in war, and his service at an end, Kallikrates the captain once more became Kallikrates the priest, and again put on the robes of Isis. Therefore in that temple, serving together before its altars, were Hermitage, princess of Egypt, and Kallikrates, priest of Isis. Often I, Ayesha, seated in my chair of state as first of that holy company, save the aged Noot alone, watched them from beneath my veil, while they anointed the statue of the goddess, or joined in the sacred chants and hymns of praise. As I watched, I noted this, that always they drew near together as though some strength compelled them, that always their glances thrown from the corners of their eyes met and turned away and met again, and that always, if occasion served, the robe of the one brushed the robe of the other, or the hand of the one touched the hand of the other. These things I noted in silence, wondering what judgment the goddess would call down upon this beauteous pair, who dared thus to violate her sanctuary with their earthly passion. Oh, much I wondered, though little did I guess what it would be, and by whose hands it was destined to fall upon them. Lastly came Nectanebus himself, his great eyes full of terror and his fat frame wasted with woe and sleeplessness. He sought audience of me. "O prophetess," he said, "all is lost. Ocus Artaxerxes has his foot upon my neck. I fly seeking shelter beneath the wings of Isis, seeking shelter from you, O Isis come to earth. Help me, daughter divine, for my demon has deserted me, or if he comes at all, it is but to gibber and to mock." "Strange words from Pharaoh," I answered in a voice of scorn. "Very strange words from Pharaoh, who gave this same prophetess to be the woman of a vile, Baal-serving king. From Pharaoh, who has deserted his army, his country, and his gods, and now seeks only to save his treasure and his life." "Reproach me not," he moaned. "Fate has been too strong for me, as perchance one day it may be too strong for you also. At first all went well. In the bygone years I conquered the Persian. I built temples to the gods. Then of a sudden fortune hid her face, and now... "Aye, O fallen Pharaoh," I answered. "And why did fortune hide her face? I will tell it to whom it has been revealed. It was because, although you built temples to the gods, you were false to the gods. In secret, following the counsel of that demon of yours, you made bloody sacrifice to devils, to Baal, to Ashtoreth, and to Aphrodite of the Greeks. Nay, do not start and deny, for I know all. Lastly, to crown your crimes, you gave me, the high prophetess of Isis, to the base, red-handed Tennis, one who offered his own son to idols. What has chanced to Tennis who took me? And say, what shall chance to him who sold me, O Nectanebus no more a Pharaoh? Now I thought that surely he would kill me, and cared not if he did, for my heart was sore. Oh, because of many things my heart was sore. But like a beaten cur, he only cowered at my feet, praying me to pardon him, praying me to cease from beating him with my tongue, praying me to counsel him. I listened, and pity took hold of me, who was ever tender-minded, though a lover of justice and a hater of traitors. "Hearken," I said at last. "If Ocus finds you here, O fallen Pharaoh, first he will make a mock of you, and then he will torture you to death. I have heard what he will do. He will bring you to his judgment seat, and lay you bound upon your back, and grind his sandals upon your face. Then he will force you to sacrifice to the fire that he worships, and one by one to spit upon the effigies of the gods of Egypt. Lastly, either he will cause the holy bull Apis to gore you to death, or he will bind you upon the altar in the temple of Ptah, and there slowly with torments bring you to your end." Now when Nectanebus heard these things, he wept, and I thought that he would swoon away. "Hearken," I said again, "I will show you a road whereby, although defeated and disgraced, you may yet win glory that shall be told of from age to age. Summon the people while there is yet time. Go to the temple of Ammon, king of the gods of Egypt. Stand before the shrine of Ammon, and make confession of your sins in the ears of all. Then, there in the sight of all, slay yourself, praying Ammon and all the gods to accept your life as an offering, and to spare Egypt and the people upon whose head you, the hated of the gods, have brought all these woes. So can you cause the Persian and the world to marvel and say that, though accursed, still you were great, and so perchance you shall turn away the wrath of heaven from apostate Egypt." A flash of pride shone in his eyes that had been empty of light and filled with tears. He lifted his head stiffly as though still it felt the weight of the great earrings of state, the golden uraeus, and the double crown. For a moment he looked as once he had done at Sais, reviewing his triumphant army after his first victory over the Persians, and drinking in the incense of its shouts. Yes, he looked as great Thotmes and the proud Ramses might have done in their day, a pharaoh, the king of all the world he knew. "It would be well to die thus," he murmured. "It would be very well, and then perhaps the gods I have betrayed would forgive me, the old, old gods to whom 30 dynasties of recorded kings have bowed the knee, and those who went before them for unnumbered generations. Yes, then perhaps that great company of pharaohs would not turn their backs on me, or spit at me when I join them at the table of Osiris. But, prophetess—" Here his face fell in again, and his crab-like eyes projected and rolled, while his voice sank to a whisper. "Prophetess, I dare not." "Why, Nectanebus?" Because years ago I struck a bargain with a certain power of the underworld, a demon, if you will, at least some spirit of evil that comes I know not whence, and dwells I know not where, which became manifest to me. It promised me glory and success, if I would sacrifice to it. Nay, I will not tell what I sacrificed. But once I had a son. Yes, like Tennis, I had a son. Here I, Ayesha, shivered, then motioned to him to speak on. This was the bargain, that though to please the people I might build temples to the gods, by certain means I must defile them in their shrines. Aye, and I did defile them, and when the priest dressed me, the Pharaoh, in the trappings of those gods according to custom, by thought and word and deed I blasphemed them. Yet one divinity remained outside the pact, because my demon warned me that she was too strong for him, and must not be offended. And he paused. Was she perchance named Isis? I asked. Aye, prophetess, she was named Isis, and therefore I never polluted her shrine, and therefore to her alone in my heart I offered prayer. So all went well, and I gathered great armies and vast wealth. I hired Greeks by thousands to fight for me. I made alliances with many kings, and was sure that again I should defeat the Persians, and be the master of the world. Then came the evil hour of that accursed feast at which you, the mouth of Isis, were summoned to prophecy, and, moved by some madness, you unveiled your beauty before Tennis, and I, forgetting whose minister you were, gave you to Tennis, thereby outraging Isis in your person. Did I not warn you, Nectanebus? And did not the holy Noot warn you? Aye, you warned me. but in my need I took the risk, or I forgot. From that moment all went ill, and ruin, like a giant before whom none may stand, has hunted me by night and day. Yes, Nectanebus, and Isis is the name of that giant. I made error upon error, he went on. I trusted to Tennis, and Tennis betrayed me. My demon counselled me to thrust aside the Grecian generals and take command of the armies, and at first there was victory, then came defeat. It might have been retrieved, but of a sudden my courage failed me. It fell like a temple of which the foundations have been washed out by hidden waters. It crashed down in a moment, its proud pylons, its tall columns, its massive, honourable walls, blazoned with the records of glorious deeds, fell to a shapeless heap hidden in the dust of shame. I am undone. I am what you see, a loathsome worm, a wounded worm, wriggling in the black slime of despair. I who was Pharaoh. Again pity touched me, Ayesha, and I answered. There still remains the road that I have pointed out. While we live, however black our record, repentance is always possible, since otherwise there would be no hope for man the sinner. Moreover, repentance, if it be true, brings amendment in its train, and this God-born pair struggling upward, hand in hand, over cruel rocks, through swamps and streams, through brakes and briars, blinded with tears and the gross darkness of despair, at length see the sweet shape of forgiveness shining before them like a holy dawn such as never gleams upon this world. Hearken, therefore, to one who speaks not with her own voice, or out of the foolishness of her own weak flesh, but as she is commanded of a spirit that is within her. Go to the temple of Ammon, and there, in the presence of the people, make confession of your sins, and fall a sacrifice upon your sword. Self-murder is a sin, but occasions come when to live on is a greater sin, since it is better to die for others than to cherish breath that poisons them. To die! There you speak it, prophetess. I say again that I dare not die. When I die, I pass to the demon. This was the pact, that for my life he should give me success and glory, and that in return after death I should surrender him my soul. Is it so? I answered. Well, the bargain is ancient, as old as the world, I think. One also that every human being in his degree seals or refuses to seal, in this way or in that. Still my counsel holds. This demon of yours has broken his oath. For where now are the success and glory, Nectanebus? Therefore he cannot claim the fulfillment of your own. Nay, prophetess, he answered in a wailing voice, he has not broken it. From the first he told me that I must work no harm to Isis the mother, since the Queen of Heaven was more powerful than all the denizens of hell, and that if once it were spoken, her word of strength would pierce and shrivel him like a red-hot sword, and cutting his web of spells would bring his oaths to nothingness, and me with them. And now the web is cut, and I, the painted insect that it meshed, fall from it to where the hell-born spider sits in his hole. Prophetess, I have seen him with these eyes. I have seen his orbs of fire. I have seen his snout and fangs like to those of a crocodile. I have seen his great hairy arms and the searching talons stretched out to grip me. And I tell you that I dare not die to be cast into the jaws of the devourer and burn eternally in his belly of flames. Show me how to save my life, so that I may continue to look upon the sun. Oh, because you are a tender woman and charitable, though I have sinned against you, show me how to save my life. Now, hearing this creature plead with me thus, this coward who at the last did not dare go face the indignant gods like a man, saying, as a great soul should, I have deeply erred, O ye gods, I repent, pardon me of your nobility, or slay my soul and make an end. My pity left me, and its place was filled with scorn and loathing. Those who would live when the Persian dogs are on their heels must fly fast and far, Nectanebus. They must fly like the deer of the desert, on whom the hunters close. The road up Nile is empty, Nectanebus, and yet there are no Persians there. As you would not die, take it and live. I, he said as the thought went home, why not? I have still a vast treasure. For many years I have hoarded against misfortune, for who can put all his trust in any demon? With it I can buy friends in the south. With it I may found another empire among the Ethiopians or those of Punt. Why should I not fly, prophetess? I know not, I answered, save that death is always fast and untiring, and in the end wears down the swiftest runner. This I said darkly, for at that moment there came into my mind a vision that once I had seen of a certain servile slave, aforetime a Pharaoh, that same royal slave who grovelled before me. Yea, a vision of him, throttling in a rope, while black men mocked him. Yet of that I said nothing, only added, if it should please you to go south, Nectanebus, would it please you also to take with you that royal and beautiful lady, Amenartas, your daughter, aforetime princess of Egypt? Nay, he answered sharply, since hour by hour she scourges me with her tongue because I am fallen. Let her abide here under the veil of Isis. Yet why do you ask this, prophetess? Because of Isis. Because, as I think, this lady of the royal blood makes play with a certain priest who is sworn to Isis, and the goddess does not love that her vowed servitors should desert her for the sake of mortal woman. What priest? He asked dully. A Greek who is named Kallikrates. I know him, prophetess, a very beauteous man, like to their own Apollo. A brave one, too, who did good service yonder in the marshes, fighting the giant general whom he wounded. Also I remember that in the past he was a captain of my guard before he became a priest, and that there was trouble concerning him. Though what trouble I forget, save that Amenartas pleaded for him. Well, if he has offended you, there are still those who do my will. Send for him, and if it pleases you, he shall be killed. I give you his life. Yes, his blood shall flow at your feet. Indeed, I will command it at once, since you tell me he has shamed the goddess, or angered you, her priestess. And he opened his hands to clap them, summoning the messengers of death. I thrust my arm between, so that they struck not upon each other, but upon my soft flesh, making no sound. Nay, I said, this warrior priest is a good servant of the Queen Isis, one, moreover, who fought for me, her prophetess, upon the seas. He shall not die for so small a matter. Yet I pray you, Nectanebus, take with you the royal princess Amenartas when you fly south with your treasure. Aye, he answered wearily. As it is your desire, I'll take her if she will come, though if so, there will be small rest for me. Then he went, bowing to me humbly, and this was my farewell to Nectanebus, the last Pharaoh of Egypt. I watched him go and wondered whether I had done well in forbidding him to kill Kallikrates. It came to my mind that the death of this man would save me much trouble. Why should he not die as others did who had sinned against the goddess? An answer rose within me. It was that he had sinned not only against the goddess, but also against me, and this by preferring another woman before me. Was I then so feeble that I could not hold my own against another woman should I choose to do so? Nay, yet my trouble was that I did not choose. Now I saw the truth, My rebellious flesh desired that which my spirit rejected. My spirit was far from this man, yet my flesh would have him near. My flesh said, "Let him be slain, rather than another should take him." While my spirit answered, "What has he to do with one whose soul is set upon things above? Let him go his way, and go you yours. Above all, be not stained with his blood." So I let him go, not knowing that it was written in the books of fate that I must be stained with his blood, steeped in it to the eyes. I saved him from the sword of Nectinibus and let him go, determining to think of him no more. Yet as it chanced, fate played me an evil trick in this matter. On the morrow, or the next day, I sat in the gloom of the outer sanctuary, praying to the goddess to ease me of my sore heart, for alas, strive as I would to hide it, that heart was sore. There came a white-robed priest, Kallikrates himself, but changed indeed from that glorious Grecian warrior who had beat back the borders on the Happi, or who had fought in single combat with the giant Nicostratus. For now the little golden curls were shaved from his head, and he was pale with the thin diet of the fruits of the earth, and pure water which alone might pass the lips of those who were sworn to Isis. Enough, indeed, for me who touched no other food, or such a one as the aged Noot, but not for a great-framed man, bred to the trade of arms. Moreover, his face was troubled, as though with some struggle of the soul. He passed me unseen, and, going to the statue of the goddess, knelt down before it and prayed earnestly, perhaps for help and blessing. Rising at length, once more he passed me, and I saw that his grey eyes were full of tears, and longed to comfort him. Also I saw that still he carried on his hand that ring talisman which I had set there upon the ship Happi, that it might perchance defend him from the evil influences which desire and compass the death of men. He went out across the pillared court towards the cloister at its end. From this cloister appeared a woman, the dark and beauteous Amanartas herself. This was easy to see, since, I know not why, she had put off the veil of Isis, and was gloriously attired in the robes of a princess. Scanty enough I thought them, for they had left bare much of her loveliness, while on her dark and abundant hair shone a golden circlet from which rose the royal uraeus, and on her arms and bosom sparkled jewels and necklaces. They meet by plan, thought I to myself. But it was not so, for seeing her, Kallikrates started and turned to fly. Also he covered his eyes with his hand, as though to hide her beauty from him. She lifted her face like one who pleads, yes, and when he would not hearken, caught him by the hand and drew him into the shadow of the cloister. There they remained a long while, for at this hour the place was deserted by all. At length they appeared again on the edge of the shadow, and I saw that her arms were about him, and that her head rested on his breast. They separated. She vanished into the shadows and went her way, while he walked to and fro across the court, muttering to himself like a man who knows not what he does. I came from my place and met him, saying, "Surely you are troubled, priest. Can it be that the goddess refuses your prayers? Or is it perchance that you weary of them, and would still play the part of a warrior of warriors, as you did on the galley Happi, or but the other day yonder in the northern marshes? If so, it is too late, priest, for Egypt is fallen and all is lost. That is, unless, like Mentor and many of your race, you would sell your sword to Ocus Artaxerxes." "Aye, prophetess," he answered, "Egypt is lost, which, being a Greek, should not trouble me overmuch. And I too am lost, I, the driven of an evil fate." "Speak on it if it pleases you, or be silent if it pleases you, O priest. What the prophetess hears, she tells only to the mother." Then I turned and went back into the shadow of the shrine where I leaned against a pillar. I remember that on it was sculptured the scene of Thoth weighing hearts before Osiris. Here I waited, wondering whether he would follow me or go his ways. For a while he stood hesitating, but at length he followed me. "Prophetess," he said hoarsely, "I speak under the veil of Isis, knowing that such confessions cannot be revealed. Yet it is hard to speak since the matter has to do with woman, aye, and with yourself, most holy prophetess." "In Isis I have no self," I answered. "Prophetess, in bygone years, as I think you know, I learned to love a royal maiden, one set far above me, and it seems that she loved me. That passion brought a brother's blood upon my hands, as you also know. I fled to the goddess, seeking peace and forgiveness, for in me I think there are two selves, the self of my body and the self of my soul." "As in most that breathe beneath the sun," I answered, sighing. "I was bred a soldier, one who came from a race of soldiers, men of high blood and good to look upon, as once I was, though in this garb few would guess it." "I have seen you wearing war harness and can guess," I answered, smiling a little. "That soldier self, prophetess, was as are others of the breed. I drank and I revelled. I bowed the knee to Aphrodite, loving women and for an hour being loved. I fought not without honour. Then, seeking advancement with my brother, I entered the service of Pharaoh, and of that story doubtless you know the rest." I bowed my head and he went on. "I came to Philo. I made confession. I took the first vows. At night and alone I was led to the sanctuary, there to see the vision of the goddess. I saw that vision glowing in the darkened shrine, and oh, it was glorious." Here I started and watched him narrowly, wondering how much he knew or guessed. "Something took hold of me, prophetess, for now I beheld her whom all my soul adored, her with whom it would be united. It was as though a memory came to me from afar, a memory and a promise. That power which took hold of me caused me to bend my head, as though to kiss the vision, and thereby pledge my soul to the divine. The vision also bent its head, and our lips met, and lo, hers were like to those of mortal woman, yet sweeter far." "The mother is mistress of all shapes, priest. Yet think not that she forgets the pledge that thus it pleased her to accept. From that moment you were sworn to her, and doubtless in a day to come, in this form or in that, she will claim you, should you remain true to her, O priest." "The years passed," he went on, "and true I remained. Fate brought me here to Memphis, and in this temple I saw you, holy prophetess, and learned to worship you from afar, not with the body, but with the spirit, since to me you were and are what the vulgar call you, Isis come to earth. And the sight of you ever put me in mind, as it does today, of that divine vision whose lips met mine in the shrine at Philo. Perchance you never knew it, but thus with my spirit I worshipped you." Now I, Ayesha, remained silent, leaning against the pillar, for weakness took hold of me who felt as though I were about to fall. Yet, and let the vengeful gods write this to my honour, yet I made him no sign that I was she who had played the part of Isis in the sanctuary. "It is well," I said presently, "and doubtless at the appointed hour the goddess will thank you. But what then is your trouble, priest? To love a goddess with the spirit is no crime." "Ay, prophetess. But what if he who loves the goddess with his spirit and is sworn to her alone forever in a vow of perpetual chastity, should love a woman with his flesh, and thus betray both heaven and his own soul?" "Then, priest," I answered, speaking very low, I fear that he is one whose hope of forgiveness is but small. Yet for those who repent and deny, there is pardon. Only they must deny. They must deny while there is still time. Easy to say and hard to do, he answered, at least for him who has to deal with one that will not be denied, with one who holds his heart in the hollow of her hand and crushes it, with one whose eyes are like star beacons to which the wanderer must fly, with one whose breath is as roses and whose lips are as honey, with one who can drive the desires of man as a racer drives his chariot, with one to whom oaths also have been sworn, such oaths as the youth swears to the maid in the first madness of the flesh, decreed by those who made it. Goddesses are far away, but woman is near. Moreover, among men there is a law which even a prophetess may understand, which says that oaths vowed with the lips may not be broken to benefit the vower's soul. These are ancient arguments, I answered. From age to age they echo from the roofs of the temples of Aphrodite and of Ashtoreth, but Isis knows them not. The flesh is given to mankind, that its wearers may learn to scorn and trample it. The spirit is given to mankind, that its holders may learn to rise upon its wings. Woe to those who choose the flesh and reject the spirit. Repentance is still possible, and after it comes amendment, and after amendment, forgiveness. He brooded a while, then said, Prophetess, I repent who above all things desire at the end, that end which again and again I have sought in battle, wherever it has passed me by, to be united with the goddess, shaped like the divine one whom I saw in the shrine at Philo. Yes, with her and with no other. But how can I amend who am a lion in a net woven of woman's hair? Now I searched him with my eyes, and learned that, although so sore beset, this man spoke nothing but the truth. Then I answered, The wise bird flies the snare which it sees spread in its sights. Tomorrow at the dawn, Noot the holy sails north to meet certain ambassadors of the Persians, and if he can make terms, to ransom the temples of Isis from the rage of Ochus. Will you go with him, breathing no word of his purpose or of yours? If so, perchance thus at last you shall find that goddess whose lips met yours at Philo, here or otherwhere. He thought a while, then muttered, It is hard, very hard, yet I will go. I who would satisfy my soul, and not my flesh. As he spoke, a tall priestess flitted past us, passing from shadow into shadow. But thinking that she was one of those whose duty it was to watch the inner shrine at this hour, I took no note of her. Nor did Kallikrates, lost in his own thoughts, so much as see her. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. The Beguiling of Bagoas. That night Noot my master came to bid farewell to me. I go north as I have been commanded. As to how the command came, let that be, hoping thereby to preserve the temples of our worship, and those who serve in them. I know not if I shall return, or when, and therefore, daughter of my spirit, it grieves me to part from you in these troublous times. Yet the command said that you must not accompany me, but bide here. For your comfort learn 2 things. First, that no harm shall come to you, as I have told you before. And secondly, though that hour be far away, even in the flesh we shall meet again. Wait then till my word comes to you. I bowed my head in obedience and asked whether he was unattended. "Nay, daughter," he answered. "I take with me certain of our fellowship, and among them that Greek Kallikrates, who has asked leave to accompany me. Being a man of war, as you have seen, he may perchance prove of service upon such a mission. How he learned that I was going, I cannot say," he added, looking at me curiously. "I told him. Ask no more, master." "There is little need, I think," he answered, smiling. "It may please you to learn," he added bitterly, "that the traitor who was Pharaoh flies up Nile tomorrow, ere the dawn. Already they laid his ship with the chests of Egypt's treasure, many of them that should have gone to pay his soldiers and strengthen his allies." "May the counting of them comfort him in his honourable exile among the Ethiopians. Yet, my master, I think that he will need to count quickly, unless it pleased the gods to send a false vision to me when I prophesied in the palace yonder, ere this shameless Nectanebus gave the daughter of Isis to Tennis the Sidonian." "If so, Ayesha, the gods sent a false vision to me also. How will he face them, I wonder, with the blood of Egypt on his hands, and with what voice will he tell them of their desecrated shrines?" "I know not, master. Yet it was written that because of her apostasies and sins, Egypt must fall. Can the gods, then, be wroth with their own instrument?" Noot pondered a while, shaking his head, then answered, "Go ask that question of the Sphinx, who sits yonder in the sand by the pyramids of the ancient kings, brooding, as the legend says, over the secrets of earth and heaven. Or," he added slowly, "when your own days are done, Ayesha, ask it of your soul. Perchance then some god will make clear the riddle of the world below, but here on earth it cannot be answered, since he who could read it would know all things and be himself a god. Sin must come, and to sin sinners are necessary. But to what sin is necessary, I do not know, unless it be that from it good is born at last. At least the sinner can plead that he is but an arrow on the bow of destiny, and that the arrow must fly where the shooter aims, even though it drinks innocent blood, widows women, and makes children fatherless. Mayhap, my master, it will be answered to this arrow that it fashioned itself to deal out death, that it grew the wood, and forged the barb, and bound upon its shaft the feathers of desire, which wood, had it chosen otherwise, here or elsewhere might have flourished, a tree bearing fruits, or as seasoned wood shaped itself to be a staff to lean upon, or a rod of justice in the hands of kings." "You are wise, Ayesha, nor have I instructed you in vain," he replied with a gentle smile. "Yet I repeat, when for the last time you watch the sun sink and your soul prepares to follow it over the edge of the world, then again propound to it this riddle, and hear the answer of that invisible Sphinx which broods in the heaven above, on the earth below, and in the breast of every child it bears." Thus he spoke and waved his hand, making an end of that debate. Nor have I ever forgotten it, or his words, and now when sometimes I feel or hope soon I, even I, the half-mortal, may see the sun sink for the last time, once more, as Noot commanded, I ask this riddle of the Sphinx that broods within my instructed spirit, and wait its answer. For alas, and alas, how am I better than Nectanebus? He betrayed the gods. Have I not betrayed the gods, who were nearer to me than ever they came to his coarse and gluttonous soul? He shed blood to satisfy his rage and lust. Have I not shed blood? And shall I not perchance shed more of it before all is done, when my unconquerable appetites are on me, and there is a dear prize that I would win? He fled with the treasures of Egypt to waste them in the desert sand. Have I not fled with the treasures that were given me, with the jewelled crowns of my wisdom, with the golden talents of my heaped-up learning, with the alabaster vessel of my beauty? with the perfumes of my power and my eloquence, that, drilled, ordered, and massed together, and added to the greatest gift of all, my length of undying days, might have reformed the world and led it into peace? Have I, Ayesha, not fled with all these countless splendours clasped upon my breast, and buried them in the wilderness, as did Nectanebus with Egypt's wealth, before the barbarians slew him? Have I not done these things because of a great desire, and because, robbed of that desire, the world I should have guided was gall to my tongue and gravel to my teeth? Yet was I to blame? Was not that blind man I loved to blame, who could not see with his dark and fleshy eyes the glory that lay within his grasp, and thus stirred my soul to madness? Was not the woman to blame also who darkened those eyes of his by arts the evil gods had given her? Oh, I know not. Perchance they too can put up a tale before the judgment seat, which I shall find it hard to answer, for they too are as they were made, or as they made themselves, shaping their own arrows from the wood of circumstance that grew I know not where. And now my desire has drawn near to me again. It gleams, a glittering fruit upon the tree of life, and I stretch out my hand to pluck it. Yes, I stand on tiptoe and almost reach it with my fingertips. Yet what if it prove a corruption? What if it crumbled into dust, rotted by the great sun of my spirit, withered at the fingering of my undying hand? Oh, my lord hunts upon the mountain after the fashion of men, and Athene, once named Amenartas, sits in her dark beauty in the city of the plains, and, as aforetime, plots my ruin and her fleshy theft. Who knows the end? But there within my soul broods the Sphinx, smiling its immortal smile, and to it, soon or late, I must put that question, to which Noot, the holy and half-divine, could give no answer, or would not, if he could. "What of the royal princess Amenartas?" I asked. "Know, master, that I grow weary of this woman." "Ay, daughter, these temple courts are wide, but not wide enough for both of you. Take comfort, she sails tomorrow." "North?" I asked. "Nay, south with her father Nectanebus. Or so she tells me, saying that his fortune shall be her own, and that together they will reign or fall." "It is well," I answered. Then we talked of humble matters that had to do with the shrine of the goddess, and of the hiding away of her treasures, lest the Persians should take them. When all was finished, Noot rose, blessed me, calling on the powers above to protect me, and went his way, in the ship Hapi, which he had purchased to bring it to my aid at Sidon. Nor did I guess that for years I should see him no more. Yet I think he knew it well. Like a mighty river in its flood, the Persian hosts poured down on Memphis. As such a torrent sweeps away the village and the humble homestead, drowns the cattle, twists out the palm trees by their roots, covers the corn with slime, floods cities, palaces, and temples, chokes the breath from their inhabitants, and strews the kind earth with the corpses of those that tilled it, so did Ochus and his barbarians to Egypt. Rapine and massacre, flames of fire and misery marked their path. Men were butchered by the thousand. The aged and women who were no longer fair were driven into the desert to starve. Yes, it was the sport of those Persians to drive them like game to where there was no water, and then watch them die of thirst beneath the burning sun. Only the young women were spared to be concubines or slaves, and the flower of the children to be put to vile purposes. The cities and the temples were pillaged, their citizens tortured to drag from them the secret of the hiding places of treasure. The priests were forced to sacrifice to the god of fire, and to spit upon their own or die. The priestesses were burned or defiled, or both. So pitiful was the case of Egypt that although I knew that by her sins and faithlessness she had brought these woes upon herself, I, who by my work at Sidon had become one of the appointed ministers of her destruction, my heart wept for her, and I prayed the avenging gods to hold their hands. Also I prayed them to give Ochus to drink of his own cup, and to make of me the butler who mixed his wine. Nor did I pray in vain. Thus the red Ochus came at length to Memphis, the white-walled city, the ancient, the holy, and filled its streets with horror, till they were spread thick with dead, and one wail of woe went up to heaven. Yet he did not burn the place, perchance because our prayers availed, and the gods relented, perchance because he wished to keep it to be the seat of his majesty. Only here, as elsewhere, he sacked the temples and wrought sacrilege. From the pylon top of the temple of Isis that overlooked the court of that of Ptah, and the gilded stable of the bull Apis, with my own eyes I saw the Persians, for in this business the Greeks would have no hand, drag out the sacred beast whom they held to be a god of the Egyptians, though in truth he was but the emblem of the god, or rather of the generating power that is in nature, and butcher it with jeers and mockery. More, their scullions came and cooked the sacred flesh, after which, at tables spread in the inner court, Ochus and his captains ate it, forcing the priests of Ptah to taste their own god, and to drink of the liquor in which it had been seethed. They were cowards, those priests, or surely they would have found means to mix the broth with poison. After the feast, when all the revellers were drunk with wine, a great jackass was brought, and, the statue of the god having been thrown out of it, was stabled in the sanctuary. Such were some of the things that were done in Memphis, and indeed throughout Egypt, for as Apis was served, so was the holy ram of Mendes. Moreover, other things were done, too shameful to record. Now all this while I sat in the temple of Isis, awaiting what might befall. I will not say that I was unafraid, because I was afraid. Yet within me was that proud spirit which forbade me to show my fear. Moreover, within me also burned a certain fire of faith, whereof the light was my guide in the darkness of despair. The holy Noot, my master, had told me that I and those with me should take no harm, and I would not doubt my master. Moreover, when I prayed at night, a voice from heaven speaking in my heart seemed to command me to be brave, since there fought for me and mine those whom I could not see. So there I sat, quite alone, with none to counsel me, and none to help me, giving courage as best I could to those poor priests and priestesses, my fellow servants of the goddess. The worship of the temple went on as before. Each morn the statue of the mother was decked and dressed. The perfumes were poured, the offerings were made. The processions wound round the courts, preceded by the singers and the shakers of the sistrum, while at night the holy hymns were chanted to the stars. The Persians came to know of these things, and gathered at the gates amazed. "Who are these," they asked, "who have no fear?" But we answered nothing, though death stared us in the face. The matter reached the ears of Ochus and stirred his wonder, so that in the end he came in person to visit the temple. I received him in the great hall, veiled and seated in a chair of state that was set at the foot of a statue of the goddess. With him were sundry of his great lords, dressed in silks and perfumed, also the general Mentor, whom I had known at Sidon, where he played traitor, deserting with his Greeks to the Persians. Further, there was present Bagoas the eunuch, and first counsellor of the King of Kings, who commanded his army also. Like all these unfortunates, a fat, shrill-voiced man with a smooth and furtive manner, who waved his long hand to and fro when he spoke. Now this Bagoas was by birth Egyptian, so I had heard, and my first sight of him confirmed the tale. Yes, without doubt by birth he was an Egyptian, of the small-boned, large-eyed, round-headed type that had descended from the ancient blood, as I knew by the statues of many that I have seen, taken from the earliest tombs before it became the custom to embalm the dead. I noted this, and at once a thought came to me. Would an Egyptian desire to see the sanctuary of Isis and her priests desecrated and destroyed? Perchance he did not worship Ptah or Apis, or other of the gods, but all born upon the Nile venerated Mother Isis, the Queen of Heaven, and bowed to her sovereignty. That was a faith which, wherever they wandered, and upon whatever altars they burned incense, they could never forget, because through 100 generations it came down to them with their blood. Yet who knew? This Bagoas, it is said, was a cunning fellow steeped in murder, who from his crimes had reaped a rich reward, and such a one, looking only to his day of glory, might forget even Isis, and the wrath to come. Ochus, loose-lipped, cruel-faced, and weary-eyed, wearing a look of pride that yet was full of haunting terrors, such as are ever the companions of murderers, who know that in a day unborn surely themselves they will be murdered, stood before me. I, rising from my chair, made obeisance to the King of Kings, and had he but known it, cast the curse of Isis at him from beneath my veil. "What is this?" he asked, speaking in Greek in the thick voice of one who has drunk well at the feast, and pointing at me with his sceptre. "Is it one of those wrapped bodies that we drag from the tombs, such as we used for the cooking of the god Apis, broiling him with his own worshippers? Nay, for it moves and talks, and seems to have the shape of woman. Bagoas, strip that veiled thing naked, that we may see whether it be a woman, and if so, of what favour." Now when I, Ayesha, heard this, at once all my courage came back to me, as ever it does when peril gets me by the throat. At once I laid my plan, which was short and simple. If that eunuch so much as advanced to lay a finger on me, I would draw the knife that hung to my girdle, the curved, razor-edged Arab knife that had been my father's, and thrusting him aside I would spring past him and strike it through the heart of yonder King of Kings, sending him to sum up his account with Isis. Then, if there were time, I would serve Bagoas in the same way, and afterwards, if must be, use the knife upon myself. Better thus than I should be shamed before these barbarians. I spoke no word, and my face was hid, yet I think that out of my soul sprang something which warned these two of their danger. Or perchance it was my guardian spirit that warned them. At the least, Bagoas went down upon his knees and bowed till his forehead touched the ground. "O King of Kings," he said, "I pray thee command not thy slave to do this deed. Yonder lady is the prophetess of Isis, queen of all gods, queen of heaven and earth, and to touch her with an unhallowed hand is a sacrilege that brings death in this world, and in that to come everlasting torment." Now Ochus laughed brutally, then turned and asked, "What do you say, Mentor, who are a Greek and know no more of the gods of Egypt than I do? Is there any reason why we should not strip this veiled priestess and discover what she is like beneath those wrappings?" Now Mentor rubbed his brow and answered, "Since I am asked, O King of Kings, one does come into my mind. Do you remember Tenes, king of the Sidonians? He took this same prophetess as a gift from Nectanebus, and also wished to strip her in his fashion. Well, Tenes came to a very bad end, and so did Nectanebus, who gave her to him, or is in the way of it. Therefore, O King of Kings, were I in your place, I should advise that she remain veiled, who perhaps after all is but an ugly old woman. I have known little of Isis, still she is a goddess with a great name, and perchance it is scarcely worth while to risk her wrath to look at the wrinkled flesh of an ugly old woman." One never knows, O King of Kings, and I have seen so much of it of late, that I come to learn that death, with the curse of heaven thrown in, is a bad business." Thus spoke Mentor in his bluff, rambling soldier talk, that yet was so full of Grecian cunning, and Ochus, appearing suddenly to grow sober, listened to him. "I seem to remember," Ochus said, "that this same priestess served me well yonder at Sidon, giving the Phoenician dog Tenny's counsel that led him down to ruin. So at least the tale runs. Therefore, not because of the Egyptian goddess whom I despise," and he spat on the statue of Isis, an act at which I saw Bagoas shiver, "or for the reasons that you fools give, but because by design or chance, I know not which, she served me well at Sidon. Let her continue to wear her veil. I command also that this temple, which is beautiful in its fashion, shall not be burned or harmed, and that those who serve it may continue to dwell there and carry on their mad worship as it pleases them, provided that they stay within its walls, and do not attempt to stir up the people by pageantry in the streets. In token thereof, I stretch out my sceptre." And he held the ivory-headed wand he carried towards me. Bagoas whispered to me that I must touch it, so I thrust my arm between the folds of my veil and did so, though next instant I remembered that it would have been wiser to grasp the wand from beneath the veil. At once Ochus noted the beauty of that arm and exclaimed with a laugh, "By the holy fire, yonder hand and wrist are not those of an ugly old woman, such as was spoken of by you slaves, but rather those of one who is still young and fair. Had I seen them but a moment gone, surely she should have been stripped, indeed." "I have touched the sceptre of the great king," I broke in coldly. "Once the sceptre has been touched, the decree of the great king may not be altered." "Wise also," said Ochus, "for she knows our Persian laws. Well, she is right. The sceptre has been touched, and what has been said cannot be changed. See now, all of you who are ignorant, how good a shield is wisdom. Come, Mentor, let us be going to make sport with those young priestesses of Ammon who, not being wise, but only pretty, await us in the palace. It will be a merry night. Bagoas, bide you here, lest you should be shocked." And he laughed brutally. "Also to inquire whether this heavenly harlot called Isis decks herself with jewels, for if so, as to them I swore no oath. Farewell, priestess. Continue to be wise and to wear a veil, because if the rest of you is as shapely as your hand, who knows but that some night when wine has drowned all promises, I or others might cause you to be stripped at last." Then he turned and went, followed by his foul company. Only Bagoas remained behind, as he had been bidden. When the doors had closed, and by the shouts from without the walls I knew that the Persians were gone, I said to Bagoas, who was alone with me in the place, "Tell me, Egyptian, cradled beneath the wings of Isis, are you not afraid?" And I turned my head, glancing at the vile stain upon the alabaster statue. "Aye, prophetess," he answered, "I am afraid, as much afraid as you were but now." "Fool," I mocked back at him, "I was not afraid. Ere ever a hand had been laid upon me by you, you would have been dead, and that king whom you serve would have been dead also, ask me not how, and by now your souls would be writhing beneath the hooks of the tormentors of the underworld. Have you not heard of the curse of Isis, eunuch? And do you think that your pomp and power can protect you from her swift sword? Now, should I but breathe one prayer to her, she can slay you if she wills." He quaked, he fell upon his knees, Yes, this murderer of kings fell upon his knees before me, one veiled woman in a shrine imploring me to spare him and to protect him from the wrath of heaven. For in his soul Bagoas was still Egyptian, and the blood of his forefathers who had worshipped Isis for 1,000 years still ran strong in him. Moreover, he feared me, the priestess whose fame he knew, and he knew the fate of those who had offended me. Forgiveness, protection, methinks these must be most dearly bought, Bagoas. Are you one of those who have eaten the flesh of Apis, and dragged the virgins of Ammon from their sanctuary? Are you one of those who have stabled an ass in the temple of Ptah, have burned the ancient fanes that have butchered the priests upon their altars? Alas, I am, he said, beating his breast, but not of my own will. What I did I must do or die. It may be so. Make your own peace with those gods if you can. I have little to do with them who serve the Supreme Mother. But for her, what atonement? And again I glanced at the foul stain upon the alabaster of the image. That is what I need to be told. What atonement, prophetess? I will swear that there are no jewels here, that the mother is decked only with flowers and with perfumes. I will guard this shrine so that never again a Persian sets foot within its walls. I will cause any who offend you, prophetess, to die secretly and at once. Is it enough? Nay, nor by 100th part. You would spare the ceremonial trappings of the mother, but where is vengeance upon him who defiled her with his spittle? You would protect the priestess, but where is vengeance upon him who would have stripped her stark to be his sport and that of his barbarians? If that is all you have to offer, Bagoas, take the mother's curse and that of her oracle, and get you down to hell. Here Bagoas lifted his hand as though to protect his head, and began to protest. But without heeding him, I went on. Hurry not. Linger as long as you will upon the road. Deck yourself like a woman with broidered robes. Perfume yourself with scents. Set chains about your neck and jewels upon your fingers. Pander to the lusts you cannot share, and take your pay in golden provinces. Poison those you hate, and from pure children wring out their lives, because these stand between you and the fruit of some new fantasy. Glut yourself with the swine's food of earth, swell yourself out with the marsh gas of power, and then, Bagoas, die. Die. 1 year, 10 years, 50 years hence, and get you down to hell, and look upon the awful eyes of the goddess you have shamed, of her whom your forefathers worshipped from the beginning, and wait the coming of her priestess, that with every merciless particular she may lay the count against you from the pavement of the judgment hall. What then shall I do? What shall I do to save my soul? Know, priestess, that I who am maimed in my body would save my soul, and that all these gauds you count are but gall and ashes to me, for having naught else to gain, being robbed of wives and children, I needs must seek them, and thus drug the spirit that is within me. Oh, it is something, being what I am, that I should feel the necks of all these great ones writhing beneath my foot. Yes, here his voice dropped to a whisper, even that of the King of Kings himself, who forgets that there were other kings of kings before him. Tell me, what must I do? Secretly I drew the curved knife at my girdle. Secretly and unwincing, unseen of him, I gashed my arm. Oh, I cut deep, for I can see the mark today, though this fair flesh of mine once seemed to perish in the immortal fire, but to re-arise elsewhere. The blood from a severed vein leapt forth and stained my veil. A little mark at first, which grew and grew till it cried of murder. The man's eyes fastened themselves upon the prodigy, for so he thought it. Then he asked, Blood! Whose blood? Perchance that of the wounded goddess, perchance that of a shamed priestess. What does it matter, Bagoas? Blood, he went on. For what does the blood ask? Perchance it cries to heaven for vengeance. Perchance it demands to be washed away with other blood, Bagoas. Who am I that I should interpret parables? Now he understood, and struggling from his knees, bent forward, whispering in my ear. Yes, the priceless jewels that hung from his pointed golden cap jingled against my ear. I understand, he said, and be sure it shall be done, but not yet. It cannot be yet. Still, I swear that it shall be done when the hour is ripe. I hate him. I say that I hate him who, while he showers gifts upon me with his hands, mocks me with his tongue, and who, when by my wit I win victories for him, jeers at the soldiers who are led by one who is neither man nor woman. Yes, I hate him who, knowing that I am of Egypt and in my heart a worshipper of the gods of Egypt, forces me to desecrate their shrines and to butcher those who serve them. Oh, I swear that it shall be done in its season. By what, O Bagoas? By this, prophetess. And seizing the dripping veil, he rubbed that which stained it upon his lips and brow. I swear by the blood of Isis, or of her priestess and oracle in whom Isis is, that I will neither rest nor stay till I bring Ochus Artaxerxes to his doom. Years may go by, but still I will bring him to his doom, at a price. What price? I asked. That of absolution, priestess, which is yours to give. Aye, it is mine to give or to withhold, yet I give it not until Ochus lies dead, and by your hand. Then I call it down from heaven, not before. At least protect me till that hour, O daughter of the Queen of Heaven. From the necklace I wore beneath my veil I loosed a certain charm of power, the secret symbol of the Queen herself, worked cunningly in jasper, and known only to the initiate. This I breathed upon and blessed. Take it, I said, and wear it on your heart. It shall protect you from all ills while your heart is true. But if once that heart turns from its purpose, aye, even if it fail to accomplish its purpose, then this holy token shall bring all ills upon you, here and hereafter, Bagoas. For then upon your doomed head shall fall the curse of the goddess that even now hangs suspended over it, as in the Grecian fable the sword of Damocles hangs by its single hair. Take it and be gone, to return no more till you come to tell me that Ochus Artaxerxes treads that same road upon which he has set so many feet. Bagoas took the talisman and pressed it on his brow, as though it had been the very signet of the King of Kings, and hid it away about him. Then he prostrated himself before me, who sat upon a greater throne, that of the Queen of Queens, prostrated himself till his forehead touched the ground beneath my feet. Then, rising, without another word, Bagoas withdrew himself with humble obeisances till he reached the doors, where he vanished from my sight. When the man had gone, I, Ayesha, laughed aloud, I who had played a great game and won it. Yes, I laughed aloud. Then, having purified the statue of the goddess and burnt incense before it, I went upon my knees and returned my humble thanks to that just heaven of which I was the minister. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The plot and the voice. The weary years went by. Ochus returned to Persia, bearing his spoils with him and leaving one Sabaco, a brutal fellow, to rule Egypt and wring tribute from her. All this while I, Ayesha, sat alone, quite alone, in the temple of Isis at Memphis, whose walls I never left, for the command of Orcus was obeyed, and whatever happened to those of other gods, the shrine of Isis was left inviolate. Here then, surrounded by a dwindling company of priests and priestesses, I remained as Noot, my master, had commanded me to do, awaiting a word that never came, and carrying on the ceremonies of the temple in such humble fashion as our poverty allowed. What did I through all that slow and heavy time? I dreamed. I communed with heaven above. I studied the ancient lore of Egypt and of other lands, growing ever wiser and as full of knowledge as a new-filled jar with a perfume, or with wine. Yet of what use was this knowledge to me, as it seemed of none? Yet it was not so, since my heart fed on it like a bee upon its winter store of honey, and without it I should have died, as the bee must die. Moreover, now I understand that this space of waiting was a preparation for those long centuries which afterward I was doomed to pass in the tombs of Kor. It was a training and a discipline of the soul. Thus, forgotten of the world, I brooded and endured, I who had thought to rule the world. So moon added itself to moon, and still filled with a divine patience, I abode within those temple walls till the appointed hour, which I knew would dawn at last. Of Nectanebes I heard nothing. He had vanished away. I doubted not to the doom which I had foreseen. Of Amenartis, his daughter, I heard nothing. She also had vanished away, as I supposed, with him. Of Kallikrates, the soldier priest, I heard nothing. Doubtless he was dead, and that beauty of his had turned to evil-odoured dust, as my own must do, a thought from which I shrank. Much I wondered why this man alone upon the earth should have stirred my soul and awakened the longings of my woman's flesh. I knew not unless it was agreed that when the gates were passed I should meet him in a world that lies beyond, if such there were. For from the beginning I was sure that it had been laid upon me to lift up his spirit to the level of my own, perchance because in some far-off star or state I had sinned against it and him and dragged them down. Indeed, is not this the common lot of the great, that with toil and tears and bitter disappointment they must strive to draw the spirits of others to that high peak upon which they themselves stand? And amongst all the sins of our vile condition, is there one blacker than to cast back some soul that struggles toward the pure and good into the seething depths of ill? Thus in those days I thought of that lost Kallikrates whose lips alone had touched my own. I thought too with a sad wonderment how strange it was that I, to whose feet men had crept by scores, I, the most beautiful of women and the most learned, had been rejected, or at the least turned from by this man, the favourer of another, who, although she was fair and bold of heart, still shone with a smaller light, as does the pale moon when compared with the glory of the sun. Indeed, now that all was over and done as I believed, and that naught remained of these fires of folly, save a pinch of burnt-out ash, I smiled to myself as I remembered them. Yet, to tell the truth, I smiled sadly, who here alone at the dear feast of love, which to a woman means more than all other feasts, had been served with the cups of defeat and shame by the grinning varlet, Destiny. Yet I was well served, for what had I, wisdom's daughter, the vowed to eternal glory, to do with such matters of our common flesh? Oh, I was glad to have done with the grey-eyed Kallikrates, who could wield a sword so manly well in battle, and yet, when remorse took hold of him, could pray with the best of priests. Now, at least once more, I was the mistress of my own soul, with leisure to shape it to the likeness of the gods, and in those days of holy contemplation, truly its wings beat against their bars, struggling to be free. Would that they had burst them, but fate had built that cage too strong. At length news came to me, for Isis still had eyes and ears in Egypt, and all that these saw or heard I learned. News that Orcus, grown timid or weary in his Persian palace, had determined once more to drink the waters of the Nile, or perchance to check the accounts of his satrap Sabaco, whose sum of tribute had fallen off of late. So he came with all his eastern pomp, and at last took up his abode in the palace of Memphis, within 2 bowshots of the temple where I dwelt. The people received him with rejoicings, It was pitiful to see them, decking themselves in the streets with flowers, spreading branches of palm for him to tread on, and flying banners from the lofty tops of the fire-scorched pylons, slaves welcoming their torturer and tyrant and grinning to hide the terror in their hearts. He came, and there was festival throughout the great town, as though Osiris had returned to earth, accompanied by all the lesser gods. Only in the temple of Isis there was none. No palm leaves decked its dark and ancient walls, no bonfires burned within its courts, and no lanterns hung in its window places. Not thus would I, Ayesha, bow the knee to Baal or sacrifice to Moloch, though it is true that some of my servants looked askance when I forbade it, and asked who would protect us from the wrath of the King of Kings because of this neglect of his command. The goddess will protect us, I answered, or if she does not, I will, and sent them to their tasks. On the second night after the coming of Orcus, Bagoas waited on me, and I commanded that he should enter, but alone. So his eastern rabble of gorgeous servitors was turned back from the gates, and he came in unattended, splendid in gold-embroidered silk and jewels. Where he had left me, there I received him, seated, veiled in the chair of state before the alabaster statue of the goddess, at the entrance to the outer sanctuary that overlooked the great hall. "Hail, Bagoas," I said. "How goes it with you? Has that amulet of power which I gave to you protected you from harm?" "Prophetess," he answered, bowing, "it has protected me. It has lifted me up, so that now, save for the King of Kings, my master most august," he added with a sneer in every word, "I am now the greatest one in the whole world. I give life, I decree death. I lift up, I cast down. Satraps and counsellors crawl about my feet. Generals beg my favor. Gold is showered upon me. Yea, I might build my house of gold. There is naught left for me to desire beneath the sun, except certain things to which, thanks to the cruelty of the King of Kings or those who went before him, you cannot attain. For example, children, to inherit all this glory and all this gold, Bagoas, although you live among so many of those who might be mothers." He heard, and his face, that I noted had grown thinner and more fierce since last I saw him, became like to that of the devil. "Prophetess," he hissed, "surely you are one who knows how to pour acid into an open wound, that thereby it may be cleansed, Bagoas." "Yet your words are true," he went on, unheeding. "All this splendor, all this wealth and power I would give, and gladly, to be as my fathers were before me, gently bred but humbly owners of a patch of land between Thebes and Philo. There they sat for a score of generations with their women and their children, but where, thanks to the Persians, are my women and my children? In the western cliff yonder there is a sepulchre. In the chapel of that sepulchre, above the coffins of those who lie beneath, is an image of him who dug it. He lived some 1400 years ago in the days of Ahmes, he who won back Egypt from the Hyksos kings, the invaders who held it as the Persians do today, for he was one of the captains of the troops of Ahmes who, when he conquered, gave him that patch of land in Guerdon for his service." Here Bagoas paused, like to one overwhelmed by unhappy memories, then continued. "From age to age, prophetess, it has been the custom for the children of this soldier, upon a certain day, to make offerings to that statue, wherein, as we hold, dwells the Ka of him whose face and form it pictures, to set a golden crown, that of Osiris, upon its head, to wind a golden chain about its neck, to give it food, to give it flowers. Such is the sacred duty from generation to generation of the descendants of that captain who served Ahmes and helped to free Egypt from the barbarian foe. Myself, I have fulfilled that duty. When Orcus the Destroyer first came to Memphis, I travelled up Nile and placed the crown upon the head and wound the chain about the neck and offered the flowers and the food. But, prophetess of this blood, I am the last, for because of my beauty, as a child the Persian seized me and made of me a dry tree, so that never again will there be one to make offering in the tomb of my forefather, the captain of Ahmes, or to read the story of his deeds that 1400 years ago, while yet living, he caused to be recorded upon his funeral tablet. I heard, and laughed. A common tale, I said. A very common tale in Egypt today, the Egypt of the Persians, as doubtless it was long ago in the Egypt of the Hyksos. But this ancestor of yours was a man who smote, or helped to smite, the Hyksos, and lived to write his glorious deeds on stone, to be an example to those who came after him. Well, the story is finished, is it not? Indeed, I wonder that the glorious Bagoas, slave of the Persian, Bagoas with his pomp and pleasures, thinks fit to waste time upon the tale of a forgotten warrior who in his hour struck for freedom. What are the flowers and the humble scents which for more than 1,000 years have been offered to the spirit of that warrior, but now can never be offered again, since there are none of his blood left to bring them, compared to the priceless balms, the jewels and the gold that daily are poured upon the feet of Bagoas, the chief eunuch and counselor of the King of Kings, who, did he know of those holy ones that sleep in the tomb of the race of Bagoas, doubtless would drag them out, and cause Bagoas the last of its blood to fire them, that he might see a merry blaze. That would be a good sport for the King of Kings, to force the great Bagoas to burn his ancestors, and on their bones to cook a royal meal, as he forced the priests of Ptah to broil apis for his feast. The mighty Bagoas heard and understood me, as I could see well, for at every word he winced, like a high-bred steed beneath the whip. "Cease," he said hoarsely. "Cease. I can bear no more. Why do you rub sand into my eyes, prophetess?" "To clear away their rheum, that they may see better, Bagoas. But let us be done with the tale of that honorable long-lost ancestor of yours, to whose spirit no more offerings will be made, and tell me of the wonders of the great estate of you, in whom runs his blood, the last drops of it, that soon will be sucked up in the sands of death. Seal that sepulchre, Bagoas, but first set it in another writing, graven on a tablet of emerald or gold, telling how he who hallowed it was by the gods given the glory of being the far forefather of Bagoas, chief eunuch of the King of Kings, Orcus, who burned the shrines of that forefather's gods. Cease, cease, he moaned. The hour is at hand. What hour, Bagoas? The hour of vengeance which I swore to Isis. Does the Egyptian worshipper of the Persian holy fire remember his vows to Isis? Be plain, Bagoas. Hearken, prophetess. During all these years I have been seeking opportunity. Now, of a sudden, I see it to my hand. A thought came to me whilst you talked of the captain of Ahmes, to whom no more of his blood can take offerings. Speak of it then, Bagoas. Prophetess, the King of Kings is wroth with you, because alone of all the great places in Memphis on the temple of Isis no welcoming banners hang to greet him at his royal coming, and because no priest or priestess of Isis spread flowers before his conquering feet. So wroth is he, that were it not for his oath, which he fears to break, he would pull this sanctuary stone from stone, slaughter its priests, and give its priestesses to the soldiers. Is it so? I asked indifferently. Aye, prophetess, but by that oath you are saved. For ever I keep it before his mind, and warn him of the fate of those who do violence to the Queen of Heaven. Only this morning I did this, while he stood staring at these unbannered walls, and muttered vengeance. And what said he then, Bagoas? He laughed, and answered that he would do the goddess not violence, but honour, thus. On the third night from this, the night of full moon, he will make a great feast in the inner court of this temple. At that feast the King of Kings and his women will sit upon a platform laid over the coffins of the royalties of Egypt, dragged from their sepulchres, so that its kings and queens may be beneath his feet. This platform will be supported by the statues of the gods of Egypt, which once they worshipped. In front of it will burn the holy fire of Persia, and that fire will be fed with the mortal remnants of priests and priestesses of those Egyptian gods. Orcus the king will be clad in the robes of Osiris, and at the end of the feast, from behind her consecrated statue, that before which we sit, the goddess herself, dressed in the robes of Isis and wearing the holy emblems upon her head, will appear veiled, led by priestesses or by royal Persian women. You will be that goddess, prophetess. And then? I asked. Then you will be brought up onto the platform, and there this new Osiris will unveil you, embracing you as his wife in welcome before all that company. This he will do to make a mock of you, because he believes you to be an ancient woman who goes veiled to hide her baldness and her wrinkles, for so the rumor runs among the Persians. Now when I, Ayesha, heard these horrible words, and my heart understood the height and depth of the sacrilege which this mad king would dare, and all that it might mean to me, I trembled. Yes, the bones seemed to melt within me, so that almost I fell from the throne whereon I sat. Yet gathering up my strength, I asked, "Is this all, Bagoas?" "Nay. At that feast, prophetess, I myself, as vizier and the head of the world under him, must serve Orcus as his cupbearer, while the priests of Osiris and the priestesses of Isis sing the ancient chants of the awakening of Osiris from the tomb and of his reunion with Isis, the wife divine. It will be my part to hand the jeweled goblet filled with the holy wine to Osiris, Orcus, king of heaven and earth. From it he will drink the marriage draught, and having drunk will pour the dregs of the goblet upon your feet, or, for aught I know, will cast them in your face. Nay, I forgot. First, the Persian women of the royal household will strip the coverings from you, that Osiris may see his long-lost bride, and the company may have sport, jeering at her withered age. And if she should prove to remain unwithered, if even she should chance to be passing fair, what then, Bagoas? Then, perchance, prophetess, it is in the mind of Orcus to add Isis to the number of his queens, thinking thus to gain the favor of the Egyptians, if not of their gods. O prophetess, you are very wise, as all know, yet once your foot slipped, or rather your hand slipped, when in bygone days you stretched it out to touch the scepter of the King of Kings. Orcus has often spoken of the beauty of that hand and arm, and of how more than all things he desired to see the face above them, and the form of which they are a part. Perchance, prophetess, that is why he plans all this mummery. And if I refuse to act this play, what then, Bagoas? Then, since the command is lawful and designed to honor the goddess, the great king's oath is at an end. Then the temple of Isis will be sacked and burned like others. Then her priests will be murdered, unless they make offerings to the holy fire, and her priestesses be enslaved or find a home in the soldiers' tents or Persian households. Bagoas, I said, rising and standing over him, know that the curse of Isis hovers about your head. Show me a path out of this trouble, or you die, not tomorrow or next year, but at once. How it matters not, still you die, and for the rest are the Sidonians the only ones who can fire their temples and perish in them. He cringed before me after the fashion of his unhappy kind, then answered, I waited for such words, prophetess, and had I not been prepared against them, never would I have entered these gates alone. Did I not tell you that at this feast I shall be the king's cupbearer? Now, he went on in a whisper, I add that his own physician, who is in my pay, will mix the marriage wine, that his life is in the hollow of my hand, that the guards and captains are my servants, that the great lords are sworn to me, and that the hour for which I have waited through long years has come at last. Lady, you are not the only one who desires vengeance upon Orcus. Fine words, I said, but how know I that they will be fulfilled? In Egypt, Bagoas is called the king's liar. I swear it by Isis, and if I fail you, may the devourer take my soul. And I, who am her mouth and oracle, swear by Isis that if you fail me, I will take your blood. I, though I die, 1,000 will live on to avenge me, and the dagger or the shaft of one of them shall reach your heart at last, or if they miss their aim, then the goddess herself will smite. I know it, prophetess, and I will not fail. After drinking of that cup, sleep will fall upon the King of Kings. Yes, the new Osiris will return to his tomb and sleep sound, but not in the arms of Isis. Then for a while there was silence between us, till at length I motioned to him to be gone. The night of the feast came, and all was prepared. I did not trust Bagoas, and therefore I made a plan, a splendid and terrible plan. I determined to offer all those feasters, Yes, the King of Kings with his women, his generals, his chamberlains, his counsellors, and his company, as one vast sacrifice to the outraged gods of Egypt, and with them, if need were, myself and my servants to guide them upon the road to hell. Beneath that hall of the temple which Ocus had appointed for the feast was a vast vault for the storage of oil and fuel against times of want or tumult. This vault, as it chanced, was full to the roof, since in those troublous days I never knew from moon to moon when the place might be besieged. Also in it was much prepared papyrus, with many written rolls that for centuries had been hidden there, great weight of bitumen such as the embalmers use, a stack of coffins prepared by the living to receive their bodies at the end, and lastly, hundreds of bundles of dried reeds that served to strew the courts. What more was needed save to open the air shafts to the hall above, that the flames might find full play, and to set in the vault one who could be trusted with a lamp of which the light was hidden, commanded at a certain signal to cast it among the oil-soaked reeds and fly. As it chanced, such an instrument was to my hand, an old, fierce-hearted woman in whom ran royal blood that for hard on 70 years had served as priestess of this temple. That very night I summoned the priests and priestesses who remained, and in the sanctuary under the wings of Isis I told them how I purposed to sweep this human dirt of Persians with the red besom of destruction out of the company of the living over the edge of the world into the Avenger's everlasting jaws. This band of the faithful hearkened and bowed their cowled heads. Then the first of them, an old priest, asked, "Is it decreed that we must eat fire with these swine? If so, we are ready." "Nay," I answered, "the secret passage that runs from the back of the sanctuary of the ruined temple of Osiris will be unbarred, that passage by which in the old days the holy effigy of Osiris was brought at the great festival of the resurrection to be laid upon the breast of Isis. By this passage at the first sign of fire you must flee, as I will if I may. But if I come not, you will know that the goddess has called me. At the water steps of the temple of Osiris, boats will be waiting, manned by brothers of our faith. In the darkness and the tumult, those boats will pass down Nile to the secret shrine that is called Isis among the reeds, where once, the legend tells, the goddess found the heart of Osiris hidden there by Typhon, the shrine upon the isle that none dare visit, no, not even the Persians, because it is guarded by the ghosts of the dead, or by spirits sent from the underworld, fashioned like flames of fire. Thither fly, and there lie hid until the word of Isis comes to you, as come it will." Again they bowed their cowled heads in the gloomy sanctuary lit by a single lamp. Then the old priest said, "Great is the deed that we shall do, and worthy. Surely the song of it shall echo through all the courts of heaven, and the gods themselves shall crown our brows with splendor. Yet, ere it is decreed, O prophetess inspired, let us seek a sign from the Queen Immortal, that such is her command." "Aye," I answered, "let us seek a sign." So, there in the half-darkness we chanted the mystical ritual, hand in hand before the goddess we chanted it, bowing and swaying, weeping and praying, demanding that a sign be given to us, who were prepared to die that her splendor might shine forth as a star. Yet no sign came. "O oracle inspired," said the old priest, "it is not enough. Yet in your heart are locked the unutterable words, the words of power, the words of the opening of the mouth divine that may not be spoken save at the last extreme. Are not these words known to you, the oracle inspired?" "They are known to me," I answered. "From Noot I had them, under the 7 oaths, when I was ordained prophetess. Yea, under the 7 curses, if those words should be used unworthily. The 7 dreadful curses, deer-footed, snake-headed, lion-maned with red fire, that shall hunt the betrayer's soul from star to star, till the black vault of space falls in and buries time. Kneel now, and bow your heads and stop your ears till they be spoken, then open your ears and hearken." They knelt in a double row, and I the oracle, clothed in the might of my queen, I dared to draw near to her holy effigy gleaming white above us in the darkness of the shrine. Yes, this I dared, not knowing what would chance. I took the jeweled sistrum of my office. I laid it upon the lips of the goddess. I shook it till it chimed before her face. I clasped her feet and kissed them. Then I rose, and into her ear I whispered the dreadful words of power, which even now, after so many ages, I dare not so much as shape in the halls of memory. I have whispered them, and returning to my company of kneeling worshippers, I motioned to them to unstop their ears, and folding my arms upon my breast, I waited with downcast eyes. Presently, there was a stir in that sanctuary as of beating wings. A cold air blew upon us, then a voice spoke, the very voice of Noot, my master. Noot, the holy priest of priests. Said the voice, "Fulfill. It is decreed. Fulfill and fear not." "You have heard," I said. "We have heard," they answered. "Whose voice did you hear?" I asked. "The voice of Noot, the holy priest of priests who has gone from us," they answered. "Is it enough?" I asked. "It is enough," they answered. Then I departed rejoicing, who knew by this sign that Noot, who spoke with his human voice, still lived upon the earth, and that through him it had pleased heaven to utter its decree. End of chapter 15, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 16 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The Feast of the King of Kings. It was the night of the great feast. All day long, artificers by scores had toiled in the court of the temple. Adown its length, tables had been set up, and by them couches and benches, upon which hundreds of the feasters would lie or sit according to their degree. Near to the head of the court, a platform had been built, of which the foundation beams were supported by the statues of gods, dragged from a score of temples, where they had stood in solemn peace for ages. Yes, there were Ptah, Ammon, Osiris, Mut, Khonsu, Hathor, Ma'at, Tot, Ra, Horus, and the rest, bearing on their sacred brows and headdresses the eating table of a heathen horde. But they bore more than this, since around and between them and the platform upon which stood this table were laid the coffins of long-dead kings or queens, and other great ones, torn, it was said, from the pyramids or their surrounding tombs. Dark with the dust of ages, there they lay, some of them uncovered, so as to reveal the grim shapes that slept within. Above these again was placed the white platform carpeted with purple cloth of Tyre, and on it stood the board and gilded furniture of the feast. Here too was a golden throne, at the back of which was a peacock fan of jewels, while to its front was set a table fashioned of black wood, inlaid with ivory, and around it other smaller thrones and tables. These were the seats of the King of Kings, and some of his favored women. Nor was this all, for in an outer court, but within the pylon gates, cooks and scullions had built fires, whereon they dressed meats, and butlers set out their store of wines. Never before within the memory of man had so strange and rich a feast been set in Egypt, as that which was now preparing in the courts of Isis, to defile which with the smell of flesh was a sacrilege, and the eating of it there an abomination. When the sun had turned toward the west, came Bagoas, with other eunuchs and chamberlains, and being admitted to the inner courts, summoned our company and issued his commands as to the ceremonial that we must keep. We hearkened meekly, saying that we were the slaves of the King of Kings, we and our goddess together, and in all things would obey his words. Then they went away, but as he passed me, affecting to stumble, he whispered in my ear, "Be not afraid, prophetess, all is well, and the end shall be good." "I am not afraid, eunuch," I answered, "who know that all is well, and that the end will be good." The night fell. Great flares of light, set upon stands of bronze, were lit adown the hall, and with them countless lamps placed at intervals along the tables. The feasters gathered. They came by scores and hundreds, Persian lords in their rich robes, generals and captains in their armor, merchants of many lands, Egyptian apostates, and I know not who besides, men, all of them, whom it pleased the King of Kings to honor. They were marshalled in their appointed places by the stewards and butlers, and there waited in silence or speaking only in low voices. From behind the curtains of the outer sanctuary, I and my company watched it all. These were clad in their festal garments of white, garlanded with flowers. But I, according to command, wore the glorious robes of Isis beneath my veil, and on my head the vulture cap of Isis, the golden uraeus, the earrings, and the crescent of the moon. Moreover, about my bosom were hung the sacred necklaces and the other jeweled emblems of the goddess, while in my hands I held the sistrum and the cross of life. Trumpets blew announcing the advent of the King of Kings. Up the long hall he marched, clad in the mummy wrappings of Osiris, somewhat widened at the feet, so that he might walk in them, wearing on his head the tall feathered crown, and holding in his hands the crook of dominion and the scourge of rule. His chamberlains and great officers led him by a stairway to the platform that was built above the bodies of the ancient kings, where was set a tiny altar upon which burned the holy Persian fire. There for a while he stood in pride, waving the scourge with which he flogged the world, while all that company fell upon their faces and adored him as a god, after which they lay still as corpses in the grave. It was strange to see them, lying on their faces like dead men, who indeed soon were to be dead, every one of them, and adoring this human image, this dressed-up doll, fashioned in their own likeness, to be the plaything of the gods, and about to be broken by them and cast upon the rubbish heap of time. I, Ayesha, watched through the veil, and alive with that spirit which in the hour of great events comes to such as I am, thought it very strange, so strange that I could have laughed, for there in this mime, this puppet king upon the platform, with the tame tiger Bagoas, that was about to tear out his throat, crouching at his feet, I saw the very type of all grandeur that is built of clay and not of spirit, since assuredly there is one grandeur of the earth, and another of the spirit. Whether by this poison of Bagoas or by the fire of Isis, yonder man who stood triumphing over the mighty monarchs that lay coffined beneath his feet like a wind-filled toad upon a consecrated altar, was about to die. And then what of his triumph, and what of his pomp? His cup of blood was full, and when the blast of doom overturned it into the sands of death, what tongues would it take, I wondered, in which to urge 1,000,000 accusations against his trembling soul? Lastly, what mocking devil had persuaded him to don the robes of Osiris, that in them he might do insult to Isis, who, whatever she may not be, at least under her royal name of nature, is the mighty vassal of the Most High, forgetting that Osiris is the god of death, and that Isis, nature, ever avenges herself upon those who violate her laws. Little wonder, then, that I, who laughed but seldom in those days, did so in my heart, while my eyes took their fill of the tinselled panoply of this lost madman. Orcus Osiris waved his sceptre, and the seeming dead who lay around him as they had been drilled to do by those who planned this play, came to life in a grim mockery of ghosts called from the grave. They rose up, and each, according to his degree, took his place at this table of Osiris brought to earth. The feast went on. They ate much, they drank more, till their brains were bemused with wine, and scarce could they stand upon their feet. At length the climax came. The coping stone was set upon this black pyramid of mortal sin against the spirit of divinity. Orcus rose, waving the crook of dominion. "Osiris is risen again in Egypt," he cried. "Let his wife, the divine Isis, be brought forth, that he may drink with her the cup of marriage, and embrace her as her husband." Thereon the ribald company shouted, "Yea, the god Osiris is risen again in Egypt. Bring out Queen Isis, bring her out, that we may see her drink with him and be kissed." Guards summoned us. We came forth from the curtained sanctuary, white-robed in simple state, singing the ancient hymn of reunion to the music of harps and of sheikh and sistra. Our company came forth into the great hall, I at the head of them. We walked into the hall, a solemn troop, at whom the drunken feasters forgot to mock. Indeed, some of them bowed their heads, as though in awe. We came to the dais that was supported by the statues of the gods of Egypt, and platformed with her ancient royalties. And here we halted. Guards led me up a stairway, so that I stood upon the platform, facing Orcus Osiris. He spoke, saying mockingly, "Hail, Queen of Heaven! Behold, Osiris, re-arisen on the Nile, has found you at last. Unveil, Queen of Heaven, that he may look upon your glory, for his goddess do not grow old. Doubtless you are glorious." At these words of insult the company broke into coarse laughter. I waited till it had died away, then answered, "O king, wrapped in the robes of a greater king, yea, in the robes of death, have you not heard that it is very dangerous to draw the veil of Isis, that none indeed has drawn it and lived? You think me but a woman, but know that here in the shrine of Isis, I here in her holy house, which you desecrate with revellings and with the flesh of butchered beasts, I, her prophetess and oracle, am the very goddess, and clothed in her divinity. I pray you, therefore, think again, ere you bid me to draw my veil." For a moment he seemed to grow afraid, as did that company, for they were silent. Then rage took hold of him, who was full of wine and pride. "What?" he shouted. "Am I, the king of the world, to be defied and threatened by an old hag who calls herself a priestess, or a goddess, or both? Woman, once before I listened to your prayer, and left you wrapped in that rag. But now, when I come both as your king and as your god, why, I claim the privilege of the god. Off with that veil, or I will bid my women strip you stark." Again the silence fell, and for a little while I looked about me. I looked at the feasters, illumined by the strong flares of the essence of bitumen. I looked at the blue heaven above, in which the great moon floated royally. I turned and looked at the white statue of the goddess, showing faint and pure between the curtains in the darkness of the distant shrine beyond. Then I lifted my head and prayed aloud, saying, "O thou that from thy moon throne watchest all things passing on the earth, O thou great spirit of the world, whom men name Isis, thou that canst spare, thou that canst avenge, thou that knowest both life and death, thou that rulest hearts and destinies, thou to whose equal sight the king is as the slave, since both kings and slaves are but dust beneath thine immortal feet, hear me, thy priestess and thine oracle. Thou knowest my strait, and that of these thy servants over whom I rule beneath thee. Protect me and them, if thou wilt, or if thou wilt not, then take us to thyself. I ask nothing of thee, I seek not to turn the chariot wheels of fate. Judge thou of my cause, who with thy judgment am content. In thine hands hang the scales of doom, and the great worlds are thy weights. Who then am I, that I should seek to press upon thy balances? Judge now between me, O Mother Isis, and this death-attired king who mocks thee, the Queen of Heaven, in mocking me, thy servitor on earth. Have done, woman, mocked Orcus. Cease your whimperings to a goddess sitting in the moon, for she is far away from you, and unveil. Bagoas, give me the marriage cup, that I may drink to this new wife of mine, who thinks herself divine. Bagoas beckoned, and a dark-faced, black-bearded man, whom I knew for the king's physician, came forward with a golden goblet, on which were the carvings of the lovers of satyrs. This he tasted, or affected to taste, with much ceremony, and as he did so, though save I none noted it, let fall the poison into the wine. Then with humble steps, lifting the cup thrice, lowering it again thrice, doubtless to mix the venom with the wine, he came to the presence, and kneeling, presented the goblet to his master, the King of Kings, the King of the world. Now, said the drink-besotted Orcus, as he grasped the goblet, now, priestess, will you unveil, or must I call the women? It is not needful, I answered. Yet, O most glorious monarch, yet, O conqueror of all things, first I would add one word. Even a king so great that he dares to clothe himself in the raiment of the Lord of Death, perchance may err from time to time. Thus, mighty one, do you err when you say that Isis is far from me? For Isis is here, and I am Isis. Then at a word, 2 priestesses sprang to my side and loosed me of my veil. It fell to the ground, and there I stood before them, clad in all the splendid pomp of Isis, beautiful as Isis, with the terrible eyes of Isis, and holding in my hands the emblems of Isis and the scepter with which Isis ruled the world. They saw, and from that crowded hall there went up a sigh of wonder, or was it of fear? Orcus saw also. His eyes started, his mouth opened. By the holy fire, he muttered, here is one worth wedding, be she goddess or woman. Then drink the cup, O Orcus Osiris, and take her, be she goddess or woman, I answered, pointing at him with the cross of life. He drank deep, and forgetting to offer the wine to me, loosed the goblet from his hand, so that it fell upon the little altar where burned the holy fire, extinguishing it, and thence rolled from the platform to the ground. I glanced at Bagoas, and read in his eyes such a look as I had never seen upon the face of man. Oh, it was cruel, that look, cruel, yet triumphant, this cold stare of the victim who had become a conqueror. All hell was in that look. The feasters murmured at the omen of the death of the fire, but that draught seemed to sober Orcus, who took no heed of it. The wildness left his eyes. They grew cunning as those of a merchant. Merchant-like he appraised my loveliness, seen through the gauzy wrappings, such as are used to deck the painted effigy of the goddess. I look before I take, he said. 'Twas good to win Egypt. It will be better to win you, O divine, in flesh, if not in spirit. Now I understand why in the past you would not suffer me to draw your veil. Thus he spoke slowly, savoring the words upon his tongue as his greedy eyes savored my beauty. Then he rose to pass the small altar and advance upon me. In that fierce moment of time I considered all. It came into my mind that Bagoas had tricked me, that his cup lacked poison, or at least that the plan had failed, and that if I was to be saved, it must be by myself. Yet I paused ere I did that which would cause the death of hundreds. Stay, I said to him, lay no finger on me, lest you shall call the curse of Isis upon your head. Nay, he answered, it is the blessing of Isis, that I am about to call upon my lips, O most beautiful, O loveliness incarnate? He came on. He was past the marble altar. His fierce bestial face glared into mine, and he gripped me. His hot arm was about me. He dragged me to his embrace, while all the beasts of his company shouted in vile joy. I let fall the sistrum that I held. The moment of mercy had gone by. That shout had sealed the doom of all those dogs and satyrs. It was the signal. By the arts known to us instantly, the command was passed on to her who waited below. Instantly this fierce soul-destroyer was at her work, with lamp and torch. Never did lover run so swiftly to her lover's side, as she did from pile to pile, firing the oil, firing the reeds. Now that brute king had me. He pressed his hot kisses upon my breast, upon my lips. I stood still. I struggled not. I stood like the statue of the goddess. This cold calm of mine seemed to frighten him. "Are you woman?" he asked, hesitating. "Nay," I hissed back. "I am Isis. Woe to them who lay hands upon Isis." He unloosed. He stood staring at me, and as he stared, I saw his face change. "What is in your eyes?" he asked. "All the devils of Egypt are looking out of your eyes." "Nay," I answered, "all the devils of hell look out of my eyes. Isis commands the devils of hell and unchains them, O death-clothed king." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" he asked. "That you will learn presently in hell. Therefore bid farewell to the world, O corpse of a king." He glowered at me. He swayed to and fro. Then suddenly down he went like one pierced through the heart with an arrow. There he lay upon his back across the altar, staring up at the moon. "Isis is in the moon," he cried. "She threatens me from the moon. Persians, be afraid of Isis, the moon dweller. Bagoas, physician, physician, Bagoas, protect me from Isis. She is wringing my heart with her hands. Witch, witch, loose my heart from your hands." Thus he wailed in a horrible voice, and these were his last words. For having spoken them, he lifted his head, glaring about him with a twisted mouth, then let it fall heavily, rolled to the platform, and was still. Bagoas and the physician ran to him. "The curse of Isis has fallen upon the King of Kings," cried Bagoas. "He who bestrode the world is dead, smitten by Isis of the Egyptians," cried the physician. From the royal women and all that company there went up a wail of, "Orcus is dead! Artaxerxes is dead! The King of Kings is dead!" Bagoas and the physician, helped by the wailing women of Orcus, lifted the body. They carried it from the platform. They bore it down the hall. They vanished with it into the darkness. And presently in the utter silence I heard the gates of the courts and the outer gates of the pylon clang behind them, and the clashing of the bolts as they were shot by the guards of the gates. Still for a while the silence held, for all were like dead men with terror. Then a voice cried, "The witch has killed the king with her kiss. Slay her, tear her to pieces, slay her and her company." The spell-bound mob began to stir. I heard swords rattling in their scabbards. They rose like waves on a quiet sea, and like a wave began to flow toward the platform on which I now stood alone. I stooped down, lifted the sistrum from the platform, and held it toward them. "Be warned," I cried. "Stay still, lest the curse of Isis fall on you also." "Witch, witch, witch!" they screamed, hesitating a while, and again swayed forward. I waved my arm, and as though in answer to it from the grating of stone beyond the platform suddenly arose dense smoke, followed by bursts of flame. I waved it a second time, and from the gratings at the end of the hall arose smoke, followed by bursts of flame. They looked, they saw, they understood. "The curse of Isis," they screamed. "The curse of Isis is upon us. Fire rises from hell." "Nay," I answered. "Fire falls from heaven, sent by the outraged gods." Now between me and them flared a fence of flame, which the boldest dared not face. They paused. One hurled a sword at me which passed above my head. Then they turned, flying for the gateways of the hall, and there were met by another fence of flame. Some of the boldest leapt through it, only to find that the gates were shut, and that the terror-stricken guards had fled. They rushed back burning, yea, their silken robes and their oil-anointed hair turned them yet living into torches. Now they took another counsel. They dragged the tables together, piling them each on each, and striving thus to climb the walls of the hall. This perhaps they might have done, some of them, had not every man pulled down his neighbour, so that they fell in tumbled heaps upon the stone flooring, where the life was trampled out of them. I turned, and behind the veil of smoke fled from the platform, none seeing me, back behind the hangings that hid the outer sanctuary, where all the company of Isis was gathered, save only that fierce old priestess, who yet with lamp and torch lit fire upon fire in the vaults beneath, and at last, doubtless, passed to heaven on the chariot wheels of flame. Here my servants stripped off my sacred trappings, wrapped me in dark garments and a hooded cloak. While they did so, I looked back. The hall was filled with spouts of fire. The platform upon which Orcus had feasted was burning, and the royal dead beneath blazed merrily. Only the stone gods, by whom it was upborne, still stared silent and dreadful through the vesture of smoke and fire, emblems of vengeance and eternal doom. I could see no more, but above the roaring flames I heard the mad screams of those trapped feasters who had come to see their king make a mock of Isis and her priestess, and these were terrible to hear. Then the floor gave way, and down they went into the furnace pit beneath. Yes, they who worshipped fire were devoured of their own god. Thus did I, Ayesha, child of wisdom, daughter of Yarab according to the flesh, work the vengeance of heaven upon the Persians, and their king of kings. By fire I wrought it, I whose path ever was, and ever shall be marked by fire. I, Ayesha, who grew undying in the breath of fire, and who in the caverns of Kor clasped it to my breast, and was wedded to its secret soul. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The Flight and the Summons. We gained the hidden passage, bearing with us the treasures and the holy books of the sanctuary that to this day lie buried in the caves of Kor. We came safely to the ruined temple of Osiris that the Persians had destroyed, and through it to the water gate where the boats waited. None noting us, we embarked upon the boats and glided away down Nile. If any saw us pass, they thought us country folk, or perchance Egyptians who fled from the Persians in Memphis. But I think that none did see us, since all eyes were bent upon the flaming temple of Isis, and all ears were filled with the rumors that flew from mouth to mouth, telling that the goddess had descended in fire and made an end of the tyrant Ochus, his generals, his counselors, and his court. Thus did I bid farewell to white-walled Memphis, which never again my eyes should see, though often my spirit shows it to me in visions of the night, and often I seem to hear the last wild agony of those upon whom I executed the decree of heaven. What happened afterward? Of that I know little. The rumors which Philo brought in the later years told me that Bagoas and the physician let fall or flung away the corpse of Ochus. These rumors said that it was found devoured by cats and jackals, so that it had not been for the rent of Osiris' wrappings, none would have known that here lay all that was left of the King of Kings, who desolated Egypt and made her a widow. They told also that Bagoas set Arses, the son of Ochus, upon the throne of Persia, and later poisoned him and all his children save one. Then it seems that he made Darsus king, and this Darsus Codomanus, knowing that Bagoas would poison him also, smote the first, forcing him to drink the drugged cup that he had given to so many. Such it appears was the end of Bagoas, whom I used as the artist uses a tool, harnessing him to the chariot of my wrath, like the Araneas of the Greeks, making of him a sword wherewith I, or heaven working with me, stabbed Persia to the heart, as through Tanis I stabbed Sidon, and through Sidon Egypt. For such were the dooms that I was commanded to bring about. Thus Bagoas walked the road down which aforetime he drove his victims, and save for an evil name that echoes through the ages, this was the end of him and all his crimes. Ere dawn our company came to the great reed bed, and through it by channels known only to our pilots, reached the same shrine named Isis among the reeds, where all had been made ready for an hour coming by the priests who watched there. Worn out as well I might be, I laid me down and slept in a tiny cell, fearing no harm, since I knew surely that none would come to me or those with me. Why I knew it I cannot say, but it was so. I knew further that I had done with Egypt. My work there was finished. Henceforth we were divorced. All that day I slept, and through most of the night which followed, lulled by the whispering of the tall surrounding reeds. I suppose it must have been during those night hours that I dreamed a strange dream. In it I stood upon the desert, a vast waste of sand bordered in the distance by the Nile. I was alone in this desert, save for the sun that sank in the west, and the moon that rose in the east, and between them, shone by the sun and moon, by Ra and by Isis, crouched the mighty Sphinx of stone with a woman's breasts and head, which Sphinx I knew was Egypt. There she sat, immemorial, unchanging, stern, beautiful, and stared with brooding eyes towards the east, whence morn by morn arose the sun. Appeared before her, one by one, each adorned with its own sacred emblems, all the gods of Egypt, a grim, fascinating crowd, such as a brain distraught might fashion in its madness, beast-headed and human-shaped, human-headed and beast-shaped, dogs and hawks, crocodiles and owls, swamp-birds, bulls, rams, and swollen-bellied dwarves, came this rout of gods and bowed before the stern and beauteous Sphinx that wore a woman's head. The Sphinx opened its mouth and spoke. "What would ye of me who have sheltered you for long?" it asked. One shaped like a man, but from whose shoulders rose the beaked head of an ibis, crowned with a crescent moon on which stood a feather, holding in his hand the palette of a scribe, he whom the Egyptians named Thoth, the measurer, the recorder, stood forward and made answer. "We would bid thee farewell, Mother Egypt, our settler for thousands upon thousands of years. Out of thy mud we created, into thy mud we return again." "Is it so?" answered the Sphinx. "Well, what of it? Your short day is done. Yet tell me, who gave you these monstrous shapes, and who named you gods?" "The priests gave them to us, and the priests named us gods," answered the ibis-headed man. "Now the priests are slain, and we perish with the priests, because we are but gods made of thy mud, O Egypt. Then get you gone back into the mud, ye gods of mud. But first tell me, where is my spirit that in the beginning, when the world was young, I sent forth that it might be a soul divine to rule Egypt and the world?" "We know not," answered Thoth the recorder. "Ask it of the priests who made us. Perchance they have hidden it away. Farewell, O Egypt! Farewell, O Sphinx! Farewell, farewell!" "Farewell!" echoed all that monstrous throng, and then faded miserably away. There was silence, and with it solitude. The Sphinx stared at nothingness, and nothingness stared at the Sphinx, and I, the watcher, watched. At length, out of the nothingness arose something, and its shape was the shape of woman. It stood before the Sphinx and said, Behold me! I am thy lost spirit, but thou, O Egypt, didst not create me, for I created thee by divine command. I am whom men know as Isis here upon the Nile, but whom all the world and all the worlds beyond the world know as nature, the visible garment of the Almighty Lord. Gone are those fantasies, man nurtured and priest convinced. Yet I remain, and thou remainest. I, and though we be called by many names in the infinite days to come, as we have been called in the infinite days that were gone, ever shall we remain, until this little floating globe of earth ceases from its journeyings, and melts back into that form which it came, the infinite arms of the infinite God. Then the human-shaped head rose from the rock, whereupon it laid from the beginning. It reared its giant bulk. It went upon its knees and bowed to the woman shape, the tiny woman shape that was Isis, that was nature, that was the executrix of God. Thrice it bowed and vanished. The spirit was left, and I, Ayesha, was left. The spirit turned and looked at me, and lo, to my sight, it was shaped as I am shaped. Sadly it looked, with grieving eyes, but never a word it spoke. Mother, my mother, I called. Speak to me, my mother. But never a word it answered. Only it pointed to the skies and suddenly was gone. Then I, Ayesha, I stood alone in the immeasurable desert, looking at the setting sun, looking at the rising moon, looking at the evening star that shone between, and wept, and wept, and wept because of my loneliness. For what company is there for a human soul in sun and moon and evening star, when the spirit that formed it in them has departed, leaving them to gaze one upon the other, voiceless in the void? Such was my dream upon which I have pondered from year to year, asking an answer to its riddle from sun and moon and evening star, and finding none. Only the spirit can interpret its own problems, and to me, because of my sins, because like the gods of Egypt, I am fashioned of mud that veils my soul's dim lamp within, as yet that spirit is choked and dumb. Still, one day the Nile of death that I have dammed from me for so long will burst its barriers and wash away the mud. Then the lamp will shine out again. Then the Spirit will come and refresh it with its holy oil, and breathe upon it with its breath. And in that breath perchance I shall understand my dream, and learn the answer to its riddle. Indeed already time lays its foundations bare. For does not Hawley tell me that for nigh upon 2,000 years her gods have been dead in Egypt? For a while they lingered on beneath the Greeks and Romans, changing masks of what once they were. For a while their effigies were still painted upon the coffins of our people. Then the star of a new faith rose, a bright and holy star, and its beams they withered and crumbled into dust. Only the old Sphinx remains staring at the Nile, and mayhap in the silence of the night holds commune with Isis the mother, telling of dead kings and wars forgot, for being nature's self, Isis alone can never die, although from age to age her vestments change. Yet when I, Ayesha, fired the hall and burned those foul Persian feasters, with them I slew the gods of Egypt, and their sad and solemn statues stared a farewell to me through their wavering wall of flame. Nay, it was not I who did it, nor was it I who brought its doom on Sidon and its death on Ochus, but destiny that used me as its sword, as I used Bagoas, me, fate's doom-driven daughter. When I awoke it was still dark, save for the light of the sinking moon, and in the night wind with a faint continual voice the tall reeds whispered their prayer to heaven. For though we know it not, all that has life must pray or die. From the great star rushing through space on its eternal journey, to the humblest flower nestling beneath a stone, everything must pray. For prayer, it is the blood of the spirit that is in them, and if that blood freezes, they are resolved to matter that cannot grow, and, knowing nothing hope nor fear, is lost in the blind gulf of darkness. I hearkened to those whispering reeds, telling of the mysteries below to the mysteries above, and on the wings of their sweet petitions sent up my own to heaven. For in truth I was troubled, and knew not what to do. Here I could not bide for long, since surely soon or late the Persians would seek me out, and surely Bagoas, to cover his own crimes, would slay me as the destroyer of his king. This did not affright me, who was weary of the world with all its horrors, and in a mood to walk the gate of death, hoping that beyond it I might find a better. But there were those with me, my fellow servants, to whom I had sworn safety, and who put their faith in me, as though in truth I were the goddess herself, and if I died, certainly they would die also. Therefore I must save them if I could, yet how? I had no ship in which to flee from Egypt, and if it were to hand, whither should I fly now that all the earth was Persian? Oh, that Noot were here to counsel me! That he lived somewhere I was sure, since had not his voice spoken in the shrine, and this by no priestly trick. For when I put up that prayer for guidance, I knew not how it would be answered, or by whom, or if indeed it would fall upon the deaf ears of the winds, in their breath be blown away and lost. Yes, he still lived. Yet how could I know that it was here he lived? Mayhap he spoke from far beyond this stormy air of earth. Even so, he who had counselled me once might counsel me again. "O whispering reeds," I cried in my heart, "with all your million tongues, pray east and west and north and south, that Ayesha in her need may be helped of the wisdom of the holy Noot." Yes, thus I prayed, like a little bewildered child who sees God in a cloud and thinks that flowers open up for her joy, and that the great Pleiades look down from the sky and love her. Yes, toil and grief and terror made me like a little child. Well, it is to such, rather than to be proud and learned, the rulers of the earth and the challengers of heaven, the answers oftenest come, and with them the knowledge of the truth. At least to me, emptied of strength and wisdom, and in that weak hour, forgetful even of my beauty, my great deeds, and the laurel I had won, swiftly there came an answer. Of a sudden, at the first blush of dawn upon the night's pale cheek, a priestess stood by my pallet. "Awake, O Isis, come to earth," she said, bowing. "A man stands without who would have speech with you. He came here in a boat, and when he was challenged, answered with all the signs, aye, and even spoke the secret words known to few, those words that opened the sanctuary's door." The priests questioned him of his business. He answered that he could tell it only to her who bore the jeweled sistrum, to her who veiled her head with cloud like a mountain top, to that prophetess who in all shrines is known as a child of wisdom, but who among men was named Ayesha, daughter of Yarb. Doubting me of this man and scenting treachery, I caused that instructed priestess to repeat one by one the mystical words that he had spoken. At last she uttered a certain syllable, to which even she did not know the meaning, but I knew it, and knew also who had its custody. Filled with a great hope, I rose and wrapped myself in a dark garment. "Lead me to this man," I said, "but first make sure that 3 priests stand round him with drawn swords." She went and presently returned again, saying that the man awaited me in the forecourt of the little temple, guarded as I had bidden. To this court I followed her, but it was a small place, like to a large room. I entered it from the sanctuary to the west. Through the eastern door poured the first rays of the rising sun, that struck upon a man who stood waiting in the center of the court, guarded by 3 priests with livid swords. I could not see his face, though perhaps even beneath my cowl he could see mine, upon which those rays also struck. At least I saw him first, then fall to his knees, raising his hand in a salute with a quick and curious motion. It was enough. I knew him at once. This man was Philo, and no other. With a word I bade the armed priests leave us, and the priestess who had accompanied me bide in the shadow. Then I went forward, saying, "Rise, Philo, for whom I have looked so long that I began to think you were no more to be found beneath the sun. Whence you come, Philo, and for what purpose? O prophetess, O adorned, O lady divine, he answered in a voice of joy, I am your slave in the flesh, and your fellow servant in the goddess. Greet you, whom never I hoped to see again, after all that has passed in Egypt. Suffer that I may kiss your hand, and thereby learn that you are still a woman, and not a ghost. I stretched out my hand, and reverently he touched it with his lips. Now tell your tale, friend Philo, I said. Whence come you, most welcome Philo, and by what magic do you find me here? I come from far to the south, prophetess, out of an ancient land of which you shall learn afterward. For 3 moons have I struggled over difficult seas, driven by contrary winds, to reach the mouths of Nile, and to find you, if still you lived. And who sent you, friend Philo? A certain master who is known to both of us, he sent me. Is he perchance named Noot? I asked in a low voice. And if so, did you sail hither over mortal seas, or over those through which Ra travels in the underworld? This I said wondering, for it came into my mind that he who knelt before me might perchance not be a man, but a shadow sent to summon me to the halls of Osiris. Mortal seas I sailed, those of the underworld still await my prow, O wisdom's daughter. Here is the proof of it. And drawing a roll from his bosom, with it he touched his brow in token of reverence, then gave it to me. I broke the seals, opened that roll, and by the light of the rising sun I read. It ran thus. From Noot, the son of Noot, the high priest, the guardian of secrets, to Ayesha, child of Isis, wisdom's daughter, the instructed, the oracle. Thus saith Noot. I live, I do not sleep in my eternal house. My spirit shows me that which passes upon the Nile. I know that you have obeyed my command, which I gave to you before we parted in the bygone years. O my begotten in the goddess, I know that you have waited patiently in faith through many tribulations. I know also that this writing will find you in an hour of great peril, when for the second time you have escaped from fire, leaving behind you the ashes of your foes. Come to me now and at once, Philo, the beloved brother, and the consecrated sistrum, that the scepter of your office being your guides. Through all dangers the sistrum shall be your shield. I wait no more. Obey, mouth of Isis, bringing with you those that are left to the service of the goddess. Read the seal of Noot, high priestess and prophet, and tarry not. I read and hid away the roll. Then I asked, Upon what wings do we fly to Noot, who is so far from us, friend Philo? Upon those of a ship that is known to you, prophetess, the ship named Happy, upon which already you have passed many perils. She lies yonder, fully manned, in the outer fringe of this sea of reeds. How did you find those reeds? And how did you know that I was hidden among them? I asked curiously. Noot marked them on a chart he gave me, and told me that in them, where, as the story runs, Isis discovered the heart of Osiris, there I should find the child of Isis. Prophetess, inquire no more. I heard and returned thanks in my heart. Truly would I whisper to the whispering reeds have been borne to the ears of heaven. The trireme Happy, with her mast struck, lay hidden in shallow water, midst beds of tall bulrushes and papyrus plants, into which Philo had worked her by the moonlight. All that day we labored lading her with the treasures of the temple of Isis, and those of the secret shrine, which were many, for during these times of trouble much gold and priceless furnishing of precious metals had been hidden here among the reeds. Also with them were some of the most ancient and hallowed statues of the goddess, fashioned in gold and ivory and alabaster stone. All of these together, with my own great wealth of jewels and other gear, were borne in ships to the Happy, and stored within her hold, where they lay hid beneath much merchandise that Philo had purchased at the ports of Nile. Hither he had come disguised as a merchant from the south, having his ship laden with the produce of Punt, such as ivory and rare woods. There he sold at the ports where he gathered tidings of all that passed in Egypt, and having purchased other goods in place of them, passed unsuspected up the Nile to the secret Isle of Reeds, where Noot had bidden him make inquiry for me at the time of full moon in this very month. It was not difficult for him to find this isle, as it seemed that being an initiate of Isis, once in bygone days he had visited it on the business of the goddess. While we were at this work, we saw boats full of Persian soldiers pass down Nile, as though they searched for someone, and toward the evening saw them return up Nile again, heading for Memphis. I knew for whom they sought, and noted that they did so idly, since all believed that I and my company had perished with the Persians in the burning temple. At nightfall I gathered the priests and priestesses. In all were 33 in number, and spoke to them, saying, Here in Egypt we are who the servants of the goddess can stay no more. The gods of Chem are fallen, their shrines are desolate, and death by sword and fire, or by the torturer's hooks, is the lot of those that worship them. Noot, the high priest, the master, the prophet, summons us from afar, bidding us bear the worship of the goddess to new lands that lie I know not where. Philo, our brother, is his messenger, and here is the message written in this roll. Read it, if you will. I, the oracle and prophetess, obey the summons. This very night I sail, setting my course for seas unknown, and trusting to the goddess to be my guide, mayhap into the gates of death. Noot, the high priest, bids you to accompany me, yet I give you a choice. Bide on here, if you will, and live out your lives disguised as scribes or peasants, for in the temples you can no longer find a home. Mayhap thus you shall escape the vengeance of the Persians. Or come with me, if you will, knowing that I promise you nothing. Let each speak as the Spirit directs the heart within. They consulted together. Then one by one they said that it was their mind to be of my company, since they held it better to die with me and pass pure to the arms of the goddess, rather than to live on defiled, or perchance to perish miserably beneath the stripes of the executioners, having been forced to sacrifice to the Persian god of fire. So man by man and woman by woman they swore the oath that might not be broken by those who would escape the jaws of the devourer, and in token kissed the holy sistrum that I held to the lips of each. Then for the last time we celebrated the rites of Isis in a temple of Isis on the Nile, and with weeping and with woe sang the psalm of farewell, such as is chanted over the dead of our fellowship. This done, we went to the boats and were rowed on board the Happy. When the moon was bright, the mariners, fierce foreign men most of them, such as I had never seen before, who wear great earrings of gold and had rings thrust through their noses, pulled the vessel out from among the reeds into the deep waters of the Nile. Here they hoisted the mast, and set the sails, which were presently filled before the strong wind blowing from the upper land, and bore us forward swiftly, passing out of the Nile by a little used mouth. As we could do now that the river was in flood, we entered the canal that joins the seas, which canal the old pharaohs dug and the Persians had caused to be cleared of drifting sand. By it, though not easily, for in places it was both narrow and shallow, at length we came safely into the Red Sea and bade farewell to Egypt. None hindered us on this journey, and having crossed the lakes, only once did we stay at a little unravaged town at the far mouth of the canal to buy bread, fresh fish, and meat, wherewith to stock our ship. This town we found to be full of rumors, for the news of the death of Ochus had reached it, and many tales were told of the matter of his end. That which these coast dwellers favored was that Set the god had appeared in person at a feast, and seizing Ochus had set him upon a winged Apis. That very Apis bull which he had sacrificed and eaten, and borne him away to hell. At this fable I smiled, though indeed in there was a seed of truth, since, without a doubt, if there be a hell, the blood-soaked Otis was its inhabitant that day. Now of all that journey I, who grow weary of writing, will omit the story. Most marvellously it prospered, so much so that I think, unseen by us, spirits from the underworld must have stood upon our prow. From day to day a strong and steady wind blowing from the north drove us forward swiftly. No storm smote us, nor did we strike upon any rock, and when we made land for water, either it was uninhabited, or the folk who dwelt there, strange barbarous folk, were friendly. So the time went by, creeping from moon to moon, and ever we sailed on southward. Nor was the time unhappy, since there I sat in that same cabin which had been mine when Pharaoh gave me as a bribe to Tenise, and that therefore was familiar to me, having something of the aspect of a home. Indeed, with a certain taste of acid pleasure, from time to time I recalled all that had happened to me upon this ship, and in that very cabin. For instance, where I had wrung the writing from the passion-maddened Tenise, where he had stood and knelt, where his shadow had struck upon the cedar walls. There, too, in the wood was an arrow hole, which arrow should have drunk my life. Then in the waist of the ship was the place where the boarders from the holy fire had won aboard, whence Kallikrates, the Grecian captain turned hierophant, had beat them back so gallantly. Aft also was the shelter where I had visited him, and dressed his wounds that were almost to the death. Here I placed upon his finger the charmed scarab ring of Camaeus, the magician, whereon were cut symbols with a secret meaning, though they seemed to read only as son of Ra, that this ring might raise him from the darkness of death, as Osiris rose, and as Ra rises from the underworld. Here too it was that I heard him mistake me for another woman, and so that woman give him thanks, thus opening my eyes to all the folly of my heart. Years ago these things had chanced me, and now when they were dead things, I say that I could dream of them with that soft grief which is like to the tenderness of Eve after the promise of the morning, and the burning noonday heat have become but memories buried beneath the dust of time. Yet it is true that now and again those memories renewed their life, especially within the shrines of sleep. Oh, it was all so long ago! Had not Philo's beard that I remembered brown and rich, since then grown grey, and were not his curling locks thinned upon his temples? And I, who then was young, had I not grown to middle age, though still I remained more lovely than any other woman in the world? And was not my soul burdened with much learning, and had not the sorrows I had passed pierced it with 1,000 spears? Now too, doubtless Kallikrates was dead, and all the dreams to which he alone among men had given birth within me had gone wherever dreams may go, perchance to be lost in the vast unknown, or perchance after the change called death, there to be found again. Yet I wandered forward on my path, fate-driven as of old, to what end I knew not, and did not greatly care to know. For now it seemed my part was played, the world and its stirrings were left behind me, and the last shreds of my web must be spun of poor stuff in petty unknown places, where I should patter prayers beneath an alien sky, till it pleased death to unfold me in its wings, and bear me to the depths of its enormous habitations. Well, so let it be, since, as I have said, I was weary of the world, its toils, its bloody issues, and its perpetual strivings to grasp that which man or woman may not hold, except in dreams. With Philo I talked much, but always of the past, of those things which we had experienced together, or of other things of his earlier adventurous life, or of my own. A most pleasant companion was this Philo, of a shrewd wit, and some learning also, a brave citizen of the world, who had seen much, and yet one who revered the gods, whatever the gods might be, and hath thoughts of that which lies beyond the world, whatever this may be. But of the present, or of what happened to him since he sailed away with Noot, my master, when Otis invaded Egypt, and at least of all of the future, and whither we went or why, I did not talk at all. For when these matters came to my lips, as they did even before we were clear of the Nile, Philo made a certain sign to me, which being interpreted, meant that he was under an oath, a very solemn oath, not to speak of any of them, which oath I respected, as indeed I was bound to do. Therefore I asked no more, and sailed on, careless as a child that recks not of what is to come, and from whom death is still very far away. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The Tale of Philo. Once more it was a night of full moon. As we had done for many days, we were sailing before that steady wind along the coast of Libya, having this upon our right hand, and upon our left at a distance a line of rocky reef upon which breakers fell continually. It was a very splendid moon that turned the sea to silver, and lit up the palm-grown shore almost as brightly as does the sun. I sat upon the deck near to my cabin, and by me stood Philo, watching that shore intently. "For what do you seek, Philo? Are you in fear of sunken rocks?" "Nay, child of Isis, yet it is true that I seek a certain rock which by my reckoning should now be in sight." "Ah!" Then suddenly he ran forward and shouted an order. Men leapt up and sprang to the ropes, while the rowers began to get out the sweeps. As they did this, the Hapi came round so that her bow pointed to the shore, and the great sail sank to the deck. Then the long oars bit into the water and drove us shoreward. Philo returned. "Look, lady," he said, "now that the moon has risen higher, you can see well," and he pointed to a headland in front of us. Following his outstretched hand with my eyes, I perceived a great rock, many cubits in height, and carven on the crest of it a head far larger than the huge Sphinx of Egypt. Or perchance it was not carved. Perchance nature had fashioned it thus. At least there it stood, and will stand, a terrible and hideous thing, having the likeness of an Ethiopian's head, gazing eternally across the sea. "What is it?" I asked. "Lady, it is the guardian of the gate of the land whither we go. Legend tells that it is shaped to the likeness of the first king of that land, who lived thousands upon thousands of years before the pyramids were built. Also that his bones lie in it, or at least that it is haunted by his spirit. For this reason none dare to touch, and much less to climb, yonder monstrous rock." Then he left me to see to the matters of the ship, because, as he said in going, the entrance to the place was strait and dangerous. But I sat on alone upon the deck, watching this strange new sight. Within an hour, rowing carefully, we entered the mouth of a river, having the rock shaped like a negro's head upon our right. Then it was that I saw something which put me in mind of Philo's tale about an ancient king. For there, unless I dreamed, upon the very point of the skull of the effigy, of a sudden I perceived a tall form clad in armour, which shone silvery bright in the moon's rays. It leaned upon a great spear, and when we were opposite to it, straightened itself and bent forward as though to stare at our ship beneath. Next, thrice it lifted the spear in salutation. Thrice it bowed, as I thought, in obeisance to me, and having done so, threw its arms wide and was gone. Afterward I asked Philo if he had also seen this thing. "Nay," he answered in a doubtful voice, as though the matter were one of which he did not wish to talk, adding, "It is not the custom of mariners to study that head in the moonlight, because the story goes that if they do and chance to see some such ghost as that you tell of, it casts a spear toward them, who then are doomed to die within the year. Yet at you, child of Isis, he cast no spear, only bowed and gave the salute of kings, or so you tell me. Therefore, doubtless, neither you nor any of us, your companions, are marked for death. I smiled and said that I, whose soul was in touch with heaven, feared not the wraith of any ancient king, nor did we speak more of this matter. Yet in the after ages it came into my mind that there was truth in the story, and that this long-dead king appeared thus to give greeting to her who was destined to rule his land through many generations. Also that perchance he was not dead at all, but having drunk of a certain cup of life of which I was to learn, lived eternally there upon the rock. I laid me down and slept, and when I woke in the bright morning it was to find that we had passed from that river into a canal dug by man, which though deep was too narrow for the sweeps to work. Therefore the happy must be pushed along with poles and towed by ropes dragged at by the mariners from a path that ran upon the bank. For 3 days we travelled thus, making but slow progress, since the toil of dragging so large a ship was great, and at night we tied up to the bank as boats do upon the Nile. All this while we saw no habitation, though certain ruins we did see. Indeed, that country was very desolate and full of great swamps that were tenanted by wild beasts, the haunt of owls and bitterns, where lions roared and serpents crept, great serpents such as I had never seen. At length, at noon on the 4th day, we came to a lake where the canal ended, which lake once had been a harbour, for we saw stone quays where still were tied some boats that seemed to be little used. Here Philo said that we must disembark and travel on by land. So we left the happy, sadly enough for my part, because those were happy, quiet days that I had spent on board of her, veritable oases in the storm-swept desert of my life. Scarcely had we set foot upon the land when appeared, I knew not whence, a company of men, handsome, hook-nosed, sombre men, such as I'd seen among the crew upon the happy. These men, though so fierce in appearance, were not barbarians, for they wore linen garments that gave to them the aspect of priests. Moreover, their leaders could speak Arabic in its most ancient form, which having studied it, as it chanced, I knew. With this army, who bore bows and spears, came a multitude of folk of a baser sort that carried litters or burdens, also a guard of great fellows that Philo told me were my special escort. Now my patience failed, so that I turned upon Philo, saying, "Hitherto, friend, I've trusted myself to you, because it seemed decreed that I should do so. Now tell me, I pray you, what means this journey over countless leagues of sea into a land untrod, and whither go I in the fellowship of these barbarians? Because you brought me a certain writing in an acceptable hour, I gave myself into your keeping, nor did I even ask any revelation from the goddess, or seek to solve the mystery by spells. Yet now I ask, and as the prophetess of Isis, demand the truth of you, her humbler servant." "Lady divine," answered Philo, bowing himself before me, "what I have withheld is by command, the command of a very great one, of none less than Noot, the aged and holy. You go to an old land that is yet new to find Noot, your master and mine." "In the flesh or in the spirit?" I asked. "In the flesh, prophetess, if still he lives, as these men say, and see, I accompany you, I, whom in the past you have found faithful. If I fail you, let my life pay forfeit, and for the rest, ask it of the holy Noot." "It is enough," I said. "Lead on." We entered the litters, we laded the bearers with the treasures of Isis, and with my own peculiar wealth, and having placed the ship happy under guard, marched into the unknown like to some great caravan of merchants. For days we marched, following a broad road that was broken down in places, over plains and through vast swamps, and at night sleeping in caves or covered by tents which we brought with us. This was a strange journey that I made surrounded by that host of hook-nosed, silent, ghost-like men who, as I noted, loved the night better than they did the day. Almost might I have thought that they had been sent from Hades to conduct us to those gates from which for mortals there's no return. My fellowship of the priests and priestesses grew afraid and clustered round me at night, praying to be led back to familiar lands and faces. I answered them that what I dared they must also dare, and that the goddess was as near to us here as she had been in Egypt, nor could death be closer to us than it was in Egypt. Yea, I bade them have faith, since without faith we could not be at peace 1 hour, who, lacking it, must be overwhelmed with terrors even within the walls of citadels. They hearkened, bowing their heads and saying that whatever else they might doubt, they trusted themselves to me. So we went on, passing through a country where more of these half-savage men, that I learned were called Haggard, dwelt in villages surrounded by their cattle, or by colonies in caves. At last there arose before us a mighty mountain whose towering cliffs had the appearance of a wall so vast that the eye could not compass it. By a gorge we penetrated that mountain and found within it an enormous fertile plain, and on the plain a city larger than Memphis or than Thebes, but a city half in ruins. Passing over a great bridge spanning a wide moat once filled with water that now here and there was dry, we entered the walls of that city, and by a street broader than any I had ever seen, bordered by many noble broken houses, though some of these seemed still to be inhabited, came to a glorious temple like to those of Egypt, only greater and with taller columns. Across its grass-grown courts that were set one within another, we were carried to some inner sanctuary. Here we descended from the litters and were led to sculptured chambers that seemed to have been made ready to receive us, where we cleansed ourselves of the dust of travel and ate. Then came Philo, who conducted me to a little lamp-lit hall, for now the night had fallen. There was a chair of state such as high priests used, in which at his bidding I sat myself. I think that being weary with travel I must have slept in that chair, since I dreamed, or seemed to dream, that I received worship such as is given to a queen, or even to a goddess. Heralds hailed me, voices sang to me, even spirits appeared in troops to talk to me, the spirits of those who thousands of years before had departed from the earth. They told me strange stories of the past and of the future, tales of a fallen people, of a worship and a glory that had gone by and been swallowed in the gulfs of time. Then gathering in a multitude they seemed to hail me, crying, "Welcome, appointed queen! Build thou up that which is fallen, discover thou that which is lost. Thine is the strength, thine the opportunity, yet beware of the temptations. Beware of the flesh, lest the flesh should overcome the spirit, and by its fall add ruin unto ruin, the ruin of the soul to the ruin of the body." I woke from my vision and saw Philo standing before me. "Hearken, Philo," I said, "of these mysteries I can bear no more. The time has come when you must speak or face my wrath. Why have I been brought hither to this strange and distant land where it seems that I must dwell in a place of ruins?" "Because the holy Noot so commanded, O child of wisdom," he answered. "Was it not set down in the writing I gave you at the Isle of Reeds upon the Nile?" "Where, then, is the holy Noot?" I asked. "Here I see him not. Is he dead?" "I do not think that he is dead, lady. Yet to the world he is dead. He has become a hermit, one who dwells in a cave in a perilous place not far from this city. Tomorrow I will bring him to you, if that be your will. So only you can see him who now for years has never left that cave, or so I think, save to fetch the food which is prepared for him." "A strange tale, Philo. Though that Noot should become a hermit does not amaze me, since such was ever his desire. Now tell me how he came hither, and you with him." "Lady, you will remember that in the bygone years when Nectanebes, he who was Pharaoh, fled up Nile, the holy Noot embarked upon my ship, the Hapi, to sail to the northern cities, that there he might treat with the Persians for the ransom of those temples of Egypt that remained unravished." "I remember, Philo. What chanced to you upon that journey?" "This, lady, that we were very nearly slain, every one of us, for whom the Persians had set a trap, thinking to snare Noot and his company and torture them till he revealed where the treasures of the temples of Isis were hid away. Nevertheless, because I'm a good sailor and because the warrior priest Kallikrates was brave, we escaped into the canal which is called the Road of Ramses, and so at last out to sea, for to return up Nile was impossible. Then Noot commanded that I should sail on southerly upon a course he seemed to know well enough, or perchance the goddess taught it to him, I cannot say. At least I obeyed, so that in the end we reached the harbour, which is guarded by a rock carved to the likeness of an Ethiopian's head, and thence travelled to this place, still guided by the wisdom of Noot, who knew the road. And Kallikrates? What became of Kallikrates, who it seems was with you? I asked in an indifferent voice, though my heart burned to hear his answer. Lady, so far as it is known to me, this is the story of Kallikrates and the Princess Amenartis. The Princess Amenartis? By all the gods, what is your meaning, Philo? She went up Nile with Nectanebes, her father, he who was Pharaoh. Nay, lady, she went down Nile with Kallikrates, or perhaps with Noot, or perhaps with herself alone. I do not know with whom she hid, since I never saw her, nor learned that she was aboard my ship until we were 2 days' journey out to sea, and the coasts of Egypt were far behind us. Is it so? I said coldly, though I was filled with bitter anger. And what did the holy Noot when he found that this woman was aboard his vessel? Lady, he did nothing except look on her somewhat doubtfully. And what did the priest Kallikrates? Did he strive to be rid of her? Nay, lady, and indeed that would have been impossible unless he'd thrown her overboard. He did nothing except talk with her, that is, so far as I saw. Well then, Philo, where is she now, and where is Kallikrates? I do not see him in this place. Lady, I cannot tell you, but I think it probable that they are dead and in the fellowship of Osiris. When we had been some weeks at sea, we were driven by storm to an island off the coast, under the lee of which we took shelter, a very fertile and beautiful island, peopled by a kindly folk. After we had sailed again from that island, it was discovered that the priest Kallikrates and the royal princess Amenartis were missing from the ship, nor because of the strong wind that blew us forward was it possible for us to return to seek for them. I made inquiry of the matter, and the sailors told me that they'd been fishing together, and that a shark which took their bait pulled them both into the sea, in which case, doubtless, they were drowned. And did you believe that story, Philo? Nay, lady. I understood at once that it was one which the sailors had been bribed to tell. Myself, I think that they went to the island in one of the boats of the people who dwell there, perhaps because they could no longer bear the cold eyes of Noot fixed upon them, or perhaps to gather fruit, for which those who have been long upon water often conceive a great desire. But he added simply, I do not know why they should have done this, seeing that the island dwellers brought us plenty of fruits in their boats. Doubtless they preferred to pluck them fresh with their own hands, Philo. Perhaps, lady, or perhaps they wished to stay a while upon that island. At least, I noted that the princess took her garments and her jewels with her, which she could scarcely have done if the shark had dragged her into the sea. Are you so sure, Philo, that she did not leave some of those jewels behind, in your keeping, Philo? It is very strange to me that the Princess Amenartis could have come aboard your ship and have left your ship, and you know nothing. Now Philo looked up innocently and said, Surely it is lawful for a captain to receive faring money from his passengers, and that I admit I did. But I do not understand why the child of wisdom is so wrath, because a Greek and a great lady were by chance left together upon an island where, for aught I know, one or other of them may have had friends. Am I not the guardian of the honor of the goddess? I answered. And do you not know that under our law Kallikrates was sworn to her alone? If so, prophetess, doubtless that captain or that priest remembers his oaths and deals with this princess as though she were his sister or his mother. At the least the goddess can guard her own honor, so why should you fret your soul concerning it, prophetess? Lastly, it is probable that by now both of them are dead and have made all things clear to Isis in the heavenly halls. Thus he prattled on, adding lie to lie as only a Greek can do. I listened until I could bear no more. Then I said but one word. It was begone. He went humbly, yet as I thought, smiling. Oh, now I saw it all. Noot had made a plot to remove Kallikrates far from me so that I might never look upon him again. Philo knew of this plot, and through him Hermitage knew it also. Unknown to Noot, she bribed Philo to hide her upon his ship till they were far from land, though whether the plan was known to Kallikrates I could not say, nor did it greatly matter. Then the rest followed. Hermitage appeared upon the ship and cast her net about Kallikrates, who had sworn to have done with her, and the end can be guessed. Noot was wrath with them, so wrath that when the chance came they fled away, purposing to stay upon that island until they could find a ship to take them back to Egypt or elsewhere. Thus I was sure, ran the story, and as it proved afterward, I was right. Well, they were gone, and as I hoped, dead, since only death could cover up such sin, and for my part I was glad that I'd done with Kallikrates and his light of love. And yet there, seated on the couch of state, I wept, because of the outrage done to Isis whom I served. Or was it for myself that I wept? Cannot say. I only know that my tears were bitter. Also I was very lonely in this strange and desolate place. Why had I been brought here, I wondered? Because Noot had commanded it, sending for me from afar, and what he commanded, that I must obey. Where then was Noot, who Philo swore still lived? Why had he not appeared to greet me? I covered my eyes with my hands and threw out my soul to Noot, saying, "Come to me, O Noot, come to me, my beloved master." Lo, a voice, a well-remembered voice answered, "Daughter, I am here." I let fall my hand. I gazed with my tear-stained eyes, and behold, before me, white-robed, gold-filleted, snowy-bearded, grown very ancient and ethereal, stood the prophet and high priest, my master. For a moment I thought that it was his spirit which I saw. Then he moved, and I heard his white robes rustle, and knew that there stood Noot himself, whom I had travelled so many thousand leagues to find. I rose, I ran to him, I seized his thin hand and kissed it, while he, murmuring, "My daughter, at last, leaned forward and with his lips touched me on the brow. "Far away your summons reached me in an hour of peril," I said. "Behold, I obeyed, I came, in faith I came, asking no questions, and I'm here in safety, for I think the goddess herself was with me on that journey. Tell me all, O Noot, what is this place? How were you brought to it, and why have you called me to you?" "Hearken, daughter," he said, seating himself beside me on the throne-like couch. "This city is named Kor. Once she was queen of the world, as after her Babylon, Thebes, Tyre, and Athens are, or have been queens. From Kor, thousands of years ago in the black lost ages, Egypt was peopled as were other lands. In those dim days, by another title, her citizens worshipped Isis, Queen of Heaven, only they named her Truth, whom in Egypt you know as Maat. Then apostasy rose, and many of this great people, abandoning the pure and gentle worship of Isis, wrapped in the veil of truth under the name of Rezu, a fierce sun-demon, set up another god to whom they made human sacrifices, as the Sidonians did to Moloch. Yea, they sacrificed men, women, and children by thousands, and even learned to eat their flesh, first as a sacred rite and afterward to satisfy their appetites. Heaven saw and grew wrath. Heaven smote the people with a mighty pestilence so that they perished and perished till few were left. Thus Kor fell by the sword of God, as for like cause fell Sidon. Of all this afterward, I answered impatiently. Tell me first, how came you here? Long years ago you sailed down Nile to treat with the Persians for the ransom of the temples of Egypt, a mission in which it seems you failed, my father. Aye, Ayesha, it failed. It was but a trap, since those false-hearted fire-worshippers thought to make me captive and hold my life in gage against all the treasures of Isis. By the cunning and seamanship of Philo, and the courage of a priest named Kallikrates, whom you may still remember after all these years, here he glanced at me sharply, I escaped when a gang of them disguised as envoys strove to snare me. But the road up Nile being barred, we were forced to fly south and down Pharaoh's great ditch, till at length, after many wanderings and adventures, we came to this land, as it was fated that I should do. You will remember, daughter, that I told you I believed that we were parting for a long while, although I believed also that we should meet again in the flesh. I remember well, I answered, also that I swore to come to you at the appointed hour. I came to this land, went on Noot, but Kallikrates, the Greek captain who was a priest of Isis, never reached it. He was lost on the way. With another, my father, but now I've heard that story from Philo, with another who caused him to break his vows. Be sure, daughter, that I knew nothing of her plot, or that she was hidden aboard the ship, though perchance Philo knew. The goddess hid it from me, doubtless for her own purposes. Are this pair dead, or do they still live, my father? I cannot say. That also is hidden from me. Better for them if they're dead, since soon or late, for such sacrilege, vengeance will fall upon the head of one, if not of both of them. Peace be to them. May they be forgiven. At least, as I think they loved each other much, and since love is very strong, all who have ever loved where they ought not should have pity on them. And again his questioning eyes played upon my face. End of section 18, read by Sandra, 2022. Chapter 19 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 19, The Hermitage of Noot. Tell me of what has passed in Egypt since Aucus conquered and Nectanebes fled away. Does Aucus still live, daughter? Asked Noot after a pause during which both of us had sat staring at the ground. Nay, father, Aucus is dead, and by my hand, or through it, and I told him all that story of the burning of the temple of Isis at my command, and of the Persians who defiled it. A great deed, such as you alone could have planned, he muttered, but terrible. Terrible. Then your soul must bear its burden, prophet, since it was your voice that we heard in the sanctuary when in our extreme we prayed for guidance, and it told us to go forward. There are those with me who can bear witness that they heard your very voice as I do. Mayhap, daughter. It is true that on a certain day not so many moons ago I seemed to hear you calling to heaven in great trouble and danger, also that by direction which came I know not whence, I answered in my spirit that you must fulfill, and fear not. What you were to fulfill I did not know, though it came to my mind that the business had something to do with the burning of a temple. As it had, indeed. Well, I fulfilled, as Aucus Artaxerxes and some hundreds of his Persian ravagers can testify before all the gods until the end of time, for those dogs at least have ceased to pollute the earth and today are enriching hell. There let them lie with Tenes and Nectanebes also, if in truth he has joined them, and many another false priest and king. Afterward we will talk of them and all their deeds of shame. But first tell me why I am here. For what end did you summon me from Egypt? Was it to save me from death? Nay, Ayesha, from more than that. Why should I wish to hold you back from the great boon of death in which so soon I must have joined you? I summoned you because I was commanded so to do, that now when Isis has passed from Egypt you should cause her worship to re-arise at Kor, which was her ancient home. It is willed that here you should abide, and once more build up this people and make it great by the help of the Queen of Heaven, who will then lead it on to triumph and to glory. That is a mighty task, prophet. Still, perchance with your aid it may be done if the gods give me life and wisdom. He shook his head and answered, Look not to my aid, for at length my day is finished. Has not Philo told you that I mix no more with matters of the world? I, who for years past have dwelt a hermit in a terrible place, sheltered only by a cave and lost in the contemplation of holy things? No, father, he's told me little or nothing. By your will, or so he said, I replied, amazed. Yet it is so. Moreover, presently I must return to that prison whence I came, there to await the change called death. I have played my part, but your work still remains to do. Philo will aid you in it. Why do you live in that place, Father, leaving me without the guidance of your wisdom? Because there I guard a great secret that was revealed to me long ago. It matters not how. The greatest secret in the whole world, that of how men may escape from death and live on eternally upon the earth. Now I stared at him, thinking that age and abstinence had made him mad. Then, to test the matter, I asked, "If it be so great a secret, why do you tell it to me, Master?" "Because I must, because I know well that if I do not, you would discover it for yourself, and being unwarned would fall into the trap, and still living beneath the sun dare to clothe yourself with this garment of immortality. It was for this reason that until twice the command had come to me, I would not summon you to Kor." Now a new thought thrilled my soul. If this strange tale were true, if indeed here on earth there could be found such a door leading to the divine, why should I not pass it and become as are the gods? Only I did not believe that it was true. "Surely you've dreamed in your loneliness, my father," I said. "But know that if you did not dream, if it were true, I, Ayesha, should be minded to wear that robe of eternal life." "Why not, O prophet?" "Because, Ayesha, the man or woman who dared to eat of this fruit forbidden to their race here on earth, where death is decreed for all, would be a man or woman who dared to enter into hell." "I think otherwise, Prophet Noot. I think that this man or woman would enter into glory and become the ruler of the world," I answered, and as I spoke the words, my eyes flashed and my breast heaved. "Not so, Ayesha, since from that fatal peak of pride heaven will beat back all human feet. Oh, hearken to me and purge your soul of the madness of this desire by which I see already it is possessed. It was laid upon me to reveal this secret to you, which I think was given me for that very purpose, so that you might show your greatness by rejecting it, the deadliest bribe that the god of ill ever offered to mortal woman." "Or perchance by accepting it, Master." Nay, bethink you, is the world a fit place for the Undying? Moreover, this secret that I guard is but the world's spirit, not that of immortality, the hidden force from which our earth draws its strength, but which will persist with the earth, as it must do upon a day still hidden in the deeps of time. The drinker of that cup, therefore, would become not eternal, but long-lived only, destined to perish at last with this passing star. For him death would not be destroyed, it would only be delayed, waiting ever to snare him in the end. Meanwhile he must endure, desolate and alone, watching the generations pass one by one to their appointed rest, while filled perchance with fearful appetites which he must know eternally, and yet remain unsatisfied. He stands but as a frozen rock upon the plain, wearing a human shape, yet alien to mortality, though still torn by its ambitions, its loves, its hates, its hopes, its fears, and waiting terrified for that predestined moment when this globe shall crumble and death shall devour it and him. I am old. I am feeble. My hour is well nigh done. I pass to my repose in heaven. Ayesha, I have no strength to stay your feet. If you elect to drink this cup, my weak hand cannot dash it from your lips. Yet as one who has taught and loved you, as one to whom the gods have given wisdom, I pray you to thrust aside this great temptation. As our faith teaches truly, already your spirit is immortal and has its home prepared above. Desire not, therefore, to perpetuate your flesh, since if you do, Ayesha, I tell you that you will become but as a painted mummy in a tomb, simulating life, yet dead and cold within. Swear to me, daughter, that you will lock this knowledge in your heart and thrust the poison from your lips." "You speak wisely," I answered, I, as one inspired by the truth, "and though I take no oaths, it is my purpose to do your will. Yet, Father, what is this secret? Having told me so much, tell all, lest I should go to discover it for myself." "Daughter, near to this ancient city amid the mountain cliffs, deep in the bowels of the rocks, burns a travelling fire which is the very soul of the world. the flaming heart that gives it life. Yet this fire is no fire, but rather the essence of existence, and he who bathes in it will be filled with that essence and endure while it endures. Perchance such a one might be destroyed by that fire, I answered doubtfully. Daughter, I would that I could leave you thinking thus, for then a great fear would pass from me. But we, who are the chief servants of Isis, dare not hide the truth from one another, since to do so is to break our oaths. Moreover, in this matter I do not speak with my own voice, but with that of a strength which is greater than I, to whom now I stand so near that almost it and I are one. Therefore to your eyes I must withdraw all veils, showing you what is, as it is, and not as I would have it be. Yonder fire will not destroy the mortal who finds the courage to stand in its raging path. It will give him life, and with it such strength, such beauty, and such wisdom as have never been the lot of man born of woman. Also it will give him such passions, such despairs, such unending woes as hitherto no mortal heart has known. There is the truth. Ask me not how it comes into my keeping, and what that voice may be which is speaking it through my lips. A minute gone, this truth was mine alone, or perchance mine and one other's. Now it is yours also, and being yours I pray to that divine from which we come and whither we return again, that it may give you strength and the true wisdom, knowing all, to reject all, and turning aside from this glittering guerdon of enduring life, patiently to walk your human path to the end appointed by our human feet. Will you show me this fire, prophet? Aye, if you will, for so I am commanded, he answered faintly. Yet why look upon that which must excite desire? Then weariness overcame him, and he sank down, swooning, so that had I not caught him he would have fallen. Noot abode 3 days at Kor, and talked with me of many things, but at that time of the wonderful secret of life he spoke no more. As though by consent both of us let that matter lie a while. For the rest there was much to say. I told him everything that had passed in Egypt and the outer world since long years before he had left me to sail down Nile, never to return. I told him how I had obeyed his last commands to the letter, and, surrounded though I was by foes, had preserved the worship of Isis in her temple from season to season, celebrating her festivals in their appointed course, though I never dared to leave its walls. So, Ayesha, he said when I had done, while I have been a hermit here at Kor, you have been a hermit at Memphis. Well, each of us has served the goddess as best might be, so may she reward us both according to her deserts, which doubtless are but small. And now my task is finished, but yours lies before you, seeing that you still have strength, even if your youth has gone. Yes, I answered somewhat bitterly. Mid-age has overtaken me. My youth has passed in the service of heaven, and what has heaven given to me after all my wars and strivings? Just this, that in a savage, desolate land among ruins and barbarians I must begin anew. I must restore a faith decayed, collect those barbarians into armies and order them, enact laws and cause them to be obeyed, fight battles, till lands, build ships and carry on commerce, collect revenues and spend them wisely, labor without cease day by day, finding but little rest at night because of the troubles that await the morrow. I must be at once a high priestess, an oracle, a general, a lawgiver, a judge, an architect, a land tiller, and a queen beneath an alien sky, without counsel, without friends, without love, without children to tend me in my age, or to pile the earth upon my bones. Such is the lot that the goddess has given to her priestess Ayesha in payment of all her strivings. Thus I spoke bitterly enough, but Noot answered with a gentle smile. At least, daughter, it might have been more evil. You have a planning and a thoughtful mind, and here you can shape all things afresh to your desire. You love power, and here you will be absolute, a very queen who cannot brook denial. Here there will be none to say you nay. You hate rivals who would rule alone. Here they will be lacking. You desire to remain celibate who are wed to the spirit. Here no more kings or others will come to trouble you, plotting to win your beauty. It has ever been your wish to commune with nature and that divine from which it springs. Here in this deserted place is nature's very home, and in solitude the divine draws near to empty souls. Truly you should be thankful, therefore, whose prayers have been fulfilled, who have attained to all you sought, whose ambitions are satisfied, and who, in the holy calm and the healthful weariness that follows upon long-continued labours, at last, when your task is done, will sink gently to the grave to seek their reward elsewhere. Soon, very soon, you will be as I am, and when that day comes there will be an empty hermitage yonder, where in darkness and in contemplation you can patiently await the end, and those new endeavours which after it may be appointed to you elsewhere. For be sure of this, Ayesha, all existence is a ladder, up which painfully and with many slips we must climb step by step. And when we reach the top, what then, master? I do not know, daughter, but I do know that if we fall to the bottom, all those steps must be climbed again, only this time the rungs of the ladder will be wreathed with thorns. It seems that yonder hermitage of yours is no home of joy, my father. Nay, daughter, it is a home of grief and of repentance. The joy lies beyond. Such are the philosophy of life and the teachings of all religion. Be sorrowful, and afterward you will rejoice. Rejoice, and afterward you will be sorrowful. A sad philosophy, prophet, and such lessons as slaves learn beneath the whip. Ay, Ayesha, but one that must be endured, as if they could speak, Tenes and Ocos and Nectanebes would tell you today. So he droned on, who grew weak and senile, having become but the dry shell of a man, whence the sap had withered, like to a sterile nut indeed, from which if it were sown no shoot would spring. At length, wearying of his melancholy talk, I fell to the thought of that fire of life, raging in its eternal vigour beneath his hermitage, which, as he swore, would give unending beauty, youth, glory, and dominion to him who could find faith and courage to dare its terrors. On the following day I accompanied Noot back to his hermitage for the quiet of which he seemed to yearn, so much so indeed that even for my sake, whom he loved more than anything on earth, and in whose fellowship he delighted, he would not be separated from it for another hour. It was a rough journey that we made, borne in litters to the foot of the great precipice which surrounds the plain of Kor, like to a measureless wall chiselled by Titans at the shaping of the world. We climbed up a cleft in that wall and entered a hidden fold of rock, invisible from below. Following this fold, we came to the mouth of a cave. Here I noted that food was set in plenty by the dwellers in this land, who revered Noot as a prophet and thus supplied him with his sustenance. Here also were torches, which were lit by those who accompanied us, to give us light upon our journey through the cave that was long and rough. At length we came to its end, to find before us a terrible chasm. Thousands of feet above us was a line of blue sky, and beneath lay a gulf of darkness. Out into this chasm, down which winds raved and howled, ran a giant spur of rock, of which the end was lost in darkness. I looked at it doubtfully and said, "Where then is your habitation, Noot, and by what road is it reached?" "It lies yonder in the darkness, daughter," he answered, smiling, "and this is the road that those who would visit me must travel." And he pointed to the spur of rock that trembled in the roaring gale, adding, "To my feet it is familiar. Moreover, I know that on it, as elsewhere, I am protected from harm. But if you fear to walk such a path, turn back while there is still time. Perhaps it would be better that you should turn back." Now I looked at the trembling rock, and then I looked at Noot, my master. What, thought I to myself, shall I, Ayesha, who dread neither man nor devil, be afraid to follow where this frail old priest can lead? Never will I blench from peril, though in it lies my death. So I stared him in the face and answered, "To the task, father, and swiftly, for here the wind blows chill. I go first. Philo, follow me close." Now Philo, who was my companion upon this adventure, glanced at me with questioning eyes, but being a brave man and one who as a sailor was accustomed to perilous heights, said nothing. For a moment Noot paused, looking upward, perchance to pray, or perchance for other reasons. Then, having asked Philo how long it was to the time of sunset, and been answered it lacked between the half and the fourth part of an hour before Ra sank behind the western cliff, he started, walking boldly down the spur. I followed next, and last came Philo. Very terrible was that journey in the uncertain light which, as we progressed into the gulf, grew ever fainter, till at last we were wrapped about with gloom. Moreover, always the spur of rock narrowed, and the raving gusts of wind which blew about that hideous gorge buffeted us more fiercely. Still we went on, leaning our weight against them, and as we went a kind of exultation seized me, as it always does in moments of great danger, so that my heart grew bold and feared no more. I would match myself against these elemental strengths as I had matched myself against those of hostile and desiring kings, and conquer them. Or perchance it was the breath from the divine fire that burned below that already had entered into me. I cannot say, but this I remember, that before I had reached the point of that fearful rock, I was filled with a wild joy, and could laugh at Philo crawling after me with hesitating steps and breathing prayers now to Isis and now to the Grecian gods that he had worshipped as a child. At length we came to the end of that long needle which thrust itself thus into the dark stuff of space, and as we did so all light went out of the sky above, leaving us plunged in blackness. I seated myself upon the throbbing point of rock, clinging to Philo, who had done likewise, and cried into the ear of Noot, kneeling at our side. "What now? Show us, and be swift, lest we should be thrown from this place like stones from a sling." "Hold fast and wait," answered Noot. We did so, grasping the roughness of the rock with our hands. Then suddenly a marvel happened, since from somewhere I know not whence and have never learned, a fierce red ray of light, cast doubtless by the setting sun, struck us through some hole in the opposing cliffs. Aye, it struck like a blazing sword, showing all things that could be seen. They were these: ourselves crouched upon that point of rock, infinite space beneath us, infinite space above, reaching up to a single star that shone upon the sky, and we three hemmed in by two black precipices. Moreover, they showed not 4 paces from the point a huge trembling stone that was joined to that fearsome spar by a little bridge of wood, laid from one to the other by the hand of man, which bridge rose and fell and rocked as the great stone trembled on its farther side. "Follow me swiftly before the light dies," cried Noot as he stepped across this bridge, and reaching the crest of the trembling stone, stood there like a ghost illumined with fire, like also to that figure which I had seen watching from the brow of the Ethiopian's head when we entered the harbour from the sea. I obeyed and joined him, and after me came Philo. By the last rays of that fleeting light we descended a rough stairway cut on the farther side of the trembling stone, and of a sudden found ourselves in shelter. Light sprang up, and I saw that it was held in the hand of a dwarf, a curious solemn dwarf. Whence this creature came and who he was I do not know, but I think that he must have been a spirit, some gnome from the underworld appointed by the powers which ruled in that dark place to attend to the wants of the holy Noot, their master and mine. This I noted at least, and so did Philo, that we could never see this creature's face. Even when he moved about us, always it seemed to be hidden either by shadows or something that hung in front of it like a veil. Yet, man or gnome or ghost, he was a good servant, since in that hermit's cave, or rather caves, for there were several of them, joined one to the other, all things were made ready. Thus a fire burned, food was prepared upon a table, and in the inner caves beds were spread, each in a little separate chamber. The outer cave also was furnished in a fashion, and I noted that in a niche stood the small statue of Isis, which I remembered well, since wherever Noot my master went in the past years when we journeyed together, that statue went with him, and now still it was his companion. Indeed, the tale was that it could speak and gave him counsel in all hours of doubt and trouble, and that from this enchanted thing he gathered his great wisdom. Whether or no this tale were true, I do not know, since I never heard it utter words, nor would Noot tell me when I asked him. Yet it is true that it was his custom to pray to it, also that it was very ancient and valued by him more than all the gold and jewels on the earth. Now it stood here as it had done in my father's house at Ozal, as it had done at Philo, in his chamber, at Memphis, on the ship Happy, and elsewhere when we journeyed together throughout the world, and it was strange to me to behold its familiar face again in this dreadful habitation. "Eat," said Noot, "then sleep, for you are weary." Philo and I did as he commanded. We ate. We laid ourselves down upon the beds in the inner caves and slept. The last thing that my eyes saw before slumber closed them was Noot, my master, now become more of a spirit than a man, kneeling in solemn prayer before the hallowed effigy of Isis. I know not for how long we slept, but it must have been many hours, for when we woke it was to see that dwarf whose face was always hidden, setting another meal upon the table in the outer cave. There, too, by the lamplight, I perceived Noot still praying to the statue of Isis as though he had never risen from his knees, which perchance he had not done, who no longer was as our other men. It was a strange sight in that dread place, and one that affrighted Philo, as he told me, and left me not unmoved, who felt that here we stood upon the edge of mortal things. I went to him, and seeing me come, he rose from his knees to greet me, asking me whether I had rested well. "Neither well nor ill," I answered. "I slept, yet my sleep was full of dreams, very strange dreams that boded I know not what. They told me both of the past and of the future, and the burden of them was that I seemed to see myself living alone, from generation to generation, in caves as you do today. May the gods defend you from such a fate, daughter." He answered as though the thought disturbed him. "They have not defended you, father. Oh, how can you bear to dwell in the darkness of this dreadful place round which the winds howl eternally, companioned only by your thoughts and a dwarf who never speaks? How did you find it? How came you here, and what put into your mind the thought of choosing this burrow for a hermitage? Tell me truly, who as yet, I think, have hidden half the truth even from me, for I'm devoured with wonder and would understand." "Hearken, Ayesha. When first we met in Arabia, I was already very old, was I not? I, who now long have passed the tale of man's allotted days. Before that time, for many years, I had been a head priest and prophet of Isis in Egypt, also the chief magician of that land. Yet I was not born an Egyptian, nor did my eyes so much as look upon the Nile until I had counted over 60 summers. Where then were you born, father?" "Here, in Kor. I am the last descendant of the king priests who ruled in Kor before the great apostasy and the falling of the sword of God. To the holy men who were my fathers had descended their knowledge of that secret of secrets where I have spoken to you, and ever it was their custom, when age took a hold of them, to withdraw into this living sepulchre, and there as guardians of the fire to await the end. Also, under many oaths, each of them passed on to his descendants the knowledge of the secret. Thus, daughter, it came into my keeping, for my grandsire told my father, and my father whispered it to me. Then, while my grandsire still lived, the goddess, for her own ends, of which now I think I see the purpose, called me from this desolate land away to Egypt, there to serve her as I have done. Again she called me to Arabia, that there you might be given into my keeping, as you were for certain years. A third time she called me back to Kor, whither I came with Philo. Here I found my grandsire dead, and his son my father dead after him, leaving the hermitage of the Watcher of the Fire untenanted. Therefore, setting Philo to command the savage tribes who dwell around the ruins of haunted Kor, hither I came, as for generations my forebears have done, to fill the office that they filled, and to die. "Forgetting me, upon whose head you left a heavy burden, my father in Isis," I said bitterly. "Nay, Ayesha, I forgot you not, who knew well that at the appointed time we should meet once more, as met we have. Always in my prayers I have watched over you, and many of your troubles and dangers have been made known to me in dreams. It was in a dream that I heard you calling for guidance, and sent the answer that was commanded. Aye, and before that already, I had dispatched Philo to Egypt to bring you to me, as also I was commanded. And now you stand here before me in my hermitage, and I tell you all these things because last night I learned, while I prayed, and you were lost in sleep, that we shall speak no more together. My hour is at hand, and since I have no child of my body, to you, my child in the spirit, I pass on the great secret, as to you already I have passed on my high office and my wisdom. When the breath has left me, Ayesha, Then to you will descend the guardianship of the fire, and here, doubtless, when age has overtaken you, you also will end your days." "Is it so?" I asked, dismayed, staring around me at the rocky walls and listening to the tempest that raged eternally without. "Aye, Ayesha, it is so, since that is the high duty laid upon your soul, whereby it shall find wings to fly to heaven. Know that no guardian of the fire enters into the fire. He watches it, no more. And if it is threatened, he seals it forever from the sight of man. Listen, I will tell you how." And leaning forward, he whispered certain words into my ear and showed me certain hidden things. I heard, I saw, I bowed my head, then I asked, "And if the guardian of the fire entered into the fire, what then, watcher of the fire?" "Daughter, I know not," he answered, horror-struck. "But then I think the fire would become his guardian, a terrible guardian that at the last would also be the destroyer of its false servant. More I cannot tell, because though some have breathed its essence, none of them has dared this deed. 2 nights ago you told me, O Noot, that this fire gives youth and beauty, and uncounted days to those who bathe therein. If none has ever entered it, how know you this?" "Because it is so, Ayesha. Moreover, I did not say that none had ever entered it. Perchance there are beings now known to the world as gods or demons, who by accident rather than design have tasted of this cup. Perchance that shape you saw standing on the Ethiopian's head in some bygone age stood for an instant in its path. At least I repeat that it is so. Believe or disbelieve as you will, but ask me no more, and above all, do not venture to solve the mystery in your mortal flesh." "At least, Prophet, let me look upon that which I must guard," I said. "Aye, you shall look," he answered. "It is for that reason I have brought you here, priestess and daughter of wisdom. For having looked, I do not think that you will desire to bathe in that red flame. Eat now and make ready." End of chapter 19. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 20 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. The Coming of Kallikrates. A while later we left the cave, Noot, Philo, and I, each of us bearing a lighted lamp. Clad in a dark cloak, Noot led the way, his lamp in one hand, and in the other a long staff such as herdsmen use upon the mountainside. Strange enough he seemed thus arrayed, with his thin, transparent face, his eyes grown large and luminous from staring at the darkness, and his long white beard showing like snow against the black texture of the cloak. More of a spirit than a man, indeed, or like Charon, leading shadows of the dead to that boat in which all, I, even I, Ayesha, must embark at last. Never shall I forget his aspect as he searched for and found the stair that led to the rock-strewn slope which stretched downward for a furlong or more to the narrow passage at its end, through which presently we travelled into the infernal halls beyond. Great were those halls or caverns, so great that we light-bearers were but as ants creeping through their vastness, so great that we could see neither their walls nor roof. We passed through 2 of them, our footfalls echoing in their fearful silence, and came to a passage. "Bide here," said Noot to Philo, "and await us, since it is not lawful for you to look upon that which lies beyond. If perchance we should not return within 3 hours, so nearly as you can measure them, which may happen since we go to where there is danger for mankind, win your way back to the world, and say that the gods have taken Noot the prophet and Ayesha the high priestess to be of their company." So Philo, out of whose eyes all the Grecian joyousness had fled, sat himself down upon a rock to wait, as I could see unwillingly enough, for he loved this adventure little, and was troubled for the safety of me whom he loved much. "Fear not," I whispered to him. "The hour is still far in which Ayesha must fall a ripe fruit from the tree of life." "I pray so, child of Isis," he answered, "since surely we have entered into Hades, where I would not be left without so much as a fellow shade to comfort me. Yet beware, for I know not whither that old ghost is leading you." And he glanced at the tall shape of Noot, striding into the tunnel in which this cave ended, the lamp held above his head. I followed after him, also holding my lamp aloft, though presently it became needless, since now the darkness of that hole grew alive with rosy light. On like a swift shadow glided Noot, and I followed him into the heart of the light, into a place too where thunder was imprisoned, like winds in the bag of Aeolus. Ay, a place filled with glories and with roarings, though whence these came I could not guess. We entered yet another cavern, not so very large in size, and carpeted with fine white sand. It was empty save for one thing. On the sand lay a withered shape, a hideous little shape that once had been man or woman. Whose it was and how it came there I never learned, since in the marvel of all that followed and afterward I forgot to ask it of Noot, if indeed he could have told me. Perchance some seeker of the fire, who lived 1,000 or 10,000 years before, had perished of terror at the sight of it, or perchance for his or her impiety that seeker had been sacrificed by gods or men. Yet even then I thought it dreadful and ominous that the first sight my eyes beheld in this terrible place should be this shriveled, long-haired lump of death lying there in eternal solitude, while in front of and around it played the fierce essences of life eternal. This cavern was filled with a light like to that of some tempestuous Libyan dawn. Also it was filled with a muttering, thunderous sound, such sound as is caused by the iron wheels of 1,000 chariots rushing to battle adown a rocky way. The light multiplied and was stabbed through, as though by many coloured levens flashing hither and thither. The thunders gathered to an awful roar. Those unearthly chariots were rolling down upon us. "To your knees!" cried Noot in my ear. "The fire comes! The god is passing by!" I knelt. My hand rested by chance upon that little shriveled form, and lo, at my touch it crumbled into dust. It had been. It was not. The grinning, twisted face was gone. Nothing of it remained save a lock or two of curling hair. Surely it must have been a woman's hair. Then the marvel happened. Before me appeared a turning column of glorious, many-coloured brightness, that roared and bellowed like a million maddened bulls. To my eyes it seemed to take the shape of a mighty man, and in its glowing crest I saw green eyes of emerald, like to those of tigers, which eyes fixed themselves upon me. Arms it had also, blood-red, splendid arms, that stretched themselves toward me, as though to clasp me to that burning breast. It was terrible, and yet it was most beauteous. Never until I saw it had I known beauty. no, not even in the dawn, or in the sunset, or in the sight of the wild shock of battle. This mighty God of life seemed to call to the life within me, like a king to his subject, like a master to his slave. I longed to lose myself in that embrace of fire. Half I rose from my knees. Noot caught me by the arm. "Enter not!" he cried sternly, and again I sank down and hid my face upon the sand. How long I lay there I do not know, for exultation seized me and made my senses drunk, so that I could take no count of time. It may have been for a minute or an hour, I say I do not know. When I looked up again, the fire had gone by. The god was hidden in his secret sanctuary, though still the cavern glowed with rosy light. Noot drew me from that place. Without we found Philo, pale-lipped and trembling, and together, slowly and with labour, we climbed our upward course back to the hermitage beneath the swaying stone. Here we rested in silence, until at last Noot drew me aside and spoke. "Ayesha," he said, "you have seen as it was decreed that you must see. In that burning presence, temptation took hold of you, so sharp a hold that had I not been there, perchance, you would have yielded, forgetting my warnings and my prayers. Now I beseech you, guard the fire in the days to come, but look on it no more forever. Since although in other matters you are so strong, in this I feel you frail. While I live, indeed, never again shall you behold it with your eyes, since first I will call upon the goddess to cut your thread of life and take you to herself." I bowed my head but made no answer, nor did he ask for any. What happened then? Oh, I remember that we ate of food that was made ready doubtless by the gnome-like dwarf, whom I saw no more. After this, Noot looked from the door of his hermitage and called to us to come swiftly, since the moment of sunset that brought with it the falling ray was at hand, and the bridge must be crossed and the narrowest of the stone spur travelled ere it departed. Holding lighted lanterns in our hands, he led us to the crest of the trembling stone, whereon the timbers of the bridge creaked and swayed. Here he clasped me in his arms, blessing me and bidding me farewell, and though he said it not, I was certain that in his mind, as at the moment I did in mine, he believed that our spirits parted for ever upon this earth. Yes, believed it so surely that tears coursed down his pale cheeks. Then suddenly the sword-like ray of fire stabbed the darkness, and by it I and Philo crossed the bridge, and while it endured, clambered swiftly along the spur of which, I know not why, all fear had left me. As that ray began to fade, I turned my head to look my last on Noot. There in the heart of it he stood, clothed as it were with fire. As our faith tells, are the messengers of Isis, Queen of Heaven. Yes, there he stood with clasped hands and uplifted eyes, like to one lost in prayer. Then the ray went out like a blown lamp, and the darkness fell and swallowed him. We gained the plain in safety, and through the night were borne back to Kor. The litter swayed, the slaves whose shoulders bent beneath the pole sang their low, weird chant inviting to sleep, but its messengers would not touch my eyelids with their rod of slumber. I could not sleep, whose soul burned with a fierce wakefulness. Oh, what was this wonder that I had seen? The very fount of life that, hidden from mankind, burns in the womb of the world. But if it were this, why did Noot speak of it as though it were a fount of death? Why did he forbid me to taste its cup? Perhaps because not life but death inhabited that flame, as the little withered thing which had crumbled at my touch, that once had been man or woman, as I think, hinted to the mind. I knew not, but what I did know was that henceforth I was plighted to this god of fire, and that in some day to come I must feel his burning marriage kiss upon my brow. When we came to Kor at the sunrise, I beckoned Philo to me and made to him the sign of silence, which being initiated he knew well, so that neither then nor at any other time should any word concerning these mysteries pass his lips. Nor indeed could it do so, as he had not looked upon the greatest of them, and only from afar had listened to the thunder of the wheeling flame. Then with a new energy, as though inspired by the breath of that fiery god, I got me to my common daily task of rebuilding a perished faith and people. Let that business be. Why should I speak of it, since destiny decreed that I must shape my work of water or of drifting sand, not of rock or fired clay? O fate, why didst thou fool me thus? O love the destroyer, why didst thou make of me thy tool, and with me thus bring Isis and her worship to the dust? How long afterward was it that Kallikrates came? But a little while, I think, though to one who has lived over 2,000 years, time loses its measure and significance. I had sent Philo to the coast, purposing to prepare for the opening up of trade and converse with the outer world. For in this rich place, when its wild people were brought beneath my yoke, who already looked upon me as one half divine, as the spirit of their ancient goddess indeed, sent back to them from heaven, I knew that we could produce much that the teeming tribes of Libya would seek and buy. One night he returned, and was at once admitted to my presence. He told me of all that he had done, or failed to do, and I praised him, then made the signal of dismissal. He hesitated a while, then said, "Child of Isis, be pleased to learn that I have not returned alone." "That I know already, Philo, since there were many in your company." "Be it understood, child of Isis, that I have brought back with me some with whom I did not set forth." "Doubtless envoys from the people of the coast," I answered indifferently. "Nay," he replied, "travellers who have wandered long among those peoples, and whom I found shipwrecked and in a desperate state. Travellers from Egypt." "From Egypt? How many, Philo?" "9 in all, prophetess, though the most of them are servants." "Good, Philo, it will please me, who must dwell so much alone, to talk with strangers from Egypt. They may have news of what passes on the Nile. Give them hospitality such as we can command, and all they need, and tomorrow after the morning ceremonies bring them to me. Tonight it is too late, and doubtless they are weary." Again he hesitated, then bowed, and went, leaving me wondering, for there was that in his manner which I thought strange. Still, having spoken my commands, I would not alter them. Yet as I laid me down to sleep, terror took hold of me. Yes, a terror of I knew not what. I felt that evil overshadowed me with its black wings, that I was about to look upon something or someone I did not desire to see, that a doom unknown had meshed me so that I lay helpless like a gladiator over whom the net-thrower has cast his web, and who lies struggling vainly, the trident at his throat. Thus often does advancing peril cast its cold shadow upon our mortal hearts, which shiver at the touch of that they feel but cannot discern. I thought that perchance I was about to die, that already death gripped me with his clasp of ice, that in the dark recesses of the chamber where I lay, already some murderer fingered the dagger which should pierce my breast. As well might happen in this wild land, among man-eating savages upon whose necks I had set my heel. Again I thought that the spirits of the ancient dead, whose place I occupied, were hunting me, demanding that I should give them back their own, the rule I had usurped. Next I remembered tennis, transfixed by the sword of vengeance, and knowing now that mine was the hand that drove it. And Ocus Artaxerxes, when the poison began to burn his vitals, as presently the fire would burn his company, guessing at the last that I, the outraged priestess, had brewed the cup and lit the fire. Yea, all these memories gathered round me, rising like black clouds upon my sky of life, and threatening its eclipse, I who was terrified of I knew not what. Lastly there came into my mind this tale of Philo's, of shipwrecked strangers whom he had rescued and led hither to be comforted. Who were these strangers, I wondered? Assassins, perchance, hid under a disguise of want and desolation. Men who sought to kill me and free my spirit with their dagger points, that it might no longer watch them here on earth. Yet, and this was marvellous, showing how blind are the eyes of our mortal flesh, never did the thought come to me that those strangers might be Kallikrates the Greek and Hermitage, aforetime royal princess of Egypt, she whom her desire and hate had made my foe. I slept at last, though feverishly, only to wake when the high sun was flooding the temple court with its fierce summer rays. I rose, and since the day was one of ceremony and festival, was arrayed by my women in the queenly garments of the high priestess of Isis, and hung about with the sacred jewels and emblems of my rank. Thus splendidly attired, I was led to my seat of state, that I had caused to be placed in the inmost pillared court, before a wondrous veiled statue of truth, standing on the world, which some God-gifted artist of old Kor had fashioned in the forgotten days. Here we celebrated our service with pomp and ritual, as once we were wont to do in Egypt, though, alas, the hierophants and the singers were few in number. So was the outer congregation of half-converted worshippers creeping back from the blackness of their barbarous rites to the holy fellowship of the goddess. The office was ended, the ringing of the sistrum had ceased, the blessing was given, and with it the absolution of offences. The worshippers had dispersed, save here and there one who remained to pray. I too was about to depart when Philo came, saying humbly and hastily, like one who desires to be done with an unwelcome task, that those wanderers of whom he had spoken waited upon my pleasure. "Admit them," I answered, wondering within myself upon whom I was about to look. Malefactors, perchance, I thought, who had fled from justice into far lands, or merchants driven southward by the gales, or humble seamen escaped from some sunk ship. They came, a little knot of them, winding in and out between the great columns of the ruined temple, advancing through the shadows. Idly I noted, as they passed an open space where fell a stronger light, that the two who walked first had a noble air, different from that of those who followed after them. Then once more the shadows veiled them, whence presently they emerged before me, seated beneath the statue, and stood there, the sun's rays pouring down upon them. I glanced at them and saw that they were man and woman, perfect man and very beauteous woman. Then I lifted my head and looked them fully in the face, only to sink back, terrified, amazed, overwhelmed. Did I dream? Had some mocking spirit tricked my eyes, or were these that stood before me Kallikrates, the Grecian warrior priest, and Amenartas, the royal princess of Egypt? Lifting my hand to hide my face, I studied them beneath its shade. Oh, who could be mistaken? There before me, splendid in beauty as of old, stood the godlike Kallikrates, and at his side, dark, magnificent, and as yet untouched by time, or perchance protected from its ravages by arts she learned from her sire, Nectinibus the sorcerer, was the imperial Amenartas. For a moment I kept silence, gathering up my strength, ordering my spirit. Then, still holding my hand before my face, I spoke coldly as though without concern, saying, "Whence come you, noble strangers? What are your names, and why do you seek the hospitality of the queen of this ruined land of Kor?" Bold as ever it was Amenartas who answered me, not Kallikrates, who stood staring about him as men do when they are uneasy in their minds or wearied with ceremonies. "We are wanderers, priestess, in station neither mean nor great, traders, to tell the truth, from the far north, who, having suffered shipwreck and many other things, at length were rescued of this servant of yours who led us here." And she pointed to Philo standing nearby, with a stupid smile upon his face. "By race we are Phoenicians, called—" and she gave some name that I forget. "As to the rest, being in extremity, for those over whom we ruled rebelled against us and cast us out, we ask shelter from you until fortune smiles upon us again, who of late has dealt us naught but frowns." "It is granted, lady. But tell me, what are you to each other? Brother and sister, perchance?" "Ay, priestess, brother and sister, as you have rightly guessed, seeing that our names are one name." "That is strange, lady. Indeed, I think that you throw mud upon your father or your mother, or both, since how could these have begotten one dark, a high-born daughter of the Nile, and another fair as Apollo, and having Grecian Apollo's face and mien? Again, how comes it that the sister of a Phoenician merchant binds up her locks with a circlet of Egyptian royalty?" And I pointed to the uraeus twisted band of gold upon her brow. "Blood plays strange tricks, priestess, searching out now the likeness of one ancestor and now of another, so that ofttimes one child is born dark and the other fair. As for the ornament, I bought it in trade from an Arab merchant, not knowing whence it came or its significance." She began to answer unabashed, when of a sudden Kallikrates checked her, muttering, "Have done." Then addressing me, he said, "O queen and priestess, take no heed of this lady's words, since of late, because of our misfortunes, we have been forced to tell many strange tales according to the conditions of the hour. We are not Phoenicians, born of one house. We are by blood Greek and Egyptian, and by relation not brother and sister, but man and wife." Now when I heard these words, my heart stood still, who hoped that Isis and their oaths might have held this pair apart. Yet I answered calmly, "Is it so, wanderer? Then tell me, of what faith are you twain, and by whom were you wed? Did some minister of Zeus join your hands, or did you stand together before Hathor's altars?" Then, while he searched for some answer that he could not find, I went on, laughing a little. "Perchance, O noble pair, you were not wed at all. Perchance you are not husband and wife, but only lover and lover, mated after nature's fashion." He hung his head, confused, and even the bold eyes of Armenartas were troubled. Now I could bear no more. "O Grecian Kallikrates," I said, "aforetime captain of Pharaoh's guard, aforetime priest of Isis, and O Armenartas, daughter of Nectanebus, by birth royal princess of Egypt, why do you waste words, hoping to fool one who cannot be deceived? Doubtless you have bribed yonder Philo to hide the truth, as once you bribed him to hide a certain lady upon his ship, and to set the two of you ashore upon a certain island." "If so, he has betrayed us," stammered Kallikrates, the red blood rising to his brow. "Nay, he has not betrayed you, being one who ever keeps faith with those who pay him well. Is it not so, Philo, my servant?" I waited for an answer, but none came, for Philo had gone. Then I continued, "Nay, Philo did not betray you, nor was it needed. Royal Armenartas, whence had you that scarab ring upon your hand?" "It was my lord's gift to me," she answered. "Then tell me, Kallikrates, whence had you the ring, also if there be graven on its bezel in the Egyptian writing signs that mean royal son of the sun?" "Those signs are cut upon the ring, O Queen, which in bygone years was given to me as a talisman by a certain divine priestess, whom I saved in battle, that its virtues might recover me of wounds which I received in the battle. This, as I was told afterward, it had the power to do because that ring was blessed, having been fashioned like to one which Isis the mother set as her love gift upon the hand of dead Osiris, ere she breathed his soul into him again. Or perchance it was the very same that Osiris left upon the earth when he passed to heaven. I know not." Thus he spoke, stumbling at the words, like an ill-bred mule upon a stony path, till, wearying of the tale, I broke in, "Therefore, O Kallikrates, you, in your turn, gave the enchanted ancient amulet to a woman you desired, or who desired you, hoping that its virtues might consecrate your unhallowed union. O priest forsworn, how did you dare this sacrilege? To set upon your lover's hand the ring, the very ring of Isis, that once great Camus wore, given to you by the prophetess of Isis to lift you from the gates of death." Then, bending forward so that the shadow of the statue behind no longer hid me, I uncovered my face and looked him in the eyes. "I thought it," he said, "though who could have dreamed that here in this ruin it is the oracle and the prophetess, it is the child of Isis, the daughter of wisdom herself, whose voice I knew again through all her feigning." And he fell to the ground so that his brow was pressed upon its stones, muttering, "Slay me, Queen, and have done, but spare this lady and send her back to her own land, since the sin is mine, not hers, who was no priestess." Now Armenartas stared at me with her bold eyes, then cried with a hard laugh, "Ha! Be not so sure, my lord, for this is scarcely possible. Well do I remember looking upon her who was called Isis come to earth in the bygone days, especially at a certain feast that Pharaoh gave when she unveiled to show herself to Tennis, king of Sidon, who afterward took her as his slave. But that seeress was a very fair woman, although perchance even then somewhat faded, or so I who but a little while before had bade farewell to childhood judged of her. Therefore this ruler of ruins can scarcely be the same, seeing that none could name her fair. Look, she is old and withered, her neck has fallen in, her shape is flattened. The seeress I remember had a lovely mouth of coral, but this lady's lips are thin and pale. Also she had large and beauteous eyes, but those of this lady are small and almost colourless. Moreover, they are ringed beneath with lines of black, such as are common to aged virgin priestesses who have never known the love of a man, though of it perchance their holy souls still dream, even in the midst of their customary bead-checked prayers, while, like those of slaves, their knees harden upon the stones. Nay, my lord, although time works strange changes in those who have passed the meridian of their days, this priestess who hides her grey hairs beneath the vulture cap of her persuasion can scarcely be the same as that glowing pythoness upon whom once we looked in the Pharaoh's halls, and who, as I recall, then looked much on you. Now I listened to this vulgar venom, the common outpouring of a small-natured jealous heart, and smiled. Yet it is true, for in these lines I write nothing which is not the truth, that some of those poisoned shafts went home. I knew well that all the beauty that once I had was no longer mine, that the passing of the years, that care and abstinence, and the turning of my heart from things mortal to those divine, added to the weight of rule and wisdom and avengement which destiny had laid upon my brow, had robbed me of my bloom, and that imperial loveliness which once enthralled the world. Also it was true that Hermitage was still a child when I was a woman grown, and therefore had nature's vantage of me, which indeed must increase from moon to moon. Still I smiled, and as I smiled a great thought smote me, sowing a seed of daring in the kind soil of my breast, whence therefore it was doomed to grow, to blossom, and in an unborn hour of fulfilment to bear its fearful fruit. Oh, if I have sinned against high heaven, and the commands of its minister, my guide the holy Noot, let the recording gods remember that it was the whip of this woman's bitter tongue which drove me to the deed. Now, very gently I spoke, saying, Rise, Kallikrates. Such words as you have heard spoken of one who once was set above you in her office can scarcely be pleasing to your ears, nor will I answer them. I know well that in them there is something of the truth, and I am proud that it has been granted to me to make sacrifice to the Queen of Heaven, whom I adore, of such small gifts of the flesh and comeliness as once were mine. It is but another offering which I heap upon her altar, one of many. Yet, Kallikrates, though as I think you can no longer bow the knee before that majesty as once you did, I pray you, if you can, to hold this lady's lips from pouring scorn upon her, as she does upon me, her priestess. I pray you to bring it to her memory that once, clad in her veil of Isis, she also worshipped at that shrine, ay, that in a time of peril, often there, she and you and I have sent up our pure petitions, though not in the customary bead-checked prayers of which she speaks. Yes, bring it to her memory that though the temple of Memphis has been given to the flames, Mother Isis hears and watches, not in Egypt, but in heaven, and that though she be slow to wrath, yet she still can smite. Now, Kallikrates, go rest you, taking your love with you, and afterward we will talk alone, since, although I can forgive, I am not minded to be stoned with such words as angry women of the people throw at their rivals in the marketplace. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Natalie Rule. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 21. The Truth and the Temptation. Not that day, but on the morrow, Kallikrates asked audience of me. Learning that he was alone, I received him in my private chamber, and bade him be seated. He obeyed, and for a while I watched him, the light from the window-place falling upon his golden head, and upon his shining armour, battered with storm and war, For now he was clad in his soldier's garb, perchance the very same that years ago he had worn on board the Harpy, and thus attired looked like a king of men. "The Lady Armanatus is somewhat sick after all our journeyings," he said. "I think that the disorder which is common on the coastlands has fallen upon her, since her face is flushed and her hands are hot. Therefore she cannot wait upon you, prophetess. Yet she bids me thank you for your hospitality, and say that she asks your pardon for any bitter words she may have spoken yesterday, since these sprang not from her heart, but from a fever burning in her blood." "It is granted. I know this sickness, though myself I have been protected from it, and will send her medicine, and with it a skilled woman to wait upon her. Bid her not to fear, it is seldom dangerous. Now, my guest Kallikrates, if it pleases you, let me hear your story. You must have much to tell since we parted in the sanctuary at Memphis. Then, you will remember your purpose was to accompany the holy Noot upon his mission, because you thought it best, for reasons of your own, to depart from Memphis for a while. Yet I think it was in your mind to go alone, not accompanied by that royal lady who is your companion." "This is true, prophetess," he answered heavily. "Nor did I know that the lady of whom you speak was aboard the Harpy until, to escape capture at the hands of the Persians, we had fled from the Nile out toward the open sea." "I understand, Kallikrates, nor can it be denied that fate dealt hardly, or perchance I should say kindly, with you when it caused the Lady Armanatus to embark in error upon the ship Harpy, which sailed down the Nile, instead of that of her father Nectanebus, which set its course for Thebes and Ethiopia." "Mock me not, child of wisdom. As the Lady Armanatus would tell you to your face, she knew well enough upon what ship she sailed, though I knew nothing, who believed that I had said farewell to her for ever. I, abandoning her hope of royalty and all else, and taking every risk, she embarked upon the Harpy, setting some other woman tricked out to her likeness to fill her place a while among the company of Nectanebus." "That at least was bold, and I love courage, Kallikrates. Yet what was her purpose?" "Is that a question that you should ask me, lady, who know well that great-hearted women will dare much for love?" "Whether I should ask or not, at least I have the answer to my question, Kallikrates. Of a truth, you should love and honor one who for your sake abandoned all to win what she thought more than all, even at the cost of her own shame and the ruin of your soul." "I do love and honor her," he answered hoarsely. "When she was still a child I loved her, and because of that love I slew my brother, believing that on reaching womanhood she had come to favor him, which it seems she did only to draw me closer to her." "It would appear, Kallikrates, that this lady brings no good fortune to your race, since first she works the death of one of you, making a murderer of his own brother, and then of that brother fashions an apostate to his faith, yea, a traitor accursed of God and man." "It is so," he said humbly. "Yet she loves me much, so much that whether I will it or not, I must love her, since if the woman loves enough, what can the man do but follow on the path she leads? Tell me, prophetess, you who are wise, had you been a man and sat in my place there upon the ship Harpy, which is a narrow prison, what would you have done? Being a man, I say, as I am." "Perhaps just what you did, Kallikrates, and therefore have become accursed, as you are, Kallikrates, seeing that the lady was sweet and loving, and that man must remain man, however great the oaths he has sworn to goddesses, who do not throw their arms about him or kiss him on the lips." Once I thought that a goddess did kiss me on the lips, oracle of Isis, and the memory of that kiss is sweet and holy." "Is it so?" I answered. "Well, since you are no more of our communion, I may tell you now that in the shrine of Philo, I played the part of the goddess and gave that ceremonial kiss." Now he stared at me, reddening, then muttered, "Always I guessed it, who could not quite believe that a goddess would kiss so sweetly." And again he started like one who would ask a question that his lips do not dare to frame. I remained silent, watching him, till presently he broke out, "You tell me that I am a cursed priestess. Tell me also why Isis is so wroth with me." "Did you not swear yourself to her alone, and break your oath, Kallikrates? Do you not know that if women can be jealous, goddesses who are set far above them can be more greatly so of those who are bound to them in the mystic marriage? Have you not heard that to turn from them to a daughter of man is to offer them the most terrible of insults?" "Isis herself was wed to Osiris, prophetess, and I have heard of priests and priestesses who served her, who were also wed." "Perchance, Kallikrates, after absolution given by one upon whom authority is conferred to strain vows for some high end. But who gave you authority to marry? You, who indeed are not married, but only a woman's lover? Did you mayhap seek it from the holy Noot upon the ship Happy?" "Nay," he answered, "that thought never came to me, or if it came, I believed that he would but heap curses upon me, or mayhap call down the vengeance of Isis upon another. You have heard, prophetess, of what fate sometimes awaits those who tempt the feet of priests or priestesses from the straight path of their vows." "Aye, Kallikrates, they die by fire, or they starve, or they perish, shut up in some narrow, airless hole. Each worship works its own vengeance for that unmeasured crime. Yet you were foolish not to make your prayer of Noot, by whom alone it could be granted, since who knows what he would have answered." "Is it too late?" he asked eagerly. "For every sin there is forgiveness, why not for mine? Only who could grant it, since now I know not where to look for Noot, if indeed he lives?" "For every sin there is forgiveness, Kallikrates, but only at a price. First, the sin itself must be laid upon the altar as a sacrifice. For dead sins there may be forgiveness. For those that live and are continued there is none, but only stripe added to stripe and remorse piled upon remorse. As for Noot, it chances that he does live and not so far away. Would you lay your case before him and hear his judgment?" "I do not know," he answered slowly. "Hearken, child of wisdom. I am in a strange strait. I love this lady with my body and am bound to her, but it is not so with my spirit. Our souls, I think, are far apart. Oh, bear me witness that my heart is set on higher things. It would sail into far seas unvisited of man, but always there is this anchor of the flesh chaining it to its native shore. Amenartas does not think thus. She loves to lie bound in life's pleasant harbour, or to wander to its green banks, wafted thither by the fitful breath of common things, there to deck her brow with the wreaths of passion. 'Let heaven be,' she says. 'Here is the happy earth beneath our feet, and round us murmur the waters of delight, and I am very beautiful, and I love you well. If there be gods, and they are vengeful, at least their hour is not yet. This moment is ours to enjoy, and to our lips it holds a glorious cup. If all the wine be drunk and the cup is shattered, at least there will remain with us their memories. What are these gods whom you seek so madly? What do they give to man save many curses, deaths and separations, sicknesses and sorrows, adding to these promises of woe to follow? when they have worked their worst on earth? Are there any gods save those that man fashions from his own terrors? Man who will not be content with nature's food, but needs must sour it with an alien poison, and even when the sun shines round him shivers in some cold shadow that superstition casts upon his heart. Thus she reasons, and such ever were her arguments. Tell me, Kallikrates, has any child been born to you? Ay, one, a very lovely child. He died of hardships that caused his mother's milk to fail. And when the royal Amarnatas looked upon him dead, did she still reason in this fashion, saying that there are no gods, and for man there is no hope beyond the grave? Not altogether, since she cursed the gods, and who curse that in which they do not believe? Also I remember that she wept and prayed those gods to give him back to her, while his little heart still beat, and like a moth new crept from its chrysalis. Yet he hung to the edge of the world, drying his soul's crinkled wings in the dawning lights of heaven. But afterwards she forgot and made sacrifice to her familiar spirit, asking it to send her another child, which prayer she tells me is the way of fulfillment. So Amarnatas practices magic like her father Nectanebus? Ay, lady, and it would seem not without avail, though of this matter of dealing with demons I neither know nor want to know anything. I think it comes to her with her Egyptian blood, also that the Pharaoh taught her these arts in her childhood, and what is learnt then is never quite forgotten. At least I know that when we have been in trouble or in danger during our long wanderings, with secret rites upon which I do not pry, she calls upon some familiar, and that thereafter in this way or in that our pathway has been straightened. Indeed, she did this just before Philo found us starving. As the path of your babe was straightened from this world to the next, Kallikrates, as the devious path of Pharaoh Nectanebus was straightened to a road which led from the throne of Egypt. But pray the lady Amarnatas to ask of her demon whither it led, since here my wisdom fails me, and I am not sure. Well, we have spoken long, and so stands the case, one that might puzzle Quoth himself. Is it your pleasure, Kallikrates, to visit the divine Noot and take his counsel upon all these matters? I think that he alone upon the earth can give you guidance in them. Yet do as you will. Kallikrates thought a while, brooding. Then he answered, Yes, it is my pleasure. When Amarnatas is recovered of her sickness, we will go. The holy Noot is very ancient, and the royal Amarnatas may be sick for a long while. Therefore might it be wise to go at once, Kallikrates? Nay, prophetess, I cannot. Amarnatas has strange fancies, and will not be left alone. She thinks that she may be poisoned. Indeed, that already she has tasted poison. Then let her make richer sacrifices to her demon, and pray him to protect her. Certainly they will not be without avail, since I can swear that here in Kor no poison shall pass her lips, nor any harm come to her, save perchance from those gods whom she denies. Farewell, Kallikrates. He bowed to me humbly and turned to go, then after a step or two came back and said, the gods, who for you and me and their sum are one god, Isis, Queen of Heaven. Tell me now, I pray you, that are named Wisdom's daughter, who and what is Isis? I thought a while, since the question was a great one, a problem that as yet I had never tried to solve in words. Then I answered, By my soul I do not know. East and west and north and south, men in their millions worship this god or that. Yet is there one among them who, save in dreams or ecstasies, has ever seen his god? Or if he tries to fashion him out before his mortal eyes, can do more than carve some effigy of wood or stone." Then I pointed to the veiled statue of Truth behind me, saying, "Lo, there is Isis, a beauteous thing with a hidden face ruling o'er the world. She is one of divinity's 1,000 forms. Ay, she is its essence frozen to the shape we know in this world's icy air, and having a countenance chiselled differently from age to age by the changeful thought of man. She lives in every soul, yet in no two souls is she the same. She is not, yet eternally she is, invisible, intangible, ever pursued and ever fleeing, never seen and never handled, yet she answers prayer, and her throne is not in the high heavens, but in the heart of every creature that draws the breath of life. One day we shall behold her, and not know her. Yet she will know us, such is Isis, formless, yet in every form, dead, yet living in all that breathes, a priest-bred fantasy, yet the one great truth."
"If Isis be thus, what of the world's other gods?"
"They all are Isis, and Isis is them all. The 1,000 gods men worship are but one god wearing many faces. Or rather, they are 2 gods, the god of good and the god of evil, Horus and Typhon, who war continually for the souls of things created by that divine, unseen, unknown, yet eternally existent, who reigns beyond the stars, alone in fearful glory, and from his nameless habitation looks down both on gods and men, the puppets of his hands, on the rolling worlds that bear them, on the seas of space between, and on the infusing spirit whose operation is the breath of life. So it was in the beginning, is now, and shall be eternally. At least, Kallikrates, thus I have been taught by the wisdom of Noot my master, and following his path, thus my searching soul has learned. Again, farewell."
He looked at me, muttering, "Child of Isis, oh, well-named child of Isis, and wisdom's daughter,"
and there was awe in his eyes and voice. Now, as ever, he is afraid of me, I thought to myself. And how can a man come to love that of which he is afraid, since love and fear are opposites and there is no bridge between them? Oh, why did I speak to him of these high things, which as yet his spirit can scarce weigh or understand? Perhaps because I am so lonely, and having naught into which I can pour my mind, no vase of gold and alabaster, my deep o'erflowing thought must fill the first coarse cup of clay that chance offers to my hand, like to the storing of priceless wine in some tarry bottle, which it will burst. Surely I should learn a lesson from yonder Amenartas, who knows well how to deal with such a one as he, one who still stands at thought's beginnings, looking dismayed at the steep upward path studded with sharp stones, wreathed in cruel thorns, strewn with quicksands and with pitfalls, and bordered by precipices from whose gulfs there is no return. That path which his feet long to tread, yet dare not, lacking any guide. She leads him by a different road, the road of mortal passion, bidding him to cease from staring at the stars, bidding him weave crowns of its heavy-scented flowers to set upon her brow and his. She prattles to him of daily doings, of the joy of yesterday and the promise of tomorrow, aye, even of the food he eats. And all the time she twists the spells her father taught her to strong ropes of charm, purposing by these to tie him to her everlastingly. Aye, like a gilded spider, that black-browed, bounteous-breasted witch meshes him in her magic web, binding him fast and yet more fast, till at length he lies there staring at her, stirless as a mummy in its wrappings. Thus I mused, clothing my musings finely, yet knowing in my heart that what prompted them was the vilest of all causes and the most common,
naught indeed but the jealousy of one woman of another. For now I knew the truth. It could no more be hidden, no longer could I blind my eyes, for it had come home to me while he told me his sad story. I loved this man. Yes, and had always loved him, since first I looked upon him far away at Philo, or certainly since, veiled in the wrappings of the goddess, I had yielded to nature's promptings and kissed him upon the lips. Oh, I had beaten down that truth, I had buried it deep, but now it arose like a ghost from the grave and frightened me with its stern, immortal eyes. I loved this man, and must always love him, and no other. And he feared yet adored me, as some high spirit is adored at its appearing, but love me he did not, who was set so far above him. Yes, I was jealous, if the great can be truly jealous of that which is small, for though we were wide apart as continent from continent, yet we both were women desirous of one man. With my spirit I was not jealous, for that I knew must conquer in the end, being so strong, so armed against all the shafts of mortal change. Yet with my flesh I was jealous. He told me Arminatus had borne a son to him, that she hoped to bear another son, and I too yearned to be the mother of his son. For is it not true that by a fixed, unchanging law, whereas the man loves the woman for herself, the woman loves the man most of all because he may become the father of her child, and thus by the marvel of creation, even in the dust, preserve her from perpetual death. Even in the dust preserve her from perpetual death. So, let me think. I loved this man, and would take him for myself, and would lift him up, and would make him my equal, if that could ever be, and would teach him glorious things, and would show him the secret light that burned within my heart, and would guide him onward by the rays of my own peculiar star. How could it be brought about? Yonder woman wrapped round with the twice-dipped Tyrian purple of kings, which purple, be it admitted, she wore well, although now she lacked a throne whereupon to drape it, thought in her folly that I had poisoned or would poison her. Yes, she knew Ayesha so little that she believed that, like a Persian eunuch, she would stoop to call deadly venom to her aid, and thereby rid her of a rival. Never! If I could not win by my own strength in a fair fight for favour, then let me fail, who deserved defeat. Were her life so utterly in my hands that I could destroy it with a wish, that wish would never form itself within my mind, and certainly never shape itself to deeds. What then could be done? She was right. I began to grow old. Time's acid was gnawing at me, so that my beauty was no more what it had been. I grew spare and old, while on her still shone the full glory of her womanhood. If I would conquer, I must cease from growing old. The fire of life, that fire of life which gave, it was said, the gift of undying days and of perfect youth and loveliness, such as Aphrodite herself might envy. Who said so? Noot, the master who knew all things, yet Noot had never entered into that fire. Therefore how did he know, unless it were by revelation? At least he had forbidden me to taste its cup, perhaps because he was sure that it would slay me, whom he desired to be his successor, and to establish here a great kingdom whereof the people should accept Isis as their god. Still the story might be true, for otherwise why did Noot sit in that melancholy hermitage, watching the pathway to the fire? There had been other tales of the same sort told in the world. Thus the old Chaldean legend spoke of a tree of life that grew in a certain garden whence the parents of mankind were driven lest they should eat of it and become immortal, which legend was expounded to me more fully by the Jewish rabbis in Jerusalem, and afterward by Holly the learned man. Therefore it seemed that there was a tree of life or a fire of life, jealously guarded of the gods, lest the children of men should become their equals. And I knew where that tree grew, or rather where that fire burned. Yet Noot forbade it to me, and could I disobey Noot my master, Noot the half-divine? Well, Noot was very old and near his end, and when he died, I, by his own appointment, should be the guardian of the fire, and may not a guardian taste of that he guards? The gods decreed otherwise, he said. Mayhap, but what if in this matter, where I had so much to gain, I chose to match myself against the gods? If the gods give knowledge, can they be wroth with those who use it? Yet if they are wroth, well, let them be wroth, and set their worst against my best. Sometimes I grew weary of the gods, and all the fantastical decrees which they, or their priests, heaped upon the heads of the sufferers of this earth. Were not life's curse and death's doom enough to satisfy their appetites, that they must load the toilful days between with so much of the lead of misery, denying this, denying that, strewing the path of men with spikes, and crowning their heads with thorns? If Noot's tale were true, what then? I should enter the fire, I should emerge ever glorious, beauteous beyond imagining, and ever young, having left death far behind me. I should need but to wait a while until Amanatas died, and when she was dead, or having grown weary of dull life in an ancient place, had departed to seek some other. Nay, for then, in the first case, Kallikrates also would be dead or ancient, and in the second certainly she would take him with her. Ah, now I had it! If I entered the fire and came forth unharmed, Kallikrates must enter it after me, for then we should be fitly mated, even if we must wait until a little pinch of the sand of time had run out from between our fingers. Yet supposing that Amanatas chose to enter it also, as being so fond of magic and so determined to cling to that which she had won, perchance she might do. Would my case be bettered? The play would be set upon a larger stage, that is all. Well, should I not be the guardian of the fire, and would it not be in my hand to determine who should taste or who should be denied its glories? Let that matter decide itself when the hour came, since the decision would be such as I, and not as Amanatas, willed. Here then was my plan, and yet one thought more. What if the fire slew? If so, had I found life so sweet that I should be afraid to die, as in any case within some few years die I must? Let me take my chance of death, who was ready to fade away into a land where Kallikrates and Amanatas, and all earthly miseries, and all balked desires and ambitions, and all hopes and fears and sufferings must be forgot. Only would they be forgot? Perchance there they might be remembered, and pierce the soul eternally with an even keener edge. Noot believed that we were made of an immortal stuff, and so at heart did I. It must be risked. What is life but a long risk, and why should we fear to add to its tremendous count? I, at least, did not fear. So all was summed up and balanced. Yet from my reckoning I left out the largest charge, that which fate makes against those who play at dice with the unknown. The gods may smile at courage and pass a venture by, but who can tell how blind fate will avenge the forcing of his rule decreed, and the rape of knowledge from his secret store? This problem I forgot, I who was doomed to learn its answer. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. Chapter 22. Beware. The days went by, and it was not long before Amenartis recovered from her sickness, long at least before she would appear out of the lodging, the best at our command, which had been given to her. It was an ancient ruined house near to the temple that doubtless once had been a splendid place, inhabited by forgotten nobles of old Kor. There were gardens round it, or rather what had been gardens, for now these were much overgrown, and in their shelter Amenartis hid herself and wandered, never leaving them to visit me. Yet Kallikrates came often, though, being unshriven and thrust out of our community by his own act, he did not share in the worship of the goddess. Often I would see him as our procession wound in and out of the columns of the great unroofed temple hall, standing afar off and gazing at it wistfully. Ay, and once when it passed near to him, I saw too that there were tears upon his face, noting which my heart sorrowed for him who was outcast for a woman's sake. When these ceremonies were ended, he would visit me in my chambers, where we talked long and of many things. I asked him why the Princess Amenartis, who it seemed was recovered of her fever since now she could wander in her garden ground, laid no offering on the altar of the goddess. He answered, because she will have naught to do with the gods of Egypt, who, she says, if they are at all, have ever been the enemies of her house, and have dragged her father, the Pharaoh Nectanebes, from his throne and hurled him forth, a discrowned fugitive, to perish amid strangers. Among those who follow after spells and affront the gods will be avenged, Kallikrates. For every sin there is forgiveness, save for that of the denial of divinity, and of the setting of evil in its place to be propitiated by the arts of sorcerers. Moreover, did not this Nectanebes offer deadly insult to the Queen of Heaven when he gave me, her servant and seeress, to be a slave to Tenes, the worshipper of her worst of foes, Baal, and Ashtoreth, and Moloch, that Tenes from whose grip you helped to save me, Kallikrates? It is so, he answered sadly. And now, I went on, the daughter follows in the father's steps. Oh, I'm sure that yonder she spells out her charms, aiming her enchantments at my heart, whence they fall back harmless as the bone-tipped arrows of wild men fall from a shield of Syrian bronze. He hung his head, who knew well that my words were true, and muttered, Alas, she loves you not, lady, who from the first hour that she ever set eyes upon you, as often she has told me, feared and hated you because, she says, her spirit warns, and has ever warned her, that you will bring disaster upon her head and call up death to keep her company. At least he would be a better guest, Kallikrates, than the demon that, like her father, she harbours in her breast. O unhappy man, my heart bleeds for you, who are linked to this poisoned loveliness that divorces you from hope and charity, to this royal infidel who in the end will bind your spirit's wings and drag you down into her own darkness. For your soul's sake, I pray you, Kallikrates, seek out the holy Noot, confess your sins and hear his counsel, since this matter is beyond my strength and I have none to give. Seek him soon, nay, at once, ere perchance it be too late, for I learn that he grows feeble. That is my great desire, priestess, yet how can I, who know not where to find him? I will be your guide, Kallikrates. When the sun rises on the second day from now, we will march to visit Noot in his secret dwelling. I will be ready, he answered, and left me. On the morrow he came again, and we spoke together of the state of Kor and of my plans for bettering it, also of certain savages who threatened us from without, man-eating tribes that it seemed were descended from the apostates, who, rejecting the worship of truth, or Luala, as Isis was named by them in those times, had adopted that of a devil that, as they declared, inhabited the sun or some ill-omened star. Kallikrates listened, he who at bottom was ever a soldier, for the tale awoke all his general's craft and courage. As a great captain does, he balanced the reasons for or against defence, for or against attack. He questioned me as to the numbers of my people and of their foes, as to their arms and many other matters that have to do with war. Then, having learned all I could tell him, he set out the plan which he judged to be the best in our conditions, talking of it long and eagerly, he who for a while had forgot his woes. I listened to him, watching his bright and splendid face, which seemed as that of the sun-god of the Greeks. Speaking a word here and a word there, I listened, thinking to myself the while that if only he and I, he with his skill and courage, and I with my wisdom, could guide the destinies of Kor. Before our day was done, we would drive them, like the chariots of a conquering king, from Egypt's borders to these of the uttermost southern seas, setting nation after nation beneath our feet, and building up such an empire as Libya had never known. What had I dreamed? To Egypt's borders? Why should we stop at her borders? Why should we not hurl forth the foul Persian swarms, and be crowned monarchs of the world at Susa and at Thebes? Yet it would take time, and life is short, and yonder, not so far away, burned the fire of immortality, and I held the key to its prison house, or soon should hold it when Noot had sought his rest. Almost these burning thoughts, these high ambitions in whose fulfillment lay the seeds of peace attained through war and the promise of the welfare of the earth, burst from my lips in a torrent of hot words which I knew well would set his soul aflame. But I, Ayesha, refrained myself from myself. I wrapped myself in silence. I said to myself, wait. Wait, the ripe hour has not dawned. He rose to depart, then turned and said, At the sunrise I'll be here, or rather, he added doubtfully, we will be here, since Amenartis desires to accompany us upon this journey to visit the holy Noot, by whom I trust she will be well received, seeing the manner in which she parted from him upon the ship Hapi. Well, so be it. I rejoice to learn that the royal Amenartis again finds herself prepared to travel. Yet remind her, Kallikrates, that the road we go is rough and dangerous. She shall be told, yet it will serve little, since who can turn Amenartis from her ends? Not I, be sure, or could her father before me, nor any living man. Nay, nor any god, Kallikrates, since the ends she follows are those of neither man nor god, but of something that stands beyond them both, as was the case of Pharaoh Nectanebes, who begot her. Each of us shoots at his chosen mark, Kallikrates, you at yours, I at mine, and Amenartis at her own. Therefore, what right have we to judge of one another's archery? Let her come to visit Noot, and I pray that she may return the happier. Next morning, ere the dawn, I stood at the temple porch, waiting Philo and the litters. Came Amenartis, cloaked heavily, for the air was cold, yet splendid even in those wrappings. Greeting, wisdom's child, she said, bowing in her court-like fashion. I learned that you and my husband would make some strange journey, and therefore, as a wife should, I accompany him. That is so, royal lady, though I knew not that you were wed to the Lord Kallikrates. What is marriage? She asked. Is it certain words mumbled before an altar and a priest, a thing of witnessed ceremony, or is it the union of the heart and flesh, according to nature's custom and decree? But let that pass. Where my lord goes, there I accompany him. None forbids you, O Lady of Egypt. True, prophetess, yet my own heart forbids me. Know that but last night I was haunted by a very evil dream. It seemed to me that my father Nectanebes stood before me in a sable robe that was shot through with threads of fire. He spoke to me, saying, Daughter, beware of that witch who goes on a dreadful quest, taking with her one who is dear to you. At the end of that quest lies doom for her, for him, for you, though each of these dooms be different. It may be so, princess, I answered coldly. Then accompany me not, and keep Kallikrates at your side. That I cannot do, she said in a sullen voice, since now for the first time he will not listen to my pleading and crosses my will. You have laid your charm upon him as on others in the past, and where you lead he follows. Mayhap as a slave follows one who can show him where he may loose his chains. But let us not bandy words, royal Amenartis. I depart. Follow if you will, or bide behind, one or both of you. See, here comes Kallikrates. Agree together as it pleases you. She turned and met him in the ruins of the ancient pylon, where they debated together in words I could not hear. Once she seemed to conquer, for both of them walked a little way toward their own home. Then Kallikrates swung round upon his heel and came back to me, who stood by the litters. She hesitated a while. Ah, what mighty issues hung upon this trembling of the balance of her mind! But in the end she followed him. After this, without more speech, we entered the litters and began our journey. As we went across the misty plain, it came home to me, as many a time it has done during the long centuries that followed, how often the great depends upon the little. Another bitter word from Amenartis, a trifle less of courage in Kallikrates, And how differently would fate have fashioned the destinies of every one of us! For be it remembered that the choice lay with these two. I did not, save wait upon their wills. Had they so desired, never need they have entered those letters. Alone I should have departed. Alone I should have looked upon the fire and drunk of that cup of life, or perchance, as is probable, I should have left it untasted and gone down my way to death after the common fashion of mankind. But it was not so decreed. Of their own desire they took the path to doom, though perchance that desire was shaped by some strength above their own. We reached the precipice and climbed it, Amynartis, Kallikrates, Philo, and I. We passed the cave by the light of lanterns, and we came to the trembling spur of rock that reaches out like a great needle thrust through the robe of darkness. When they looked upon it, Kallikrates and Amynartis shivered and drew back, seeing which I rejoiced, for it is true that at that moment I found no more heart for this adventure. "Stay where you are," I cried, "and wait. I go to visit the holy Noot. I will return again, and if I return not within a round of the sun, then make your way back to Kor and there abide. Or if it pleases you, seek the coastland and the harbour of the Ethiopian's Head, and depart with the help of Philo if he still lives. Or if not, otherwise, farewell, I go." "Nay," cried Kallikrates, "whither you lead, prophetess, thither I follow." "If so," said Amynartis, laughing in her royal fashion, "you will not follow alone. What, shall I not dare that which my lord can dare? Is this the first peril in which we twain have stood side by side? If it be the last, what of it?" So we started down the spur, Philo coming at the end of our line, and though with many hazards, for once the brain of Amynartis swam so that almost she fell, reached its point in safety. Here we waited crouched upon the rough rock, and clinging to it with our hands, lest its quick throbbing should hurl us into the gulf, or the fierce gusts should sweep us away like autumn leaves. At length, at the appointed moment, the sword-like sunset ray appeared, striking full upon us, and showing that the frail bridge of boards was still in the place, for it swayed and moved like the deck of a ship at sea. "Be bold and follow," I cried, "since he who hesitates is doomed." And instantly I stepped across that perilous plank and took my stand upon the swaying stone beyond. For a moment Kallikrates stood doubtful, as well he might, but Amynartis pushed past him and with a laugh crossed it, as though she would teach me that I was not the only one to whom the gods had given courage. I caught her by the hand. Then Kallikrates followed because he must, and she caught him by the hand, and after him Philo, the seaman, calmly enough, so that now all four of us stood together on the stone. "Glad enough am I to be here, prophetess," called Kallikrates, though in that wailing wind his voice reached me only as a whisper. "Yet I know not why it comes into my mind that I go upon my last journey." I made no answer because his fateful words chilled my heart and choked my voice. Only I looked at his face and noted that it was white as ice even in the red light of the day, and that his large eyes shone as though with the fires of fever. Taking Kallikrates by the hand and motioning to Philo to do likewise with Amynartis, I led him to the little rough-hewn stair. By this stair we descended into the sheltered place that was in front of the Hermitage of Noot, and rejoiced was I to find myself and the others out of reach of those raging winds, and to see that lights burned within the cave beyond. "Bide here, all of you," I said. "I will enter the cave and prepare the holy Noot for your coming." I entered the place, thinking to find that strange dwarf who was Noot's servant, but nowhere could he be seen. Yet I was sure that he must be near, since on the rough rock table were set food and wooden platters, 4 platters, as though awaiting 4 guests. I thought to myself that doubtless the master had seen us creeping down the spur, or perchance his spirit had warned him of our coming, who could say? I gazed about me to find Noot, and at length in the deep shadow, out of reach of the lamp's rays, I perceived him kneeling before that image of Isis whereof I have told, and wrapped in earnest prayer. I drew near and waited a while, who did not dare to break in upon his orisons. Still he did not stir or look up. So quiet was he that he might have been carved in ivory. I bent forward, examining his face. Lo, his eyes were fixed and open, and his jaw had fallen. Noot was dead. My master, my most beloved master. Too late, I moaned, and bending down kissed him on his brow of ice. Then I began to think, and swiftly. Had he not warned me when I bade him farewell a while before that we spoke together for the last time? Where was my faith who had forgotten that the prophecies of Noot were always true? So he had gone to his rest in the bosom of Osiris, and on me had fallen his mantle. I, Ayesha, was the guardian of the fire of life, whereof alone I knew the secrets and held the key. The knowledge struck me like a blow. I trembled and sank to the ground. I think that for a little while I swooned, and in that swoon strange dreams took hold of me, half-remembered dreams, dreams not to be written. Presently I rose, and going to the doorway summoned the others, who stood there huddled together like sheep before a storm. "Enter," I said, and they obeyed. "Now be seated and eat." I went on, pointing to the table on which the food was ready. "Where is the master of the feast, prophetess? Where is the holy Noot, whom we have walked this fearful road to see?" asked Kallikrates, staring about him. "Yonder," I answered, pointing to the depths of the shadow. "Yonder, dead and cold. You tarried too long at Kor, Kallikrates. Now you must seek his counsel and his absolution at another table, that of Osiris." Thus I spoke, for something inspired the words, yet ere they had left my lips I could have bitten out the tongue that shaped them. Was this the place to talk of the table of Osiris to the man I loved? They went to that dark nook where the little sacred statue looked down upon its quiet worshipper. They stared in silence. They returned, Philo muttering prayers, Kallikrates wringing his hands, for he had loved and honoured Noot above any man that lived. Also, I read the question in his mind, to whom now should he confess his sins? Who now could loose their burden? Only Amynartis pondered a space. Then she spoke with a slow and meaning smile, saying, "Perchance, my lord, it is as well that this old high priest has gone to discover whether he dreamed true dreams for so many years upon the earth. I know not what you would have said to him, yet I can guess that it boded but little good to me, your wife. For so I am, whatever yonder priestess may tell you, who also bodes little good either to me or to you, my lord Kallikrates. Well, he's dead, and even wisdom's daughter there cannot bring him back to life. So let us rest a while and eat, and then return by that dread road which we have trodden, ere our strength and spirit fail us. That you may not do, Princess Amynartis, until the sunset comes again, and once more the red ray shows us where to set our feet, for to attempt it sooner is to die," I answered, and went on. "Hearken. By the death of this holy man, or half-god, I have become the keeper of a certain treasure over which he watched. It is hidden deep in the bowels of the earth beneath us. I must go to visit it and see that it is safe. This I shall do presently. Bide you here, if you will, till I return, and if I return not, wait till the ray strikes upon the point of rock, cross the bridge, climb the spur, and flee whither you will. Philo can guide you." "Not so, child of Isis," said Philo. "My oath and duty are to you, not to this pair. Whither you go, I follow to the end." "I follow also," said Kallikrates, "who would not be left in this darksome place accompanied by death." "Yet it might be wiser, Kallikrates," I answered, "since who can escape that company of death of which you speak?" For again dreadful and ominous words rushed unbidden from my heart. "I care not. I go," he said almost sullenly. "Then I go also," broke in Amynartis. "This prophetess doubtless is wise and holy, yet I may be pardoned if I choose to share her fellowship with you upon a road unknown. Perchance it has another gate elsewhere that I might never find," she added in bitter jest. Oh, had this fool but known that her coarse stabs at me did but harden the heart which she sought to pierce, and drive it whither she did not desire. "As you will," I answered. "Now eat and rest till the hour of departure comes, and I summon you." So they ate, if not much, though for my part I touched no food, and laid them down in the inner cave as best they might, and there slept or did not sleep. But I watched the hours away by the dead shell of the holy Noot, striving to commune with his spirit, which I knew to be near to me. Yet it gave no answer to all my questions, or at least there came only one which again and again seemed to shape itself to a single word: beware. Strange, thought I to myself, that the prophet Noot, my master, who loved me better than any other living upon the earth, and knew the most of my lonely, wayward heart, now that he was justified and made perfect, as doubtless he must be, if such a lot can be attained by man, should find no more to say to me than this one word, which indeed, while in the flesh, often he had said before. Therefore it seemed that in the flesh and out of it his counsel was the same, one certainly that I should take. What did it mean? That I should look no more upon the fire? That I should rise up and get me back to Kor, and there play such parts as I could compass, and wither and grow old and die, nurturing perchance the children of Kallikrates and Amynartis, should they seek the shades before me, or growing weary of barbarians and ruins, flee away from Kor to find the fellowship of instructed men? That is what this counsel meant. Well, what did that of my own heart promise me? Perhaps a swift death, and after it punishment in some dim land beyond, because I had disobeyed the shadowy cautionings of the holy Noot and dared to make trial of a new strength, against which as yet no man had matched himself. Or perhaps a glory greater than any man had ever dreamed, and a power far above that of emperors, and a life longer than that of mountains. Also more, the love that I desired. To me a greater guerdon than all these boons added together and multiplied by the snowflakes upon Lebanon, or the sands of the seashore. Surely, come what might of it, I would take my own counsel and let the other be. The hour came, though I saw it not. I knew that it was that of dawn. In the world without, I arose, I summoned the others. We departed down that darksome path of which I've written, climbing from rock to rock in the bowels of the earth by the dim light of the lanterns which we bore. We came to the outer cavern. We passed the passage and reached the second cavern, halting at the mouth of another passage, through which at intervals shot flickerings of light, and from time to time sounds as of muttering thunder reached our ears. The treasure on which I would look lies yonder. Bide ye here, I said. Nay, answered Kallikrates, now as before, I follow. Where my lord goes, there go I also, said Amynartis. Only Philo, the cautious Greek, bowed his head and answered, I obey, I bide here. If I'm needed, summon me, O child of Isis. Good, I cried, who at that moment thought little of Philo and his fate, though it is true that, cunning as he might be, I loved him well. Then I went on, and with me went Kallikrates and Amynartis. End of chapter 22, read by Sandra in Muskoka, 2022.
Chapter 23 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Cassandra. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The Doom of Fire. We stood in the third cave that was carpeted with white sand and alive with rosy light. Making a dark stain upon that snowy sand was a black patch of dust. I knew it again. When last I had seen it, it bore the withered shape of one long dead. The rolling, many-colored fire approached from afar. Its muttering grew to a roar. Its roar grew to such a thunder as shakes the mountains' peaks and splits the walls of citadels. It appeared, blazing with 1,000 lights. For a while it hovered, twisting like a spun top. Then it departed upon its eternal round in the unknown entrails of the earth, and the tumult sank to silence. Kallikrates, terrified, flung himself upon his face. Even the proud Amynartis fell to her knees, covering her eyes with her hands. Only I stood erect and laughed. I who knew that I was betrothed to that fire, and that it ill became the bride-to-be to shrink from her promised lord. Kallikrates rose, asking, Where is the treasure which you seek, prophetess? If it be hidden here, in this awful house of a living god, look on it swiftly, and let us be gone. I, a mortal man, am terrified." "As you well may be," broke in Amonartis, "as such wizardries as these have not been told of in the earth. I say it, who know something of wizardries, and like my father have stood face to face with spirits summoned from the underworld, giving them word for word of power. My treasure lies in the red heart of yonder raging flame, and presently I go to pluck it thence," I answered in a quiet voice. "Whether I shall return I do not know. Perchance I shall abide in the fire and be borne away upon its wings. Stay if you will, or if you will, while there is yet time, depart. But trouble me no more with words, who must steel my soul to its last trial." They stared at me, both of them, and remained silent. For a space I stood still pondering. It seemed to me that I was the plaything of two great strengths that dragged me forward, that dragged me back. The spirit of the fire cried, "Come, O divine, come be made perfect and queen it, in this red heart of mine. Come drink of that full cup of mysteries which no mortal lips have drained. Come see those things that are hidden from mortal eyes. Come taste of joys wherewith no mortal heart has ever throbbed. Haste, haste to the fiery bridal, and in the glory of my kiss, learn what delight can be. Oh, doubt no more, but take faith by the hand, and let her lead thee home. Doubt no more. Be brave, lay down mortality, put on the spirit, and as a spirit sit enthroned beyond the touch of time, and with immortal eyes, robed in eternal majesty, watch the generations pass, marching with sad feet from darkness into darkness. Behold, there he stands who is appointed to thee, was thine from the beginning, who shall be thine until the end of ends. Thy newborn loveliness shall chain him fast, and he shall grow drunken in the breath of thy perfumed sighs, who forever and forever and forever shall be thy very own, turning the winter of thy widowed heart to summer of perpetual joy." Thus spake the spirit of the flame, but to it there answered another spirit that wore the shape of Noot. Yea, of Noot, grown stern and terrible. "Turn back, O wisdom's daughter, ere thou art wrapped in the robe of madness, and repentance comes too late," it seemed to say. "Always the tempter tempts, and when bribe after bribe is scorned, at last he pours his richest jewels at the feet of her whom he would win. Woe, woe to her who, charmed of their false glitter, clasps them upon brow and breast, for there they shall change to scorpions, and through the living flesh gnaw to the brain and heart within. Departing, have I not set thee to watch the fire, and wilt thou still the fire, therewith to make thyself a god? Do so, and this I swear to thee, that the godhead which thou shalt put on will be that of hell. Thy love shall be snatched away, undying, through all the earth, through all the stars thou shalt follow after him, and never find, or if thou findest, it will be but to lose again. Dost thou dare to wrest thy destiny out of the hand of fate, and fashion it to thy desire with the instrument of thy blind and petty will? Do so, and demons shall possess it that from age to age shall drive thee on, torn by the furies of remorse, choked with bitter, unavailing tears, frozen by the icy blasts of sorrow, desolate, alone, unfriended, till at last thou standest before the judgment seat, hearkening with bowed head to a doom that can never be undone. Daughter of wisdom, art thou sunk so low that thou wilt forget thine oaths, and break thy trust to rob another woman of her lover? Those visions passed, and I grasped Denial's robes. I would not do this thing. I would live out my life upon the earth. I would die. Oh, might it be soon, to pass to whatever place had been prepared for me, or to sink into the deep abysm of that rich and boundless sleep which no dreams haunt. I, announcing joy and renounced of hope, already I turned to go and climb my upward path back to the bitter world. Then, from far, far away, came the faint music of the chant of the advancing god of fire. Low and sweet it sang at first, soft as a mother's lullaby, and lo, I dreamed of happy childhood's day. It swelled and grew, and now I had entered into womanhood, and strange, uncomprehended longings companioned me. It took a fiercer note, and I bethought me of the beating of hooves of horses as, mounted on my crested stallion, I rushed across the desert like wind. Louder yet, and behold, once more I was in the battle at my father's side. Behind me, wild tribesmen surged and shouted. In front of me, my foes were beaten down to death. Ah, bright flashed my javelin. Ah, free flowed my hair among the flapping pennons. "The daughter of Yachab! Follow the daughter of Yachab!" cried the thousands of my kin, and on we went, like sun-loosed snows down mountains. On upon the marshalled host beneath, we broke them, for who could stand before the daughter of Yachab and her kin? We trampled them, Egyptian and Syrian and Mede, and the men from Chittim's Isle. Down they went before that wild charge, and see, my bright spear was red. Deeper yet and more solemn grew that mighty music. Now I was alone in the wilderness beneath the stars, and from the stars knowledge and beauty fell upon my heart like dew. Now I was a ruler of men, and kings who would be my lovers bent at my feet and were the puppets of my hands. I cast them down and broke them. I saw Sidon go up in flames and filled my soul with vengeance. Hark! It is the footsteps of the goddess. The Queen of Heaven sets her kiss upon my brow. She names me daughter, her appointed. Knowledge is mine, out of my lips flow prophecies. A spirit guides my feet. I hold my own against the Persians. When all else have fled, I cast him from his throne. I give this pomp to the tongues of fire. Oh, how they cry, those mockers of Egypt's gods, as I watch them scorch and perish. I am lonely. Where is my love? I wend toward the grave, and none are born of me. I seek my love. There stands thy love, not far away, but at thy side. Take him. Take him. Take him. Thus said the fire. Now its voice is the voice of trumpets that blare and echo around the hills. They call, those trumpets call. Where is the captain of our hosts? Where is our queen? Come forth, O queen, crowned with wisdom, diademed with power, holding in thine hand the gift of days. No longer would we be left leaderless, we who would march to victory and hold the world in thrall. The king of fire is at hand. He opens the gateways of the dark. Behind him march the legions. He comes with splendor. He comes with glory. He comes to take his bride. Unrobe, unrobe. Prepare thyself, O bride. The king of fire calls. I unloosed my garments. I unbound my hair that covered me like to a sable robe. Art mad? Cried the Greek Kallikrates, wringing his hands. Art mad? Echoed the royal Amonartis with a slow smile as she waited to see mine end. Nay, I am wise, I answered back. I who weary of tame days and common things. I who seek death or triumph. I ran. I stood in the pathway of the fire. It saw, it stretched out its arms to me. Lo, it wrapped me round, and in my ears I heard the shoutings of the stars. Oh, what was this? I did not burn. The blood of the gods flowed through my veins. The soul within me became as a lighted torch. The fire possessed me. I was the fire's, and in a dread communion the fire was mine. By that lit torch of my heart I saw many visions. Veils rolled up before my eyes, revealing glory after glory, glories that cannot be told. Death shrank away before my feet. Pale and ashamed he shrank away. Pain departed, weakness was done. I stood the queen of all things human. Lo, mirrored in that fire as in water I saw myself, a shape of loveliness celestial. Could this form be the form of a woman? Could those orbs divine be a woman's eyes? Then a great silence, and in the silence a silvery, tinkling sound that I knew well, the sound of the laughter of Aphrodite. The pillar of flame had rolled away. Its 1,000 blinding lights had ceased to shine, and in there I stood triumphant. Conquering, never to be conquered, I came forth speaking with the voice of music, knowing that I had inherited another soul. What now to me was Isis or any other goddess? To me who stood victorious, the equal of them all. Oh, I saw now that Isis was but nature, and henceforth nature was my slave. I thought no more of sin or of repentance. I who from this day forth would fashion my own laws, and be to myself a judge. That which I desired that I would take. That which was hateful to me, that would I cast away. Yeah, I was nature's very self. I felt all her springs stirring in my blood. It glowed with the heats of all her summers. I was kind, with the kindness of her fruitful autumns. I was terrible, with her winter wrath. Look, there stood the man whom I desired. Somewhat coarse and poor he seemed to me. I smelt death upon him. To be my mate he must be my equal. He too must taste of the fire. Then he would talk of love. As he was, my love was not for him. Nay, it would destroy him as the lightning blasts. Look on me, Kallikrates, I cried, and tell me, in all your days have you seen aught so fair? Fair, yes, fair, he gasped, but terrible in beauty. No woman, no woman. A very spirit. Oh, let me shut mine eyes, let me flee. Be still and wait, I answered, for soon I shall show you how they may be opened. Look on me, daughter of Pharaoh, and tell me, has that stamp of age of which you spoke to me not long ago departed from my face and form, or is it yet apparent? I look, she answered, still bold, and I see before me no child of man, but a very witch. Away from us, accursed witch! Clothe yourself, shameless one, and be gone, or let us be gone, leaving you to commune with your witch's fire. I cast my robes around me, and oh, they hung royally. Then once more I turned to Kallikrates, considering him. As I looked, I became aware that a great change had fallen upon me. I was no longer the Ayesha of old days. That Ayesha had been spirit-driven. Her soul had aspired to the heavens. It glistened with the dews of purity. True, I had loved this man, little at the first, and more 100 times after Noot had suffered me to look upon the fire, since with the sight and the sound and the odors of it, the great change began. That Ayesha was one who dreamed of heavenly things, one with whom prayer was a constant habit of the mind. Yes, all her thoughts were mixed with the leaven of prayer, so that the humblest deed and the most common of imaginings were by it sanctified. She knew that here was not her home, but that far away and out of sight beyond the seas and mountains of the world, her everlasting house rose white and stately, and that with her earthly toil and sufferings she built it stone by stone, filling its halls and porticos with ivory statues of the gods, making it pure with clouds of incense that their perfected souls brooding on her soul drew from it, as at dawn the sun draws mist from rivers. With grief and toil, with bleeding feet, buffeted by the winds of circumstance, wet with the rain of tears, washed by the waters of repentance, she climbed the stony upward path that led to the peak of peace. She believed in she knew not what, for always to her those gods were man-shaped symbols. Still day and night she struggled on, lit by the rays of the lamp of faith, sure that in the end the veils would be withdrawn, and that she would look upon the face divine and hear its voice of welcome. She was obedient to the law. She knew that time was not her own, and that of every moment she must give account. Aye, she was in the way of holiness, and before her shone the golden guerdons of redemption. But now, what was Ayesha now, when she had known the embrace of the spirit of fire, when she had dared the deed and wrung the secret from his burning heart? Aye, when on the earth she had attained to immortality, since even then a voice cried in her ears, "Behold, thou shalt not die. Behold, while the world lives, with it thou shalt live also, because thou hast drunk of the wine of earth's primeval soul, that cannot be spilled until its mighty fabric is dissolved into the nothingness whence it sprang." What was she now? She was the very earth. She was that soul poured into the white vase of a woman's form. Aye, she was its essence. Its lightnings and its hurricanes lay chained within her, ready to leap out when she was wrath, and who could abide before their strength? She knew all earth's glory, as alone it swung through space, kissed of the light of the sun, its father, or dreaming in the arms of darkness. The planets were her sisters, the bright blazing stars acknowledged her as kin. Aye, with this mother world she symboled she was numbered among the multitude of that hierarchy of heaven. Nor was this all, for in her reigned and glowed every power and passion of the earth. Thenceforth all things were at her command, but like that earth she was alone and could no more speak with heaven. In a flash, in a twinkling, all this mighty truth came home to me, and with it other truths. I did not doubt, I did not dream, I knew. There stood the man, and I would take him. He was wed according to nature's law, and now I owned no other. But what of that? The wine that I desired I would drink. I would mate me as the wild things mated, by strength and capture, since I was very strong, and who could stand against my might? I, the reborn Ayesha, had commanded it should be done. Kallikrates, I said in my new voice of honeyed sweetness, behold your spouse, one of whom need not be ashamed. Make ready, Kallikrates. Go stand in the path of the fire when it returns, and then let us hence to reign eternally. What, witch? Cried Amonartes. Would you rob me of my lord? It shall not be. If you are mighty, so am I, although I remain a woman. Kallikrates, look on me, your wife, she who has borne your child, that lost child who binds us yet with bonds that may not be broken. Have done with this fair demon ere she enchant you. Away, away from this haunted, mocking hell. I come, surely I come, said Kallikrates, glancing at me fearfully. I am afraid of her, and of that fire I will have none. Surely it is Set himself wrapped about with flames. Nay, you go not, Kallikrates. Let Amonartes go if she desires. Here you abide with me until all is accomplished. I command, and when I command you must obey. He wheeled about, he flung himself into the arms of Amonartes. They closed around him and held him fast. Then I threw out my will. Saying nothing, I laid my strength upon him, so that he was dragged from out those arms and with slow steps drew near to me. As the bird draws near to the snake that charms it with its baleful eyes, Amonartes leapt between us, and from her lips flowed words in torrents. All she said I do not know, it is forgot, but very sore she pleaded and very bitterly she wept. Yet my heart, new steeled in yonder fire, felt no pity for her. An hour past I should have bade him go his way, and to look upon my face no more. But now it was otherwise. I was cruel, cruel as death, king of the world. The wild beast does not spare its rival, neither would I. Still I drew him with my strength. Still Amonartes clung and pleaded, till at last madness took hold of that tormented man. He raved, he cursed us both. He cursed himself who had left the quiet halls of Isis, who had spurned the love divine to seek the arms of woman. He prayed to Isis to be pitiful, to forgive, to receive his soul and shrive it. Then suddenly from his belt he snatched his short Grecian sword and stabbed at his own heart. Swift as a snake that strikes, or a falcon stooping at its prey, I sprang. I seized his arm, I dragged it back, and such might was there in my grasp, aye, the might of Hercules himself, that the sword flew far, and the strong man who held it reeled round and fell. He stood aghast, thinking that he was sped. Yet he rose, the red blood running from his breast, and in a quiet voice, a little laugh upon his lips, said to Amonartes, not to me, Fear nothing, wife. Alas, it is but a cut, skin deep, no more. Then let the fire heal it, O Kallikrates. Make ready to enter the fire that must soon re-travel its circling path. I answered. Nay, nay, husband, cried Amonartes. By that blood of yours, the blood that flowed in our dead son, and flows in that of the child-to-be, I adjure you to turn from this witch and temptress, and break her enchanted bonds. By our dead son, he repeated after her in a strange and heavy voice. With what holier words could you conjure? O my wife, with that name of power I am new armored. Daughter of wisdom, I reject your proffered gifts, nor will I enter your charmed fire, though it should give to me eternal strength and gloriousness, and with these your shining beauty and your love. Child of the gods, farewell. I go to seek peace and pardon if it may be found. Yes, pardon for you and me, and for Amanartis, the mother of my child. Daughter of wisdom, fare you well forever. I heard, and it seemed to me that I stood alone in the midst of a great silence while those cruel words, divorcing me from hope, fell one by one upon me, like ice drops from the sky, cutting to brain and heart and freezing me to stone. Then of a sudden rage possessed me, such rage as nature knows in her fiercest moods, and I spoke as it gave me words, saying, I call down death upon thee, Kallikrates the Greek. Death be thy portion and the grave thy home, because thou hast rejected me, because thou hast offered me insult to my face. It is my will that thou mayest die. It is my desire that thy name be blotted out from the roll of life. Die then, Kallikrates, that thine eyes may torment me no more, and that I may learn to mock thy memory. Thus I spoke those words of doom in my madness, though what conceived them in my heart I do not know. There they sprang up suddenly at the touch of the wand of evil, such evil as until now I had never dreamed. Lo, in a moment they fulfilled themselves. There before my eyes the man died, smitten of the dominion over death that was the fire's fatal gift to me, as now, all unprepared, instantly I learned. Yes, the first service that I made of my dread majesty was to hurl that awful doom at the heart of the man I loved. He died. Kallikrates died there before our eyes, yet being dead, still he stood upon his feet and spoke, though even then I knew that it was not he who spoke, but some spirit possessing his perished flesh. His lips did not move, his eyes were glassed, his voice was not the voice of Kallikrates, nay, nor the voice of a mortal man, yet he spoke, or seemed to speak, and these were the words he said. Woman, known on earth as Ayesha, daughter of Yareb, but in the underworld by many another name. Hearken to thy fate. Here where thou hast betrayed thy trust. Here where thou didst slay the man of thy desire. Here through long ages shalt thou abide undying, until in the fullness of time he returns to thee. O Ayesha, in lonely bitterness shalt thou abide. Tears shall be thy drink, and remorse thy bread. The power that thou didst crave shall be but a blunted, unused sword within thine hand. Thy kingdom shall be a desolation, thy subjects barbarians, and from century to century thy companions shall be the dead. The voice ceased, and I answered it, asking, And when the returning tide of time bears this man back to me, what then, O spirit? Is all hope passed from me, O spirit? No answer came, but that which had been Kallikrates sank in a huddled heap upon the sand. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. The Counsel of Philo. Roaring like a whirlwind, shouting triumphantly, once more the wheel of fire rolled on its tremendous course. I watched it come, I watched it go, while in it I thought I saw grinning elf-like faces that gibbered at me and thrust out tongues of derision. It departed on its secret journey through the bowels of the world. Its thunder sank to mutterings, its mutterings to silence, while I said to my heart that could I be sure that it would slay, I would cast myself beneath its chariot wheels. To what purpose? Since then, as I believed in those days, in the flames I should find but added life, I who could not die. It was gone, Naught remained save the cave carpeted with white sand, and the rosy light playing on the body of the dead Kallikrates. Nay, Amanartis remained also, and I became aware that she was cursing me by all her gods, or rather by those who had been her gods before she turned her face from them, seeking the counsel of familiar spirits. Bravely she cursed, and long calling down upon my head every evil that can be found in heaven above or earth beneath. She who did not know that this was needless, for already the winged furies had made it their resting place, and before they could be uttered, all her imprecations were fulfilled. "Have done," I said, when at length she grew weak and weary. "Let us summon Philo to help us bear this noble clay to some fitting sepulchre." "Nay, witch," she answered, "use your magic on me also if you can. Slay the wife as you've slain the husband, and here let us rest eternally. What tomb can be better for both of us than that which saw our murder?" "Have done," I repeated. "You know well that I have no desire to kill you, and that it was my madness, not my will, that brought doom on Kallikrates, whom we loved. I who had not learned that henceforth my spirit is a bow winged with deadly shafts." I went down the cave and through the passage that lay beyond, and from its mouth called to Philo to follow me. He came, and perceiving my new loveliness as I stood awaiting him in the rosy light, fell to the ground, kissing my feet and the hem of my robe, and muttering, "O Isis come to earth! O Queen divine!" "Rise up and follow me," I said, and led him to where lay Kallikrates, by whom knelt the widowed Amanartis, weeping bitterly. Overwhelmed with the sight of glory, "Alas, this lord has slain himself," I said, and pointed to the wound in the dead man's breast, whence still the blood oozed, drop by drop. "Nay, this witch slew him," moaned Amanartis, but if Philo heard her words he took no heed of them. Then at my command the three of us lifted Kallikrates and bore him thence up the difficult ways which never could we have done had I not discovered that now in my woman's shape that seemed so frail and weak was hid unmeasured strength. So through the caves and up the winding slopes and stairs we bore the dead Kallikrates, bringing him back to the Hermitage of Noot, but a little before the hour of sunset. Here I commanded Amanartis and Philo to eat and drink, though myself I needed neither food nor wine. While they did so, aided of this new strength of mine, I lifted the body of Noot from where it knelt and laid it down, crossing the hands upon the breast, and having covered it with a robe, left him to his last sleep. These things finished, we carried Kallikrates to the crest of the swaying stone, and waited the coming of the ray. Suddenly it shone out, and in its fierce light we dared the shifting bridge. Beneath a weight which it was ill designed to bear, the frail thing broke, just as Amanartis and Philo, bearing the feet of the dead man, had found footing upon the point of the spur beyond. It seemed that I should have fallen, yet I fell not, who, I know not how, found myself at their side, still supporting Kallikrates in my arms. Then it was that first I learned that as I was protected from the gnawings of the tooth of time, so also I was armoured against all the strokes of chance. This indeed became very clear to me in the after days. Thus once when the roof of a cave fell upon me and the others were slain, but I remained unbruised, and again when a deadly snake bit me, its poison harmed me not at all. But what of these things which are not worthy to be chronicled, seeing that if I could die in the passing of 2,000 years and more, what men call mishap must long since have brought me to my end? We bore Kallikrates down the spur and through the cavern whence it springs, till at length we found the litters awaiting for us, and in one of these we laid his quiet form. Thus at length we came back to Kor at the hour of the dawn. Again we lifted up the corpse of Kallikrates and carried it to the chamber where I slept. A thought came to me. "Philo," I said, "did you not tell me that among those who serve us in this temple are certain aged medicine men, who declare that knowledge of the arts whereby the people of old Kor preserved their dead from corruption has come down to them, which arts they still practice from time to time?" "It is so, O Queen, for so he named me now. There are 3 of them." "Good. Summon them, Philo, and bid them bring with them their instruments and spices." A while later the three appeared, very aged, cunning-looking men who had upon their hook-nosed faces the stamp of high and ancient blood. I pointed to the body of Kallikrates and asked, "Are ye able to hold back this holy flesh from the foul fingers of decay?" "If he be not more than 40 hours dead," answered one of them, "we can do so in such fashion that when 5,000 years have passed it will seem as it does at this hour, O Queen." "Then to your office, slaves, and know that if ye do as ye have promised ye shall receive great reward. But if ye lie to me, ye die." "We do not lie, O Queen," he said. Forthwith they lit a fire outside the chamber and thereon set a large earthen pot. In this pot, mixed with water, they placed dried leaves of a certain shrub in shape, long and narrow. They boiled them to a broth, whereof the pungent odour seemed to fill all the air about. While the pot was boiling, they took the corpse of Kallikrates, and having washed it, brushed it everywhere with some secret stuff that gave to it the aspect of white and shining marble. Then they brought a funnel of clay with a curved point, and having opened the great artery of the throat, inserted the point into the artery. This done, they stood the stiff corpse on its feet, and while two of them held it thus, the third brought the pot into which they poured stuff that looked like glass when it is molten, mixing all together with a rod of stone. Then he set a ladder, perhaps 4 paces in length, against the wall, and carrying the pot climbed to the top of it, whence slowly he poured the brew into the funnel beneath, so that its weight forced it through all the dead man's veins. When the most of it was gone he descended, and the 3 of them finished their work in some way that I did not stay to watch, for the sight of this grim preparation for the tomb and the scent of these spicy drugs overcame me. At length they summoned me and showed me Kallikrates lying like one in a deep sleep, calm and beautiful as he'd been in life. "O Queen," said their spokesman, "by tomorrow at the sunrise the flesh of this man will be as marble, and so everlastingly remain. Then bear him where you will, but till then let him rest untouched." I bade that they should be rewarded, and they went their ways. But first I asked them where the inhabitants of Old Kor were wont to lay their royal dead. They answered that it was in the great caves at a little distance across the plain, and I commanded that on the morrow they should guide me thither, bearing the body of Kallikrates. Philo came and said that the priests and priestesses of Isis would have speech with me, and that they were gathered in the inmost court of the great temple before the veiled statue of the goddess Truth. I bade him lead on, but he wavered a little and said, "O Queen, there is trouble. The royal lady Amynartis has told a tale in the ears of those priests and priestesses. She has sworn to them that you are not a woman but a demon, I a witch, risen from the underworld, and that you murdered the Lord Kallikrates because he would not give himself to you. Also she swore that you strove to murder her, who, being protected by the magic which her father Nyctanebes, the great wizard, taught her, was too strong for you, and therefore escaped alive." "As to the last she lies," I answered carelessly. We came to the inmost court. It was the hour of sunset, and the place was filled with glowing light. I took my seat upon the throne-like chair beneath the statue, and the light beat full upon me, a glory on a glory. The priests and priestesses who were standing still with folded arms and bowed heads looked up and saw me. A murmur of astonishment rose from them, and I heard one say to the other, "The princess has told us truth." At first I did not understand. Then I remembered that I was no longer as mortal women are, but rather, as my mirror told me, an incarnate splendor, a very goddess to the sight. "Speak," I said, and they shook at the new rich note of power in my voice as leaves vibrate at the sudden swell of music. The first of the priests, a large man of middle age, Rames by name, stood forward and, fixing his round eyes upon my face, said, "O prophetess, O daughter of wisdom, O Isis come to earth, we know not what to say, since we have heard that you have changed your shape, now as is evident to us. Prophetess, you are not the same high priestess who ruled over us in the temple at Memphis, and whom we followed to this desolate land. Some magic has been at work with you." If so, I answered, is it an evil magic? Tell me, Ramez, am I changed for better or for worse? You are beautiful, he answered, so beautiful that madness must take all men who look on you. But, prophetess, your loveliness is not such as mortal woman wears. Nay, it is such as Typhon might give to one who had sold her soul to him. Also, there is more. We learn that you murdered that Grecian Kallikrates, who was once of our fellowship, because he refused his love to you. Yes, that you, the high priestess of Isis, murdered a man because he turned from your arms to those of his wife, the royal Hermitage, and that if you could, you would have murdered her also. Who tells this tale? I asked slowly. The princess herself, Rames answered. See, she's here. Let her speak. Amanartis appeared from among the throng and cried, It is true. It is most true. Here, before the statue of truth herself, I swear it in the face of heaven and to all the listening earth. There is a wound on the breast of my dead lord Kallikrates. Ask yonder witch how that wound came there. Clothed only in her hair, she entered into a fire of hell. She came forth beautiful with a beauty that is not human. She called my lord to embrace her. Yes, this shameless one, she named herself his spouse. This she did before the eyes of his own wife and in the hearing of her ears. She bade him enter the fire of hell, and when he would not, when he turned to seek refuge in my arms, she sent him down the path of death by her words of power. She said, I call down death upon thee, Kallikrates. Death be thy portion, and the grave thine home. Die, Kallikrates, that thy face may torment me no more, and that I may learn to mock thy memory. These were her very words. Let her deny them if she can. I say moreover that always she has desired to lead astray the Lord Kallikrates, and that when she could not do so of her woman's strength, then she made a pact with Typhon, and strove to mesh him in her magic, but strove in vain. Therefore she slew him in her rage. When the priests and priestesses heard these words, they turned pale and trembled. Then they called to me to answer, but I said, I answer not. Who are you that I should render account to you of what I have done or not done? Think what you will, and do what you will. I answer not, save this, that what has chanced by the decree of fate, who sits above all gods and goddesses, throned beyond heaven's remotest star. They drew apart, they talked together. Then Rames came forward, and still staring at me, said, Whether you yet serve Isis, O Ayesha, daughter of Yarab, we do not know. But we who are her children, sworn to her obedience, for which we have suffered many things, reject you from your place of rule in which you were set above us by the holy Noot, whom we learn has passed to the keeping of Osiris. No more are you our high priestess Ayesha, or evil spirit, and no longer shall you stand with us before the altars of the Queen of Heaven. Be it as you will, I answered. Go and leave me to make mine own peace with Isis, who now and henceforward am her equal. I who have learned what Isis is, and been clothed with that same majesty. I see that you believe me to blaspheme. The horror upon your faces tells me so. Yet I do not. Here in the shadow of truth, if it were but known the only goddess, I speak with the voice of truth. Farewell. I wish you good fortune, and in all things will aid you if I can. Tell me, Philo, do you desert me like these others? Nay, O Queen, he answered. We are old comrades, you and I, who have gone through too much together to separate at last. I am a Greek who entered into the company of Isis chiefly after I met you, fair daughter of wisdom, and noted the deeds you did upon the ship Happy. And to be short, whatever road you take is a good road for me. I know not whether you slew this Kallikrates or whether he slew himself with his own sword, of which I noted the mark upon him. But if you offered him your love and he refused it, then I hold that he deserved to die. For the rest, I am a merchant who take my gain where I can find it, and I know that you pay well. Therefore I follow your banner to the end, whether it lead me to the heaven of Isis or to the Hades of my forefathers, where doubtless I shall meet Achilles and Hector, and Odysseus and many another gallant seafaring warrior of whom our Homer sings. That place whither you went is home enough for me, for in your palace I shall always find a chamber, and on your ship of state I shall always stand upon the poop, however far the voyage." Thus spoke that gay and cunning Greek, hiding the loyalty of his heart beneath his jesting words, and truly, in that hour of deserted loneliness my gratitude went out toward him, as still it does today and will do for evermore, for though Philo would take a bribe where he could find it, as is the way of those who serve fortune and must earn bread, still he was ever loyal to those he loved, and he loved me in that high fashion which is born of long service and of fellowship. When at length I come into my great inheritance and rule otherwhere, as rule I shall, my first care shall be to reward Philo as he deserves, although once or more he did fill his pouch with the gold of Amynartus, or so I believe. Yet at this time I only smiled at him and asked, "These things being done, what of the Princess of Egypt? Let her speak her desire, that I may fulfill it if I can." "It is simple," answered Amynartus, "that I may be rid of you, no less and no more. I would go hence to bear my child and rear him to wreak vengeance on you for his father's blood, O witch of the underworld, and until I die to work and pray that the Furies may be your bedfellows, O murderess and thief of love." "Let these things befall as they are fated," I answered very quietly. "The stage of doom is set, and on it throughout the ages until the play ends at last. We, the puppets of destiny, must act our appointed parts to a consummation that we cannot foresee. But how will it end, Lady Amynartus? You know not, nor do I, though already some master's hand has writ the last scene upon his roll. Philo, it is my command that you lead Pharaoh's child to the coast, or wherever she would go, that thence she may find her way to Greece or Egypt as fortune may direct her. That done, return and make report to me. Farewell, Amynartus." "Fare ill, witch," she cried. "We part, but as I think to meet again elsewhere, seeing that between you and me there is a score to settle." "Aye," I answered gently enough. "Yet boast not, Amynartus, and be not too sure of anything, since when at length that sum is added up, who knows on which side the balance will be struck?" "At least I know that the counting will be long, and that murder is a heavy weight on any scale," she answered. Then she went. They all went, and left me alone brooding there upon the chair of state in which I sat for the last time. The darkness closed about me. Then came the twilight of the rising moon, in whose soft rays I saw the figure of a man creeping toward me as a thief creeps. "Who comes?" I asked. "Beauteous queen," answered a thick voice, "it is I, Rames, the priest." "Speak on, Rames." "O most fair among women, if indeed you may be named woman, hear me. Those fools of priests and priestesses have thrown you from your place." "So you told me but now, Rames, nor can they be blamed." "So I told you because I must, not of my own will, and that which is done cannot be undone. You are cast out, and here in Kor the worship of Isis is at an end, since who is there that can fill your throne? Yet hearken, hearken. I cling to you, I worship you. I desire you to be my wife, O most lovely. Here together we will rule in Kor, and you shall be its goddess and queen, and I will be its captain. It is most wise that you should consent, O Lady Divine." "Why is it wise, Rames?" "Because, lady, I can protect you. You know the sentence that goes out against those who break the rule of Isis. I say that is already uttered against you. I say that those bigots seek to murder you, but if you take me as husband, then we will be beforehand with them, and kill or drive them away. Yea, now that you are lonely and deserted, I shall be your sure shield." I heard and laughed aloud, and I think that this madman interpreted that laugh in a strange fashion. At least, he threw himself upon me. He seized my hand and lifted it toward his lips, though by those lips it was never touched, for now rage took hold of me, such rage as had possessed my soul in the cave of the fire of life, rage and the desire of destruction, that with other evil gifts had come to me in the breath of the fire. "Accursed one," I cried, "vile and insolent thief, do you dare to touch me with your hand?" Away with you to set. Let the world know you no more. As the words passed my lips, it seemed to me that from some strength within, a withering flame leapt out of me and smote that man as the lightning smites. At the least he lifted his hands to his head, he reeled back, he fell, he groaned, he died. Looking at him lying there in the moonlight, still and bereft of life, at the last I came to know full surely that henceforth I could slay with a thought, that I was the Lady of Death, and that such wrath as others express in words went forth from me with all the might of heaven. Moreover, that now this wrath rose swiftly and suddenly in me, easy to unchain, hard to hold. Yea, I was both a fury and a terror, whom no man might cross or vex if he would continue to look upon the sun. Philo came. He stared at me and at the dead Rames, then questioned me with his eyes. He would have laid hands on me, Philo, and I slew him, I said. Then what he has earned, he has been paid, answered Philo. Yet, Queen, how did you slay him? I see no bruise or wound. By a power that has come to me, Philo. I desired him dead, and he died. That is all the tale. A strange and terrible power, Queen. Often when we are angry we wish that this one or that were dead, yet that they should forthwith die. Henceforth you must watch your moods well, daughter of wisdom, since otherwise I think that you and I will soon be parted, for as I know, at times you are angry with me, and when next that chances I shall be sped. Ay, Philo, so I have learned. I must watch my moods very well, yet fear nothing, since never could I wish you dead. Are you sure, Ayesha? Hearken, what was the crime of this poor wretch? Was it not that he who hitherto had been a virtuous man, a good and earnest priest who never turned to look at woman, of a sudden went mad for love of you, and in his madness urged his suit? Well, as men do when they have lost hold of the reins of reason, whereon you slew him? Now, if men must die for such a crime, who is there that would live to grow old? I think that all of them would soon be driven to dwell in such a hermitage as that wherein the holy Noot sleeps tonight. Is it not true? I ask you, who know the world. It is true, I answered. If so, lady, I would ask another question. What was it that sent this man mad? Was it not the sight of such beauty as has never been known upon the earth? Which beauty, Ayesha, if I look upon it much longer, I think will send me mad also, or any other man. Daughter of wisdom, such loveliness as you wear today is the greatest curse that the gods can grant to woman, because being above nature, all nature must obey its might. Daughter of wisdom, henceforward you must veil your face from the eyes of men, or become the murderess of more ill-fated ones. It seems that this is so, I answered heavily. I have desired beauty, and beauty has come to me, but however great all gifts are not good. So I have heard philosophers preach in Greece, lady, yet never did I know one of them to turn his back on any gift. Ayesha, hide those eyes of yours, hide them swiftly. While Rames lies there dead, love is frightened, but once his clay is gone, who knows? But I forgot, I came to warn you that a certain decree has been uttered against you, the same, Queen, that you have uttered against Rames, also to protect you if I can. Now I laughed outright. Foolish man, I said, do you not yet understand that I cannot be killed, or even harmed? Ye gods, said Philo, holding up his hands in amazement. Then he was silent. That night I slept by the cold shape of Kallikrates, and oh, it was the most fearful of all nights that ever I had passed upon the earth. Evil, very evil were the dreams that came to me, if dreams they were. In them it seemed that Noot spoke with me, nay, not Noot, but a flickering tongue of fire which I knew to be the spirit of Noot. Naught could I see save the burning tongue, and from it came terrible words. Daughter, it said, you have cast my counsels to the winds. You have betrayed your trust. You have broken my commands that I gave to you out of the wisdom that was given to me. You have entered the fire that you were set to watch. You have been embraced by the fire and received its gifts. Behold, the first fruits of them. The man whom you would have taken lies dead at your side, and yonder in the temple court another lies dead also, who was good until your hell-granted beauty made him evil. The worship of Isis is destroyed in this land that now never more will become a nation great and strong and pure. The heart of Aminartis is broken, yet she will live on to beget avengers, one of whom will overtake you at the appointed time. In loneliness, in remorse, in utter desolation you must endure till the fire dies that cannot die while the world is. Seeking, yet never finding, or finding but to lose again. Henceforth you are an alien to the kindly race of men, a beauteous terror that all must desire and yet all fear and hate. Ever that which you seek will flit before you like a wandering star, which you may never overtake, and in following it you will bring death to thousands. Daughter, you are accursed. Is there then no redemption? I asked of Noot in my dream. Aye, Ayesha, when the world is redeemed, then perchance you may find your part in that great forgiveness. Hearken, there is a vision which throughout your life has haunted you. In that vision Aphrodite and the evil gods, those gods that she had led into Egypt to destroy its higher faith, were summoned before the throne of Isis. In it also a fate and a command were laid upon you, that you should war against those gods and bring its punishment on Egypt that received and welcomed them. It is but a fantasy, I answered. Now I know that there are no evil gods, there lives no Aphrodite, even no Isis. Daughter, you err. True, there is no Isis who was shaped only by the faith of earth and in the dreams of men. Yet there is that which they name Isis as the highest that they know and can fashion in their thought. There is the eternal good, and that good is God. Throughout the countless ages, man, warring against nature, has lifted up his heart till almost he seems to look upon the face of that almighty, regnant good. Thus it was with you, daughter, and now whither have you wended? You have fled down the backward path. You have undone all. You have gone back to nature. Henceforth you are nature's self, shining with her false and passing beauty, inspired with her law of death, you who once drew near to the new law of life that awaited you beyond the grave, which now you may not seek. Whate'er I did for love, and love shall save me, I seemed to answer in my agony. Aye, Ayesha, doubtless in the end love will save you, as it saves all things that without its grace must perish everlastingly. Yet for you that salvation is now far away, and ere it can be found, one by one you must conquer those passions that found you in the fire. You who sought undying beauty must see your fair body more hideous and more horrible than the leper of the streets. You who are filled with rage and strength must grow gentle as a dove and weak as a little child. By suffering you must learn to soothe the sufferings of others. By expiation you must atone your crimes. By faith once more you must lift up your soul. By the knowledge you shall win, you must come to understand your own blind pettiness through time untold. Ayesha, this is your doom. Such was the substance of that dream that when I awoke from it, oh, how bitterly I wept. For now I understood. I was fallen. All that I had gathered through the long years of prayer and abstinence and service had been reft from me, and I, who stood near to joy, had sunk into a hell of unending sorrow. There was no Isis, so I had dreamed Noot to say, and so my new knowledge told me. Yet there was the eternal good, which in Egypt men knew as Isis, and in other lands by many a different name, and from that good I was excommunicate. Now, like my savage ancestors of 1,000,000 years before, I was but a part of nature as we see her upon the earth, and feel her in our blood. And this was the most dreadful of my punishments. My wisdom and my lost faith had become rules by which I could mete out the measure of my fall. For ignorance can smile at that which to knowledge is a hell. All nature's gifts were mine, all her beauty, all her desires, all her fierceness, all her hates. And one by one through countless time I must weed her every evil growth from the garden of my poisoned soul. The curse with which she was accursed had smitten me also, and in the end her death would be my death. Such was the doom that I had brought upon my head when I had listened to the calling of that god of fire. Oh, looking upon the cold corpse of Kallikrates and feeling the primeval passion surging in my breast, little wonder that I, the rejected of heaven, wept as I still weep today. For such is the lot of those who trample on all good, as they run to seize the glittering gauds that the tempter spreads before their lusting eyes. Perchance Noot never broke his holy rest to speak to me in dreams. Perchance it was the strength in my own soul that spoke to my heart, as that strength of which now I knew the power, in the old days wrought marvels that then I believed to be done by the invisible hand of Isis. At least the lesson taught is true. End of chapter 24. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 25 of Wisdom's Daughter. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ryan Williams. Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard. In undying loneliness. Ere the dawn, guided by those old embalmers and bearing with me the dead Kallikrates, I departed from that hateful core. As I think, none saw me go, for, forgetful of their promised vengeance, the priests and priestesses were gathered trembling about the corpse of Rames in the inmost court of the Temple of Truth, though it is true that I felt the baleful eyes of Amanartas watching me. Or perhaps it was her pursuing hate I felt, and not her eyes. Veiled so that no man might look upon my deadly beauty, I crossed the plain and came to the vast cave sepulchres. Here those old embalmers lit lamps and showed me a deep and empty tomb. It had 2 shelves or niches, on one of which I laid my dead, choosing the other to be my couch. Thus then I took up my abode in the sepulchres of Kor, that for some 2,000 years were to be my home. At my command, Philo led the royal Amanartes from the haunted land of Kor, and returning 3 moons later, told me, truly or not, that she had passed the swamps and departed on a wandering ship, sailing north, whither he knew not. I asked him no more who did not desire to learn of her words and curses, though as it chanced this I must do after long ages had gone by. Some of the priests and priestesses went with her, others remained in Kor, and, if they were young enough, took wives or husbands and ruled there. Indeed, the last of their descendants whom I could trace before their blood was utterly swallowed up in that of the barbarians, died after 500 years or more had passed away. Philo, too, lived on at Kor, making trading journeys to the coast, and along it in his ship, and grew rich, and, after a fashion, great. For Philo would never leave me whom he loved, though no more would he look upon my unveiled face. At length, very old, he died in my arms, he who would have none of the fire and its gifts. When his breath left him, for the first time since that night at Kor, I wept, for now I was quite alone. While he lay dying, he prayed me to unveil, saying that now, when no harm could come of it, he would look upon my face once more. I did so, and he studied me long and earnestly with his hollow eyes. "You are wondrous beautiful," he said. "Nor during these past 40 years or more, since I last beheld you unveiled in the sanctuary of the Temple of Truth, has your loveliness lessened by one whit. Indeed, I think that it has gathered. What is the meaning of this, fair daughter of wisdom?" "It means what I have told you before, Philo, that I do not die until the world dies, although I may change and seem to pass away." "Yet I die. Do we then part forever?" he asked. "Nay, I think not, Philo, for at last death overtakes everything, and in its halls we may meet again. Moreover, the world lives long, and to it, ere its end, you may return once, or often, and if so, perchance you will be drawn to me." "I trust so, O Wisdom's daughter. They call you witch, and doubtless such you are. Who can slay with a glance, whom age does not touch, and whom death scorns? Yet witch or woman, or both, there lives none. No, not even wife or child, whom I so desire to meet hereafter." So Philo died, and since those medicine men who had embalmed Kallikrates now were dead also, leaving behind them none who had knowledge of their art, I buried him unpreserved in the great sepulchres. A while ago the fancy took me to go look upon him, but alas, after the passing of some 1600 years, save for the skull, his naked bones had crumbled into dust. What more is there to tell? All died and came again in their children. Generation after generation of them did I watch arise, flourish in their wild fashion, and go their ways down the path of death. I ruled those barbarians, if rule it can be called. They were my slaves who feared me as a spirit, and I was kind to them. But if they angered me, then I slew them, for thus only could they be held in due subjection even to one that they believed to be an ancient goddess whom their forefathers worshipped, Lulala by name, whose throne was in the moon. For these Amahagger were a terrible people, barbarians who loved the night because their deeds were evil, and who, if strangers wandered among them, slew them by setting of red-hot pots upon their heads, and afterward ate their flesh. Yet among them were some of a nobler sort, descended, as I think, either from the unmixed blood of the ancients of old Kor, or perchance from those priests and priestesses of Isis who had been my companions. Such a one was a certain Belali, whom my lord Leo and Holly knew, but for the most part they were hook-nosed, treacherous, dark-haunting savages, and as such they must be handled. In the course of those long ages, to divert myself in my loneliness and for the purposes of study, I reared certain of these savages up to this and that. I stunted them to dwarfs, I bred them to giants. Musicians of a kind I made of some of them, though to do so took 10 of their generations. Then I grew weary of the game, and all these variants died back into the common stock, that fundamental type to which, if left alone, every species that springs on earth returns in time, and this more quickly than might be thought. The last breed that I created, or caused to create itself, was one of mutes evolved from a faithful strain who had served me well, since I found these mutes were more docile and less wearisome than the rest. But enough of that people with which I have done forever. What did I do through all those awful ages? At first, as I found I had the power, I threw my watching eyes across the world and learned all that happened there. Thus I saw the battles of Alexander, his conquests and his death, and the rise of the Ptolemies in Egypt, also many other things in the countries with which I have had to do. But soon I tired of it all. Men arose of whom I knew nothing, Peoples changed, and ever the play repeated itself afresh, though with new actors. I had naught in common with them, and their petty aims and passions, I who watched as a god might watch those that served him not, or as an idle child watches the labors of a colony after colony of ants. Yea, I tired of them, and took no more heed of what they did or did not do upon their short journey to that forgetfulness wherewith the dust of time would bury them. I was dead to the world, and the world was dead to me. In the ages that followed, I sent out my soul to seek kindred souls, and found some with whom I communed, though they never knew who it was that talked to them. With wise men throughout the earth I held this converse, and from them gathered knowledge, giving them in return something of my wisdom, which doubtless they presented to the generations as their own. If so, the world was the gainer, and if truth comes, what matters it whence it comes? I did more. I sought out the dead in their habitations beyond the stars, and found not a few of them. Always they were eager to learn of the world, and in return paid me with the coin of their unearthly lore. They told me of those other worlds, and I made acquaintance with their princes and their rulers. I gathered up the broken fragments from the feasts that were spread upon these alien tables, and drank of the dregs of their new wine. But, and here was the mystery, here was the grief, never once could I grasp the robe of any whom I had known upon the earth. I found not my father, I found not Noot, I found not Kallikrates, I found not Philo, I found not Beltis or Amanartas. In all that countless multitude I discovered no single soul to whom my mortal lips had spoken in its little day. Of friend or foe I found not one. Perchance all of them were still asleep and resting in their sleep. I looked into the secrets of nature, and they opened themselves to me like flowers beneath the sun. I inhaled their perfume. I admired their beauty, so that at length little was hid from me. I learned how to turn clay to gold, and how to harness the lightning to my service, aye, and many another thing. Yet what was the use of all of it to me, the dweller in a tomb? Knowledge, the Lord, is a barren grant unless it can also be a servant, aye, a slave at command to work good for man. For the rest, what did I do? Without the caves I sowed the seed of trees. I watched them spring, I watched them grow to saplings and, in the slow progression of the centuries, swell to great timbers with far-stretching arms beneath whose shade I rested. Thus they stood for many 100 years. Then for many another 100 they decayed, grew hollow, rotted to dust and fell, their long day done at last, and I sowed me others. To mark the passage of those years, lest I should lose count of them, in a certain cavern I laid me stones, a stone for every one, as from the hand of time it fell ripe into the bosom of eternity. As on their rosaries, here and there, priests set larger beads to mark the tale of their completed prayers, so when 10 years had gone I set a larger stone, and when 100 had passed by, one larger yet, and white in color, while the 1000th year I marked with a little pyramid, 2 of which now stand in the caves of Kor. It was a good plan whereby I could reckon easily. Only some of the softer stones that lay near to the mouth of that cavern where sun and rain could reach them at length crumbled into sand. Why did I stay at Kor? Why did I not wander forth through the world? Because I could not, because of the curse that had been laid upon me. That here I must wait until Kallikrates came again, as come I knew he would. Therefore no captive ever was more chained and fettered in his dungeon than I, Ayesha, by that compelling curse in the sepulchres of Kor, where night by night I laid me down to rest in the cold company of the dead. From time to time, once in a generation, mayhap, I would lift the cloths that covered him and look upon his pale beauty, for those old embalmers did not lie, and kiss his brow of ice and weep and weep. Then once more I laid the shroud, or a new shroud, upon him, and went my weary way. Oh, it is terrible in this world where all is change, where even the stones grow and die to reform again, to be the one thing that changeth not for ever. Yet that was my lot. Such was the gift of the Fire Lord whom I had wedded and embraced. There I sat in my eternal beauty, which I was doomed to hide, lest brute men should be maddened at the sight of it, so that I must slay them with the lightning of my will. There I brooded, gathering to my breast all that wisdom of Mother Nature of whom now I was a part, all the useless wisdom whose weight at length clogged my sense and cramped my soul. There I sat, eaten of desire for one dead and burning with jealous hate of that woman who had borne his child and who, as I knew well, wandered with him, greater than I perhaps and still more fair, in some Elysium that even my spirit could not reach, taking the place that I might fill, if only I could attain to the boon of death which is everlastingly denied to me, until the old world itself shall die. There, I say, I sat while the slow fire of the torturer Time, burning in my breast, ate its path through all my being, till the hot soul within me turned to the bitter ash of hopelessness. Oh, why did he not come? Why did he not come? Surely the circle must be complete and the time fulfilled. Surely he must weary of those unknown heavenly fields and of the coarse love of Egypt's lady. Surely he would come, and soon. Only then, what if here, as there, she still companioned him? At length one came, and when I learned of it my heart flamed up with hope as a torch flames in these dark caves. Alas! It was not he. So soon as my eyes fell on him afar, I knew it, yonder in the temple of Kor, whither I had gone upon the matters of some petty savage trouble, such as had arisen thrice since the days of Philo. I saw and grew sick with hope destroyed, so sick that had he but known it, this little, wizened wanderer, at that moment stood near to the world's edge. Yet afterward I came to like him well, perchance because he reminded me so much of Philo that once or twice almost I thought, but let this matter be. He was a strange man, that wanderer, very shrewd, but one who believed nothing which he could not see or touch or handle. Thus when I told him tales concerning myself and my length of days and why I sat at Kor in beauty, yet like one who is dead in a desert, openly he mocked at them, which angered me. Not all of these were true, be it admitted, because, being a part of nature as I am, how can I always speak the truth? Nature shows many faces to those who court her. Nature has desert fantasies wherewith the traveler is oft deceived, thinking he sees that which he does not see, though, in some shape or form of a surety it exists elsewhere. Nature also keeps her secrets close and ever instructs in parables that yet hold the seed of perfect verity. So, being a part of nature's self, did I with that wanderer, as indeed I do to this day with Hawley the learned, who followed after him. Yet here the example has its flaw, for this man who was called Watcher in the Night, a name that fitted him well enough, did not court me, as her watchers court nature the beautiful. Nay, he turned his back upon me, saying he was not one who loved, moth-like, to singe his wings in a flame, however bright, I think because often he has singed them already. Still, I found this so strange that almost I began to wonder whether once more my beauty was on the wane, and whether it needed longer to be hidden beneath a veil, or whether perchance men had grown wiser than they used to be. Therefore, once for a little moment I put out my strength and brought him to his knees, and having taught him certain lessons, I laughed at him and let him go. Yet be it said that I held and hold him dear, and look onward to the day when we shall meet again. As perchance we had met in those that are long past. So enough of this brave and honest man, gently born also, and instructed in his fashion. Doubtless he died many years ago. I tire of this long, sad task. Let the end of my tale be short. At last, came Kallikrates reborn, lacking memories, changed in spirit, and yet in face and form the very same. Holly brought him hither, or he brought Holly, because of an ancient lying screed that Amenartes wrote upon a sherd, which from age to age had passed down in his race, urging some descendant of her blood to find me out and slay me, for this Egyptian fool thought that I could be slain. He came, and by heaven, I knew not that he was here until the crabbed Holly led me to the couch, whereon he lay fever-stricken and at the very point of death. By my arts I dragged him back from between those doors of doom that almost once again had closed behind him, and afterward, revealing to him my beauty and my burning love, caused him to worship me. Yet, mark, he came not alone, as I feared would chance. Something of Amenartes, prisoned in a savage woman's breast, came with him, and already he was her lover. I slew that woman who was obstinate and would not leave him. Though the deed grieved me, I slew her because I must. It mattered little, for soon she was forgot, and I held him fast. Of the rest little need be said, for Holly knows it all and tells me that he has written it in a book. Because I might not wed with mortal man, I led Kallikrates, he who now was known as Leo, down the perilous ways to that hid cavern, where ever the bright spirit of life, clad in flame and thunder, marches on his endless round. Behold! As it had been over 2,000 years before, so it was now. Again Kallikrates feared to enter the flames and, putting on majesty, to become undying king of all the world. Aye, even though the prize of my glory lay to his hand, his flesh shrank from the fire. Therefore, that he might learn courage, once more I gave myself to the embrace of the god, and lo, this time he slew me. Yes, in utter shame and hideousness before my lover's eyes, there I died, or rather, seemed to die, an ancient, shriveled, ape-like thing. Yet dying, my unconquerable spirit gave me strength to mutter in his ear that I should come again and once more be beautiful. Nay, I did not die. Far away again I became incarnate in this distant Asian land, which after all is my own, since in a part of it first I saw the light. Here in this cavern monastery where still lingers some shadow of the worship of the moon and of the great principle that in the old days was named Isis, Queen of Heaven, once more I was clothed with mortal flesh. The years went by, but 2 or 3 of them, and I found the power to search out Kallikrates, or Leo Vince, still living on the earth, and in a vision showed him the mountains that I inhabit. He was faithful, yes, like Holly he was faithful, and together they followed that vision. For twice 10 years they searched, and then at last they found me. They passed the perils and the tests. Kallikrates, or Leo Vince, escaped the web spun by the Queen Atene, she in whom Amenartes once more shows herself upon the earth. They endured the appointed trials. Aye, when I unveiled before him on the mountain peak my love, my eternal love, my doom and my desire, found strength and faith to kiss my hideous, withered brow. Then was that faith rewarded. Then before his very eyes I changed into the flower of all beauty, into the glory of all power, and he worshipped, worshipped, worshipped. Now soon we shall be wed. Now soon the curse shall fall from us, like to a severed chain. Now soon my sin will be forgiven, and side by side we shall tread the endless path of splendor, no longer two, but one, that path which leads through perfect joy. Oh, whither does it lead? Even today I know not. But this cannot be yet a while. First he must bathe him in the fire, since mortal man may not mix with my immortality and live as man. For while this world endures, have I not said it? I who have drunk of the very cup of its spirit, I, twice drunk deep, must also endure, and I think the world is still far away from the gates of death. Aye, though I change 1,000 times, still I shall be the same in other shapes, and though I seem to vanish, yet I must appear again. Where I go, also, thither Kallikrates must follow me, or I must follow him, since he and I are one, and on me is laid the burden of the uplifting of the soul of him whose body once I slew. And yet, oh, he is still human, and death dogs the heels of man. As I write, a horror seizes me. Aye, my hand trembles on the scroll, and my spirit quakes. What if some chance, some sickness, some fate should strike him down, leaving me once more desolate and divorced, so that elsewhere all this dark tragedy must be played afresh? Away with that hell-born thought. There are no gods, and, fate, I defy thee, who am myself a fate and thine equal. I will conquer thee, O fate. Thou shalt not conquer me. There is naught but that eternal good whereof the fiery tongue which was the soul of Noot spoke, or seemed to speak, to me in my haunted sleep at Kor, and to that good I, Ayesha, make my prayer. Lo, I have suffered. Lo, I have paid the count to its last coin. Lo, I have endured. Through the long ages I have sown in tears, and my hour of harvest is at hand. Aye, the night of sorrow dies, and already on the peak of heavenly peace shines the dawn of joy. My lord hunts upon the mountain after the fashion of men, and I brood within the caves after the fashion of women. Holly, Holly, awake! Look yonder! What is this? I seem to see my lord struggling on the snow, and the spotted beast has him by the throat. Here ends Ayesha's manuscript. Its last words are almost illegible, and are written by one whose agitation was evidently great. Indeed, their appearance suggests that they were set down in some half-automatic fashion, while the writer's mind was occupied with other matters. With them Ayesha ends her tale, of which in outline the rest is to be found elsewhere. In the book that is named after her, suddenly she appears to have tired of her task. Perhaps, heralded and induced by the incident of the snow leopard that went near to ending the life of Leo Vince, the presage of terrible woes to come, to which she alludes, and not obscurely, paralyzed Ayesha's mind or filled it with forebodings that rendered her incapable of further effort of the kind, or at least unwilling to endure its labor, of which, it is clear, already she was wearying. Signed, The Editor. End of Chapter 25. End of Wisdom's Daughter by H Rider Haggard.